Chapter 9-10. Seeing that so many people had rushed in, Qian Yu and the others were all shocked. It was obvious that they wanted to fight. Ling Yan and company slammed the table and stood up. Su Sha could also tell that the situation was no longer under her control. It was hard to tell what would happen in the future. Let's see who dares to move. Break that kid's leg. Li Zongjio took out the desolate heaven essence. After all, the demonic hammer strength was not easy to control. It would be very embarrassing if he accidentally hurt someone with it. With the desolate heaven essence in hand, it was enough to make these people fear him. The desolate aura that was emitted from the desolate heaven essence made the people from the Qian family not dare to act rashly. Instead, they looked at Qian Tianding. If Qian Tianding gave the order to capture the group of children in front of them, they would definitely do so. Kuan Erisher was very honest as he used a bench to smash Qian Fei's leg. Ah! Qian Fei suddenly let out a hysterical roar of pain. His leg was broken, and the place where he was hit quickly swelled up. Anyone who saw it could clearly feel the pain. Veins could be seen protruding from Qian Tianding's forehead. Li Zongjio really did not give him any face. He even embarrassed Qian Tianding in front of so many people. If a normal negotiation had reached this stage, it would have eased up. If both sides directly stood up, both sides would be at a disadvantage in the end. The young man opposite them did not seem to have any intention of stopping, nor did he have any intention of playing such tricks. He was a man of his word. "Father, save me!" Qian Fei cried out. Qian Tianding could no longer tolerate it. Since these people were the ones who provoked him first, he could not be blamed. Do it, save them. He took a deep breath. Since these children did not know the severity of the situation and did not follow the rules, he could not be blamed. Immediately, the two Qian family experts behind him walked out. One of them grabbed Qian Fei and Qian Yang, while the other rushed towards Li Zongjio. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Now it seemed that Li Zongjio was the leader of these people. Once Li Zongjio was taken down, the rest of the people naturally wouldn't be able to do anything. However, the two of them were too naive. With Li Zongjio in charge, how could these people dare to cause trouble in front of Li Zongjio? Li Zongjio immediately leaped up and smashed the desolate heaven essence in his hand at one of them. After smashing out, the Qian family expert, who was already in primitive emperor expert, actually tried to block Li Zongjio's desolate heaven essence with one hand. One had to know that Li Zongjio's physical strength had already reached the primitive emperor realm. If the person in front of him dared to block this move with just his physical body, the outcome was obvious. The moment they clashed in midair, the person was sent flying by Li Zongjio's desolate heaven essence. He was an elder of the Qian family and was an influential figure in the Black Canal royal city. However, he was sent flying out of the inn by Li Zongjio's strike. He landed heavily on the ground. He spat out blood. After a while, he fainted. No matter how the Qian family's guards shouted, they did not wake the unconscious elder. As for the other person, he had already arrived in front of Qian Fei. In comparison, Qian Fei's rescue value was higher. Therefore, the elder chose Qian Fei first, just as he was about to break the pillar in front of him and take him away. However, he suddenly felt a sharp intent coming from the back of his head. A mere beginner, Yuan monarch, dares to cross swords with me. The Qian family elder snorted. The one who attacked was Kuan Erisher. However, Kuan Erisher had just broken through to the Yuan monarch realm. Just by relying on the weapon in his hand, the increase in strength did not allow Kuan Erisher to reach the level where he could challenge an primitive emperor realm elite. However, the mental power attack attached to the spear made the Qian family elder feel a stab of pain. It was as if an extremely thin needle had pierced the back of his head, causing his body to stagnate for half a second. Half a second later, Kuan Erisher was sent flying. Qi Yanran stretched out her hand, and her elemental energy immediately turned into a tree branch. blocking Queen Erasure. I asked you to save people. How dare you be so arrogant? Half a second later, Li Zongjio had already appeared in front of the Qian family elder and ruthlessly threw the desolate heaven essence in his hand. The Qian family elder fell to the ground with serious injuries. He was unconscious. A crack appeared on his head, and fresh blood flowed out from the crack. Soon, the Qian family elder's robes were stained with blood. The two elders of the Qian family fainted after being hit by 2 sticks. Such a ruthless person was unheard of even in the Haika dynasty. This kid was too arrogant, however, with such powerful combat strength, who would dare to act recklessly. If they rushed forward, they might be hammered to death by Li Zongjio. Therefore, the Qian family guards rushed to Qian Tianding's side and hid behind him, shouting that they were protecting their family head. Pay or die. It's up to you. You have to pay the price for doing something wrong, Li Zongjio said indifferently. Then he lifted the Qian family elder on the ground and threw him at Qian Tianding. Boom! The Qian family elder fell to the ground like a fainted wild dog. Qian Tianding clenched his fists again and again. He wanted to rush forward and fight with Li Zongjio. However, after thinking about it with his status and Li Zongjio's background, it would be terrible if he rashly rushed forward and got himself killed. As the family head of the Qian family, it would be a great loss of face. To be on the safe side, he had already suffered so much today. Before he figured out Li Zongjio's background, he could not act rashly. He had to stabilize himself first. Very good. This is my Qian family's Golden Mountain token. With this token, you can pawn one. 5 billion purple yuan from various banks. It was obviously impossible to take out so much money in such a short time. Even if the Qian family was wealthy, it was impossible to take out such a large sum of money so quickly. Therefore, he took out the token and slammed it on the table. Is this for real? How can this lousy token be so valuable? Li Zongjio said, suspiciously. Of course, with Li Zongjio's experience, he naturally knew that this Golden Mountain token was valuable. The reason why he said so was to strike down the Qian family's arrogance. Moreover, he had already benefited from it. Seeing that Qian Tianding was about to explode again, Li Zongjio snapped his fingers. Then, Queen Erasure put the 2 people down. Qian Fei fell to the ground with a plop. Because one of his legs was directly hit by Queen Erasure, it was swollen. If it was not treated in time, it would really be broken. Let's go! Qian Tianding took a deep look at Li Zongjio and turned to leave the breeze and moon in. Chapter 9:11. Qian Tianding and the rest left with their tails between their legs. Not only that, they even brought 2 injured people back with them. Even the Qian family's patriarch couldn't do anything about it. They still had to pay what they deserved. It was truly domineering. The other party came aggressively and even brought so many people. However, they didn't even say a few words before they obediently handed over the money. There wasn't any violence between the 2 groups, which made Su Sha extremely surprised. Although she said that she didn't know how this would happen, she knew that it wouldn't end well. Su Sha was even prepared to face the consequences of not being able to go back. In the end, these people were really all bark and no bite. They simply handed over the money and then left. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At least they didn't have to fight with these people. The other party was a local tycoon, the Qian family. On their first night here, they had offended the Qian family to the point of death. These people immediately understood how terrifying these people were. Su Sha also knew that this group of people in front of her wasn't just good at alchemy. Their ability to cause trouble wasn't ordinary either. Li Zongjio, thank you for helping me vent my anger today. Xia Wanji didn't know why Li Zongjio was so desperate for her. One had to know that it was very risky to become enemies with these people from the Qian family. Thank my ass. This is your compensation. Li Zongjio threw the Golden Mountain token in his hand to Xia Wanji. The people from the Qian family bullied Xia Wanji. Therefore, Li Zongjie was helping Xia Wanji to get this compensation. Xia Wanji never expected that someone would be so righteous. This was the Golden Mountain token. They represented the Qian family's business VIPs. As long as the Qian family hadn't gone bankrupt, or if there was still a mortgage in these banks, they could use the Golden Mountain medallion to exchange for money. The Qian family's people would also bring money to the bank to redeem the Golden Mountain medallion. It was said that there were only 10 Golden Mountain tokens in the entire Qian family. Only people who were of great help to the Qian family would receive this Golden Mountain token. Even if it was a commercial gift, it was valuable and no one would use it carelessly. Sometimes, this token already exceeded its own value. Such a precious thing, Li Zongjie actually threw it to Xia Wanji in a second hand. In this matter, Xia Wanji did not suffer any losses. On the other hand, the Qian family had suffered a lot in the hands of Li Zongjie. Therefore, even if Li Zongjie took the Golden Mountain token, no one would have any objections. After all, if it wasn't for Li Zongjie, the Qian family might have eaten all the people in front of them. Therefore, it could be considered a very fortunate thing. The Jinshan token should have belonged to Li Zongjie. Xia Wanji knew that Li Zongjie would not accept this thing because Li Zongjie was not someone who cared about money. However, Xia Wanji was too embarrassed to take the money for herself. If it wasn't for you today, I don't know how this matter would have been resolved. I suggest that half of this money be donated to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, and the other half be divided equally among all of us. When Xia Wanji said this, a few people's eyes lit up. Really? Su Sha's eyes were about to emit light, and she almost wanted to swallow Xia Wanji whole. Of course, Xia Wanji said. At this moment, Su Sha did not care about any of the disasters that Li Zongjie had caused. If this money was injected into the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, the development of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would definitely be more carefree. Although the Heavenly Pill Pavilion looked so glorious now, in reality, it was extremely empty inside. If it wasn't for the dynasty's subsidies and support, it would have been unable to survive. If it wasn't for the lack of money, many things could not be done, and it would be difficult to expand the influence of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Otherwise, just by increasing the output of the subsidies for the alchemists, who knew how many alchemists would want to join in. Now it was just a name. In the future, they might participate in some matters. Slowly, they would naturally become part of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Therefore, Su Sha was the happiest to be able to get a few 100 million purple yuan as a sponsor. This was a huge sum of money for Su Sha. Amazing, amazing. Even the Qian family's people were defeated. A clear voice sounded. Li Zongjie glanced at a young lady who was walking down the stairs. But no matter how amazing you are, you still have to pay for the broken stool. The young lady who walked down the stairs attracted the attention of Li Zongjie and the others. You lass, it's just a small matter. What's there to fuss about? After all, we're allies. The most important thing is to create harmony and blossom in culture and literature. That's the most important thing. The stool isn't important. At this time, the shopkeeper also jumped out and said, when the Qian family's people came to find trouble, the shopkeeper didn't directly hide. Now that the Qian family's people left, he came out to ask for compensation. He probably felt that he couldn't afford to offend the Qian family. After all, this stool was broken by me. How much does it cost? Kuan Erisher scratched his head. When he was about to beat them up, he didn't find a suitable weapon, so he casually picked up a long stool. It's not expensive, not expensive. Our shop is made of 100-year-old sunken wood. According to the weight, that stool, just now, is only 500,000 gold yuan. The shopkeeper immediately pulled out an abacus. Then he knocked on it a few times. You're too greedy. How is this sunken wood? Kuan Arashi's face darkened. This was simply extortion. Could it be that the shopkeeper saw that Kuan Erisher and the others were easy to talk to? However, we went directly to the manufacturer. There's no middleman. Give us a discount. 250,000 gold yuan will do. The shopkeeper raised his head and glanced at the faces of these people. Mainly Li Zongjiu's face gradually turned ugly, so he immediately changed his tone. Don't try to trick us. Even blood brothers settle accounts clearly. I think you guys are quite pleasing to the eye, but you still have to pay. This stool is made by the Zhang family. 700 gold yuan. The young lady walked in front of the shopkeeper and snatched the abacus. You little girl, your father is saving for your dowry. If I don't prepare more dowry for you, how can you get married? When these people heard this, they realized that she was the shopkeeper's daughter. No wonder she was pointing fingers here. Looking at the young lady's temperament, although she was a girl, she had a heroic spirit and was extremely righteous. The original 250,000 gold yuan was settled in the end with 700 gold yuan. Thank you, 700 it is. Kuan Erishur quickly paid from his own pocket. Next time, don't fight in my shop. Even if you are alchemists, I won't allow it. Oh, right, the one who was thrown out just now. If you guys don't go get him, he will be washed out of the city. Chapter 912. Although Nan Peishuan's character wasn't to everyone's liking, Nan Peixian was still a citizen of the Holy Flame Royal City. As the leader of this competition, Su Sha had to be responsible for Nan Peishuan's safety. Fortunately, the young lady of the inn lent a helping hand. She spent 500 gold coins to call for a salvage team to bring Nan Peixian back. Nan Peixian had probably never been beaten by anyone before. He didn't know what to do when he was thrown out. Therefore, after being flooded by the surging river, he lost his mind. His body was already soaked in the ice-cold river water. Apart from struggling for a while in the beginning, his head hit a rock and he fainted. The salvage team came just in time. This river is a moat. There are man-eating meta-beasts under it. If you rush to the river outside the city, even an immortal won't be able to save you, the captain of the salvage team said as he pulled Nan Peixian out. People often died in this river. Some jumped down themselves, some were thrown down by others. Usually, the price of salvaging corpses would be much higher. This time, I'm giving you a 50% discount on account of Miss Ruan. Usually, I'll charge you 1,000. Thank you for your hard work. Su Sha hurriedly said with a smile. Obviously, the captain of the salvage team was a chatterbox. Based on what he said, he obviously wanted Su Sha to give him more benefits. However, Su Sha couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. She just kept thanking him. In the end, the captain of the salvage team was helpless. He reminded the young man not to take things too hard and left. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't know where to go to get him. Ruan Shaodai helped Su Sha send Nan Peixian back to the inn. However, she found that Nan Peixian's things had been thrown to the corridor. The room that originally belonged to Nan Peixian had been occupied by Li Zongjiu. This room happened to be opposite Qi Yanran's room. Ruan Shaodai didn't know what Li Zongjiu's purpose was to drive Nan Peixian out. However, Li Zongjiu said that the environment of this room was good. Therefore, Nan Peixian lost his room without a second word. Nan Peixian, who had regained some consciousness, realized that he had been expelled. He looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. How could they bully him like this? Then he choked on his breath and fainted. Late at night, Zhou Zheng and the others returned to the Breeze and Moon Tavern. However, the two of them didn't know what was happening in the inn. After all, they didn't have much influence in the Black Canal Royal City. After all, this was the territory of others. In addition, he had drunk a lot of wine that night. He directly slept in the inn. But for the Black Canal Royal City, tonight was an extremely lively night. The first was the Infernal Colosseum. Hua Ying was one of the higher management members of the Hell Arena. Her words carried as much weight as the city, lord of a small city. In fact, her words held even more power and influence within the Black Canal Royal City. However, today a mere participant from the arena had actually dared to ignore her invitation. He had even injured her subordinates. If it wasn't for the fact that he had someone backing him, he would definitely be a fool to make an enemy out of someone from the higher management of the infernal Colosseum. Very good. Since you dare to call yourself evil lord, it seems like you're very confident in yourself. Hua Ying's eyes revealed a dangerous glint. Hua Ying naturally didn't care about the outside world. After all, the outside world belonged to the Heike dynasty. However, at least half of the sky in the infernal Colosseum belonged to Hua Ying. The next time this evil lord came to the infernal Colosseum, things wouldn't be so good. On the other side, the Qian family also called for an emergency meeting regarding this matter. There were two topics in this meeting. The first was how to deal with Qian Fei and Qian Liang. The main culprit, Qian Fei, had escaped a calamity. If it weren't for her two brothers' indulgence and lawlessness, today's situation wouldn't have happened. The other thing was how to deal with these people from the Holy Flame Imperial City and the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. After all, this involved the Xinyan dynasty. If it were the local forces of the Heike dynasty, they would have been tormented to death by the Qian family. They could easily destroy a family. When these people suddenly poured in and directly disrupted your market, you knew the seriousness of the problem. If these rich families wanted to deal with you, they didn't need to use force at all, nor did they need to waste many resources. After they destroyed you, they could easily buy all your businesses. Not only would they not suffer any losses, they might even make a fortune. However, against these people from the outside world, they could only use force. The group of people discussed in full swing for the entire night. First, the two elders were injured by the other party. It was obvious that these people weren't simple. It would not be an easy task to deal with them. However, the Qian family had lost face and the Golden Mountain token. At that time, Qian Tianding didn't have anything valuable on him, so he took out the Golden Mountain token. The name list is out. This person's name is Li Zongjiu. During the Xinyan dynasty, he seemed to be a troublesome person. Unfortunately, our Qian family isn't like those trash from the Xinyan dynasty. Qian Tianding's eyes flashed coldly. Contact the ancient tomb family. I want this Li Zongjiu. When we leave the Black Canal Imperial City, I want this Li Zongjiu to die on the way. The more powerful a person was, the more they cared about threats. Even if it was a potential threat, it had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, as long as this problem existed, it would always be a problem, whether it was a big problem or a small one. The Qian family did not have much objection to this decision. If they wanted to kill Lin Fan after he returned to the Saint Flame Empire, it would be difficult to execute. Besides, the cost would be high as well. It would be more convenient to kill Lin Fan in their own territory. Qian Fei and Qian Liang were grounded for a month. They were locked in the study to reflect on their actions. They hadn't been disciplined for many years and had really thought that they could do whatever they wanted. This time they had encountered a tough opponent and had almost died there. The next day, Qian Tianding had just woken up when a servant came to report. Family head, this morning, someone used the Golden Mountain token to pawn one. 5 billion purple yuan at Baoyuan Bank. When Qian Tianding heard this news, he smashed the entire precious bed into pieces with a slap. Chapter 913. Li Zongjiu originally wanted to make a trip to the Qian family in the middle of the night to completely resolve the matter. With the nature of these big families, they would definitely do something behind the scenes. But suddenly, the demonic hammer in his hand sent out a signal. It seemed like it couldn't hold back and wanted to rush out and kill someone. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had no choice but to refine the demonic hammer in the room again. You're very powerful, you little thing. Li Zongjiu felt that the demonic hammer in his hand seemed to be a little dishonest. After seeing blood, it began to float. It actually wanted to break free from Li Zongjiu's restraint and kill someone to suck their blood. Of course, Li Zongjiu had to suppress the hammer. At the same time, he used the obsidian fire to refine the demonic hammer in his hand. The black hammer burned in his hand, but there was no change. Initially, Li Zongjio wanted to place the demonic hammer in the blood soul hell to refine it properly. However, he did not expect the blood soul hell to feel as though it was about to burst apart the moment he did so. Li Zongjio was so scared that he took out the demonic hammer on the spot. Even the southern ring could only barely fit it in. Li Zongjio could only pin the hammer on his waist. It seems like this demonic hammer doesn't belong to the Shungu continent. Li Zongjio calculated in his heart. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had seen some fragments of high-grade magic treasures. Those things couldn't be refined by ordinary people. Some of them were so strong that even Li Zongjio couldn't refine them when he was at his peak. With his cultivation at the peak of the supremacy realm, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, Li Zongjio knew that there must be a higher realm in this world. In his previous life, he had already lived to the end. In the end, he took a risk and used this method to increase his strength and breakthrough. If it wasn't from the Holy Martial Continent, then it was most likely something from the Holy Martial Realm. Li Zongjio put away the devil hammer to prevent it from going out and harming others. Previously, this little thing had been hiding in the storm of black clouds. It wasn't easy for Li Zongjio to take care of him. The night passed in a flash. On the second day, everyone gathered for breakfast as usual. At the same time, they were waiting for the people from the Sky Flame Pill Prefecture to arrive. The Heavenly Flame Pill Mansion was an alchemy organization that belonged to the Heavenly Flame Dynasty. One was the Tianyan Dynasty, the other was the Shenyang Dynasty. Even an idiot could tell that the relationship between the two empires was definitely not that good. Back then, when the Shenyang Dynasty was established, the Tianyan Dynasty had contributed a lot. Not only did they obstruct the Shenyang Dynasty, but they also brought a lot of trouble to the Shenyang royal city. Many territories were taken away by the Tianyan Dynasty. However, the Shenyang Dynasty had just been established not long ago. It wasn't good to fall out with the Tianyan Dynasty. Now, the two empires were like brothers on the surface. At least, there wouldn't be any conflict on the surface. However, it was impossible to take back some of the original territories. In this elixir meeting of the three dynasties, the Tianyan Dynasty's Sky Flame Pill Prefecture was already prepared to teach the people of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion a lesson. It was unknown whether the people of the Black Canal Dynasty had intentionally arranged for the people of the Sky Flame Pill Prefecture to stay in the Breeze and Moon Hotel. Why didn't Nan Peixian come down to eat? Chu Tairan finally remembered that one person was missing. There were only 10 people, including Su Sha. Nan Peixian hadn't come down yet. Nan Peixian last night, Su Sha couldn't help but say. However, she didn't know how to explain this matter. That kid insisted on swimming in the river last night. As a result, he caught a cold. Kuan Erisher said directly. The content of his words made everyone's eyes widen. The others who were eating porridge almost spat it out directly. This reason was too clear-cut. A 5th-grade alchemist. How could it be so simple to catch a cold? The Yuan Qi fire protecting the body was not a simple decoration. Therefore, it was simply ridiculous to say that Nan Peixian caught a cold. Of course, what really made Nan Peixian fall seriously ill was actually Li Zongjio's series of actions. Nan Peixian was a genius of the Nan family. When had he ever been treated like this? He had grown up in the midst of flowers and applause. Who wasn't respectful to him? Now, not only was he thrown into the river, even his sleeping room was taken away. It was really sad. Therefore, in a fit of anger, he became like this. In the case of being seriously ill, Nan Peixian probably couldn't participate in the competition. Ask a doctor to take a look at him later. Chu Tairan was also stunned, but no one knew what the specific situation was. There was no other way. They could only find a doctor to help Chu Tairan see the illness. Everyone was eating when suddenly there was a sound of footsteps at the door. A threatening aura came in from outside. Chu Tairan and others immediately looked over. A group of people in white walked in. Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture is here. There was a white-robed elder and 6 other disciples dressed in white robes. One of the young male disciples stepped forward and handed over the identity card in his hand. The innkeeper quickly booked a room for them and handed them the keys. Holding the key, they went upstairs. Throughout the whole process, they didn't see anyone from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. However, when one of them was walking up the stairs, he locked his gaze on Li Zongjiu, revealing a hint of threat. Li Zongjiu raised his head and glanced at the person. He only glanced at the person indifferently, and the person immediately withdrew his gaze and disappeared at the end of the stairs. Those are the people from the Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture. They're really arrogant. Kuan Erisher couldn't help but say, after all, they were future opponents. However, these people directly ignored them and ignored their opponents. This made Kuan Erisher and others very unhappy. However, they had to admit that these people's aura was really strong. Shouldn't there be 10 people? I see that there are only 6 of them. One of them should be the person in charge. That's only 5 people. Yao Feng couldn't help but ask. This extremely honest young man finally voiced out his doubts. Usually he wouldn't be interested in some things. He just liked to study some medicinal herbs and the like. There are only 5 spots for the competition. The rest are all substitutes. This is to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Obviously, they think that 5 people are enough. Su Sha explained, they're really arrogant. Ling Yan's expression was obviously not good. He was very unhappy when he saw these people. There were 5 men and 1 woman. The only woman was wearing a veil, as if they wanted to peek at her. Such a pretentious person was even more annoying. That person just now is the chief disciple of the Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture, Mu Qingyo. Qi Yanran whispered to Li Zongjiu, what kind of Niu? Chapter 9:14. On the top floor of the Breeze and Moon Inn, due to the special request before they came, the few of them stayed together in this big room. There was a big room in the Breeze and Moon Inn. Li Zongjiu and the others did not have a bright place to discuss matters. They could only stay in the hall downstairs. Fortunately, the Breeze and Moon Inn was not open to the public, so it was considered a quiet place. However, the people of the Sky Flame Pill Prefecture had a bright meeting hall in this room. Is there something wrong with that kid? A group of people sat around the long table. Elder Hao Yi of the Sky Flame Pill Prefecture, who was following Elder Xing, looked at the white-robed man in the crowd with a green silk scarf on his head. He looked gentle and his skin was very tender. It seemed like he had concocted a lot of nourishing elixirs for himself when he was refining elixirs. Nothing much. It's just that this person seems to have a different aura. Mu Qingyo said. Everyone looked at Mu Qingyo with admiration in their eyes. There was no other reason. 2 years ago, Mu Qingyo stepped into the 6th grade alchemist realm and caused a sensation. 2 years ago, Li Zongjiu was just a piece of trash who stayed in Luoxia City. Mu Qingyo's name had already spread throughout the Sky Flame Pill Prefecture. He had even become the most troublesome existence in the Elixir Conference of the 3 dynasties. Various forces had studied Mu Qingyo. Don't worry about the people of the Shengyan dynasty. They're just a bunch of trash. However, there are 2 incredible guys in the Hei Chu Pill Hall recently. You guys have to pay more attention to them. All right, these kids were all disciples of the Sky Flame Pill Mansion. Moreover, they were the most outstanding batch. If they were defeated here, they would definitely be mocked. Although the venue of the competition was set in the Hei Chu dynasty, which made it an away match, it did not affect their fighting spirit at all. Coming to other people's territory and defeating them was the most satisfying thing. Yes, Elder. We don't have much time to rest. We'll be participating in the first round tomorrow. Lin Lin will be the one to fight this round. She must win beautifully. Hao Yi said. The female disciple with a veil nodded slowly. Rest assured, elder. Lin Lin nodded. Then, how ye arranged the rest of the matters. There were a total of 3 forces participating in the competition. Therefore, the point system will be used. Each of the 5 contestants had 2 chances to go on stage. The winner got 1 point, the loser got 1 point, and the loser got 1 point deducted. If it was a draw, there was no increase or decrease in points. As for the specific rules, Li Zongjio didn't understand them in detail. Anyway, this kind of competition didn't matter. Li Zongjio also didn't think about showing off in such a place, or something like that. It was a child's play. Li Zongjio was only fulfilling his promise to the heavenly Pill Pavilion. After all, Li Zongjio had received so many benefits from the other party. He couldn't just take the benefits without doing anything. The reason why the people of Sunset City were able to maintain their current peace was naturally because of the protection of the heavenly Pill Pavilion. Although the heavenly Pill Pavilion had yet to become a giant in the field of alchemy. However, in the Shunyan dynasty, he still had a very high status, and his words carried a lot of weight. However, Nan Pei Xian couldn't go on stage now. He still needed someone to replace him. The person who replaced him was Xia Wanji. Xia Wanji originally thought that it was good enough to be able to experience it this time, but she never thought that there would be such a good thing. Xia Wanji directly became an official member. Of course, all of this was because of Li Zongjio. It was simply too cool. Xia Wanji couldn't hold back the excitement in her heart. Before the meeting this morning, she had already gone to the bank on the street with Kuan Erasure and directly exchanged the Golden Mountain token for purple yuan. A total of 5 billion purple yuan filled up 5 storage rings. Even Xia Wanji received so much money for the first time. However, she didn't think about it and gave 800 million purple yuan to Su Sha. She treated it as a personal donation. However, Su Sha couldn't directly record this amount of money because it was difficult to explain the source of the money. She would only put the money in when she went back. Otherwise, the matter of her beating someone up and offending the local Qian family would be exposed. Originally, Su Sha was going to report this to Chu Tairan, but Li Zongjio said that it wasn't necessary because Chu Tairan wouldn't know about it. The Qian family was so prideful that they definitely wouldn't let others know about it. They would try their best to block the news. Otherwise, if more people knew about it, wouldn't it be a big loss of face? Therefore, it wasn't a big deal. These people, you have to be tougher than them. You have to be more overbearing than them. Of course, you have to be stronger. If you don't have enough strength and want to be overbearing like others, then what awaits you is an extremely miserable end. Su Sha was skeptical. She didn't have confidence in such a big matter. But anyway, it was Li Zongjio who instigated it. This guy probably wouldn't be afraid, even if he poked a hole in the sky. The competition was about to start, and Su Sha's attention was gradually focused on it. Tomorrow would be a warm-up competition. For this competition, Chu Tairan let everyone draw lots. In the end, he drew Yao Fong to go up first. This also made Yao Fong feel a lot of pressure. Often, the first battle was the most important. It would affect the morale of the contestants in the following matches. Therefore, even if they didn't send out their strongest contestants, they would still choose a contestant who wasn't weak. But for these people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, other than Li Zongjio, the rest of the contestants were about the same strength. Therefore, Chu Tairan couldn't make a choice. He was even prepared to not win a single match in the following matches. It was just like what those people in the Shunyan dynasty said. This was going to be a match that would bring about their own humiliation. But the Heavenly Pill Pavilion also needed these forces to motivate them. Only then could the Heavenly Pill Pavilion feel ashamed and brave. Failure was nothing to be afraid of. If they were afraid of failure and didn't dare to move forward, then it would be a real failure. The rest of the afternoon was free time. With the competition around the corner, everyone was getting nervous. The atmosphere had also changed. Only one person didn't seem to be affected by the surrounding atmosphere. That was Li Zongjio. Since you want to kill, Then let me see how capable you are. Li Zongjiu patted the hammer on his waist, and then came to the Hell Arena again. Evil Lord was here again. Chapter 9:15. Hell Arena. The evil dominator came and went like a ghost, disappearing without a trace. There was no trace of this evil dominator at all. Fortunately, Hua Ying did not delve too deeply into the evil dominator's identity. She just waited for this evil dominator to walk right into her trap. This person still had hundreds of thousands of purple yuan in his account in the Hell Arena. This was not a small sum. Therefore, Hua Ying knew that this evil lord would definitely make a comeback. Right now, the evil dominator had already won 7 rounds. Next time, she would find someone with a record of 8 matches. Hua Ying was already prepared. As long as evil lord appeared, he would not be able to escape from her grasp. Soon, Hua Ying received news that evil lord had arrived. Without saying a word, she immediately put out a huge advertisement. When some people received the news, they immediately rushed over. The preparation time was a full hour. However, in this short hour, the entire Black Canal Royal City was in an uproar. That berserk 5-second man was here again. Why was this evil lord called the 5-second man? Because after the match, someone had calculated that this evil lord had never taken more than 5 seconds to defeat an opponent. Usually, by the 3rd second, his opponent would have already been defeated. If not, they would have died. The only record of 5 seconds had been achieved by Lei Long, who had won 7 matches. However, although the Lei Long managed to keep its life after being defeated, it still hasn't woken up yet. Li Zongjiu did not know that the outside world was already spreading rumors about him. Almost half of the people in the city wanted to see Li Zongjiu's strength. They wanted to see what Li Zongjiu was good at. This time, Hua Ying had prepared an opponent for Li Zongjiu. His code name was Falcon. It was said that this person's eagle claw technique had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. He could easily break through one's defense, directly dig out one's heart, and crush it in front of one's face. Before you die, you can still see the scene of your heart being crushed. None of his opponents had been able to survive in the hands of this person. Only one person managed to escape with his life, but his leg was torn off by the other party. He became a one-legged man. Falcon's name had long struck fear into people's hearts. Many people were even afraid of facing Falcon because they didn't even have the chance to jump down from the arena when facing Falcon. If they turned around and fled, the chances of death were 100%. He would rather meet someone more powerful than Falcon, who had never shown any mercy. If you can kill him, I will give you 5 million purple yuan. Hua Ying said indifferently, 5 million purple yuan. The eyes of a man wearing a black mask became sharp, but his emotions did not relax. It's not easy for this kid. I've studied his battles. The weapon in his hand is quite dangerous. Falcon's voice was extremely hoarse. When Hua Ying heard Falcon's words, a glint flashed across her eyes. She glanced at Falcon indifferently, knowing that these people were all trying to get more benefits. Name your price. Fixed price, 30 million. Falcon raised 3 fingers. Originally, it was 5 million purple yuan, but now he actually increased it by 25 million. Directly increasing it by 6 times. Hua Ying already wanted to kill the Falcon in front of her. But this time, Hua Ying had already made her plan. As long as this evil dominator died, the income from the arena would be extremely terrifying for Hua Ying. Many people were already obsessed with this evil dominator, and the bets on the periphery were already very terrifying. All right, you better be able to kill him, Hua Ying said, following which he also wrote a purple yuan ticket. This ticket had the unique symbol of the Hell Arena and the amount of money. With this ticket, one could exchange it for purple yuan at any bank. There were many experts in the Black Canal Royal City, so the value of these experts was correspondingly reduced. It was not easy to make money. Therefore, 30 million purple yuan was enough to make a fierce yuan monarch expert risk his life for it. This is the advance payment of 5 million. After 2 hours, I will deposit the remaining 25 million into your arena account. Falcon knew Hua Ying's character. Although she was a woman who wanted to grow up. She was an extremely bold woman. Furthermore, this amount of money was nothing to Hua Ying. It was just a small amount of money. Naturally, she would not go back on her word. Why was she so eager to find Falcon? It could be said that Falcon was Hua Ying's strongest subordinate. If Li Zongjie won, he would immediately leave this level and enter the next level, where he would enter the arena for 30,000 people. What happened after that would have nothing to do with Hua Ying. She had wanted to keep Li Zongjie the last time, but she had not expected that Li Zongjie would be so cold and uncooperative. It would be best if Falcon could kill Li Zongjie this time. Even if he could not, he had to defeat Li Zongjie. Otherwise, Hua Ying would suffer a huge loss. In this kind of competition, strength was only a guarantee. If one wanted to survive and kill one's opponent, they would still need to use some tricks. These tricks were the most important thing to achieve victory. If one could survive in this kind of place, people would remember you and not care about what tricks you had used. Falcon left Hua Ying's office and poured out a blood-red elixir pill before stuffing it into his mouth. A dark red glow could be seen flashing across Falcon's eyes. I paid a huge price to find this elixir pill. Today, let me have a taste of your power. This was an elixir found in an ancient tomb. Falcon did not know what it was called, but it was very similar to the legendary explosive blood elixir. After swallowing this elixir, one's combat power would increase by more than 3 times. However, the preparation time was about 10 minutes. The effect would not be immediate, so Falcon swallowed the elixir immediately. Li Zongjie waited for more than 10 minutes before he was notified that his opponent was ready. They arrived at the arena. In just 10 minutes, the entire arena was filled with people. There were only about 10,000 people, but the number of people present had exceeded 20,000. Li Zongjie did not care about what his opponent was called. After all, he was already a dead man. There were not many good people who could survive until now in the arena. Therefore, Li Zongjie did not care if he killed them, even if there were good people. So what? To Li Zongjie, he would just kill them all. You can't blame me for not having the ability to survive, right? This match, Evil Lord versus Falcon. Evil Lord's record, 7 matches, 7 wins. Falcon's record, 40 matches, 24 wins, 16 losses. He had fought a total of 40 matches. He had won in the market, which meant that Falcon had killed at least 24 Yuan Monarch level elites. He was still alive after fighting 40 matches. This showed how terrifying his strength was. The match officially begins. The referee announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the referee's figure flashed, and he quickly flew into the distance. Although the arena was big enough, it was inevitable that he would be attacked. Therefore, it was better to be careful. Die, kid! The Falcon burst forth with a speed that was 3 times faster than usual. His entire body turned into a shadow in the arena, as if he had turned transparent. He quickly closed in on Li Zongjie. Die! I only need 3 seconds to kill you. There seemed to be a giant black eagle following behind Falcon. The entire arena was shrouded in a terrifying light. Boom! Li Zongjie smashed the demonic hammer in his hand forward. At this moment, all of Falcon's senses were magnified by 3 times. When the opponent's power came, Falcon immediately felt an extremely clear power approaching. This power was not something he could withstand, but at the same time, it wasn't something he could dodge. Boom! Falcon crashed into the lightning, and his body was thrown nearly 20 meters into the air. While he was in the air, he was invaded by countless lightning bolts, and Falcon's figure was blasted into pieces. 1 second. The evil dominator had once again achieved an instant kill. Chapter 9:16. Before it even started, the battle was already over. Li Zongjiu's victory was too fast. No one could react in time. However, it was precisely because of Li Zongjiu's miraculous performance that the audience came here to watch Li Zongjiu's match. Sure enough, such an explosive scene finally appeared. The entire audience began to shout loudly. The entrance fee was several hundred gold coins. Just the entrance fee alone was already several million gold coins. He had spent millions, but in the end it was just for a few seconds. It was really shocking and shocking. Evil Lord! Evil Lord! Evil Lord! The cheers were like a cauldron. The sound waves from all directions continuously assaulted Li Zongjiu, holding the demonic hammer in his hand. Even Li Zongjiu could not help but feel ripples in his heart. However, Li Zongjiu quickly suppressed it. It was still early. Let's do it again. Continue the challenge. Li Zongjiu actually wanted to continue the challenge. When Hua Ying saw Li Zongjiu kill Falcon so easily, she was completely stunned. This was not what she had imagined. Could it be that this young man was not supposed to be defeated? Could it be that Falcon had also accepted this young man's money? However, that was obviously impossible. Falcon was already dead. Even if he had received the money, he would not be alive to spend it. He was already dead. This caused Hua Ying to be extremely shocked. In fact, Hua Ying had lost all her bets tonight. This time she would really bleed a lot. Damn it! Hua Ying clenched her fists tightly. She did not dare to believe that such a thing had happened. She felt as if the sky had collapsed. Hua Ying, the higher-ups want to see you. Just as Hua Ying felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue, two figures approached her. They wore the Hell Arena uniform, and their faces were expressionless. They looked like two pieces of iron sheets as they approached Hua Ying. Tonight, Hua Ying had set up a huge trap. If she wanted to succeed, she needed Li Zongjiu to fail. However, Li Zongjiu had once again created an instant kill and sent Hua Ying straight into the abyss. Hua Ying knew that Falcon was also capable of instantly killing her previous opponents. However, she never expected that even Falcon would not be able to retaliate in front of this evil lord. This time, the higher-ups wanted to see Hua Ying. Obviously, they wanted to discuss the punishment for failure. In the end, Hua Ying was taken away as if she had lost her soul. On the other hand, Li Zongjiu was still performing his instant kills in the arena. The higher-ups of the Hell Arena had already noticed Li Zongjiu. It was hard to believe that the young man called the Evil Dominator was so powerful. At the same time, the audience in the Black Canal Royal City began to boil with excitement for the young man called the Evil Dominator. Everyone wanted to witness such a miracle happen. Li Zongjiu had also defeated all his opponents. 13 consecutive victories. A peak Yuan King powerhouse had been crippled by Li Zongjiu. He had finally reached his limit. The demonic hammer in his hand had experienced enough killing. Against an expert with 14 consecutive victories, Li Zongjiu had only defeated him in the 5th second. He had not been able to kill him. This was the effect of the demonic hammer in his hand. Li Zongjiu had a rough idea of the demonic hammer's power. Is this all I can do? The fact that Li Zongjiu's hammer could cripple a peak Yuan monarch meant that the demonic hammer in Li Zongjiu's hands could instantly destroy more than 10 peak Yuan monarch-grade powerhouses on the battlefield. Li Zongjiu was satisfied with the power of the demonic hammer in his hand. The 14th battle was about to begin. At this moment, the sky was already dark. Li Zongjiu could sense that devil hammers will seem to have re-entered a state of rest. Therefore, he did not continue with the challenges. Although the battles ended very quickly, a lot of time had to be spent waiting before the battle started. Thus, a lot of Li Zongjiu's time was wasted. Evil Lord had left the arena, but the spectators were still unsatisfied. They still wanted to continue watching Li Zongjiu's battles. However, he had stopped. 2 more people appeared in the passageway. Evil Lord, right? We are the highest representatives of the Hell Arena. There is something we would like to discuss with you. The 2 of them stood in front of Li Zongjiu. This time, the two of them were much more polite than the previous time. "I have been rather busy recently. If I have the time, I will consider it." After Li Zongjie said that, he walked past the two of them and walked out. This caused the two of them to be extremely shocked. This time the person who had invited Li Zongjie wasn't Huaying, who was a mere manager of the 10,000-seat arena. Instead, it was the highest level of the Hell Arena. The people who made up the highest level of the Hell Arena were basically powerhouses who had ascended step by step through the Hell Arena. If one wanted to enter the highest level of the Hell Arena, one would have to pass through at least 18 levels and become the season's champion. The season's champion was considered an expert on the 18th level who had won 18 battles. If one wanted to continue winning, one would have to fight against the highest level of the Hell Arena. Of course, the highest level of the Hell Arena might not accept the challenge because, in their eyes, one might not have the qualifications to do so. Therefore, these people were all godlike figures in the Hell Arena. Any one of them had once led the world and had a great reputation in the Hell Arena. It was hard to believe that a fledgling would refuse an invitation from the highest level of the Hell Arena. What an arrogant brat! He is truly arrogant to the extreme. The two of them were clearly furious. He doesn't even care about the reputation of the highest level of the Hell Arena. This brat is indeed not simple. A dark figure appeared in front of the two of them. When they heard this person's voice, the two of them finally reacted. There was actually someone in front of them. When they saw who it was, the two of them immediately bowed. "Mr. Gao." Mr. Gao. Others liked to call this person Mr. Gao. Naturally, they knew his identity very well. He was a member of the highest level of the Hell Arena. They didn't expect Mr. Gao to personally appear. This really surprised the two of them. Clearly, the highest level of the Hell Arena valued this person, called Evil Lord, very much. The Hell Arena didn't send anyone to follow Li Zongjie. To be honest, they couldn't keep up with Li Zongjie's pace. If they were discovered, they might have a bad impression of the Hell Arena. If they didn't participate in the Hell Arena in the future, then the Hell Arena would suffer a great loss. On this point, Mr. Gao was very wise. "The next time he comes, let me know. I want to meet him personally." Chapter 9:17. Hei Chu Royal City, Three Dynasties Pill Assembly Competition Venue. In order to expand the influence of the Haiku dynasty for this competition, they specially built a venue for the Three Dynasties Pill Assembly Competition. It was called the Three Dynasties Pill Competition Hall. This time, the tickets for the competition were sold to the public. The Haiku dynasty was quite adept at some things when it came to commerce. There was even a long street of food at the entrance of the pill competition hall. The stalls were open for rent. Even the people of the Hei Chu Pill Hall were very good at this business. People couldn't help but admire them. As Chu Tai Ran walked, he clicked his tongue in wonder. These people are really awesome. They can even think of such an idea. Su Sha had also recorded everything she had seen and heard on this trip so that she could use it as a reference when she returned. She might even be able to influence the future development of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. There was nothing shameful about learning from the other party's advanced methods. The first round is just a preliminary round. You don't have to be too nervous, Chu Tairan said. Although it was called a preliminary round, it was also equivalent to an exhibition match. Even so, there was still a very important influence in it. Chu Tairan was worried that Yao Fong would be under too much pressure, so he spoke up to remind him. "Well, thank you, Deputy Pavilion Master." Yao Fong nodded and said. Li Zongjie and the others entered the alchemy competition hall through the participants' passageway. As soon as they entered the alchemy competition hall, they immediately felt a terrifying pressure permeating the hall. At the same time, the temperature was lower than the outside world. Obviously, there was a special choice in the materials of the building. After all, once the alchemist's flame was activated, the power would be very terrifying. Everyone present was a 5th-grade alchemist. Once the flame was activated, the power would be terrifying. It was not something that could be easily endured. This is the cold accumulation stone. This stone can absorb heat and maintain a constant temperature in the hall. Su Sha said, "It was indeed a great dynasty and old brand. They could make such details so well. Using this stone to establish an environment here, at least some of the audience would be more comfortable." The previous matches all require the use of the medicinal cauldron provided by the assembly. Only in the final match can you use your own medicinal cauldron. Su Sha was in the resting room of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, explaining the rules of the competition to the few people in front of her. At the same time, they were also given a booklet with the competition schedule written on it. Li Zongjio glanced at it and threw it aside. There was a series of numbers on it. The order of the competition had already been arranged, so now they only needed to draw lots. The strongest among them will definitely take the number 1 tag. Li Zongjio, you take the number 1 tag. Chu Tairan said. Zhou Zheng sat aside and quietly looked at these young alchemists of the Xinyan dynasty. They actually crossed such a long distance to participate in this competition that would bring glory to the dynasty. If it were him, he would probably be boiling with excitement. Zhou Zheng's heart was also filled with emotions. However, upon closer inspection, Li Zongjio seemed to be extremely nonchalant. This was the disdain that came from his bones, the disdain for the enemy. It was even disdain for this competition. The following numbers were also drawn by the contestants. Qi Yanran number 3, Ling Yan number 2, Yao Fong number 4, Xia Wanji number 5, Li Zongjio number 1. The lineup of 2 men and 3 women was somewhat unbalanced, but it was not a big deal. Time passed by slowly, and finally, someone came to knock on the door. "Contestants of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, you can enter now." The person who came said. Chu Tairan led Li Zongjio and the others out of the competition passage. After walking through a dark passage, they quickly arrived at the main competition venue. It was like a huge coliseum. At the very center of the arena was an arena surrounded by circular spectator stands. This allowed all the spectators to see what was happening in the arena. At this moment, there were already 3 medicinal cauldrons placed on the arena. The medicinal cauldron was completely black. It was the simplest material for a medicinal cauldron, made of black steel. In terms of medicinal cauldrons, it was definitely not the best. Even its ability to gather fire could only be considered average. It was usually used for the training of new disciples. However, it was obvious that using this kind of medicinal cauldron in the competition was also a test of the contestants' strength. There were a total of 100,000 people in the pill competition hall. Currently, there were only about 10,000 people sitting in the pill competition hall. The tickets for this competition were not simple. 1 ticket was at least 500 gold coins. If the seats were closer to the front, the price would be doubled. Because there was only 1 competition today, there were not many spectators. Most of them were relatives and friends. There were also people from the Black River Pill Hall. There were also some alchemy sects from the Haika dynasty. For them, this was an extremely rare opportunity to see the competition between the top young people from other dynasties. It was definitely a great harvest. Of course, there were also some spectators from the Tianyan dynasty and Xinyan dynasty. However, there were fewer people from the Xinyan dynasty, because anyone who knew about the situation of the Xinyan dynasty knew that this competition would definitely be a humiliating one. There was no need to do so. If they were to embarrass themselves, they would embarrass themselves in front of the other dynasties. Soon, the person in charge of the Black River Pill Hall started to read out the opening speech. Something about the friendship between the 3 dynasties. This competition was just for the exchange of views. Furthermore, he focused on the prizes for this competition. The individual overall first place will receive 7 days of quiet cultivation in the Black River Pill Hall's Sacred Hall. The second place will receive 3 days of quiet cultivation. The third place will receive 1 day of quiet cultivation. When the people below the stage heard this, they were all stunned. Even Chu Tai-ran could not believe it. He opened his eyes wide. The pen in Su Sha's hand that was constantly taking notes fell to the ground. Fuck, these people are really generous. Chu Tai-ran could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Li Zongjio also raised his head slightly. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had also come to the Black River Pill Hall. When Li Zongjio became famous, the whole world worshipped him. Almost everyone wanted to invite Li Zongjio to go. At least, they could be considered to have some relationship with the famous evil lord. However, when Li Zongjio wanted to enter the Black River Pill Hall's sacred hall, he was rejected. He was even given a lot of compensation. However, he was still not allowed to enter. He did not expect that he would have the chance to enter now. The Black River Pill Hall's sacred palace was managed by another organization. Moreover, the specialty of the pill hall was that anyone who entered would be enlightened. Their understanding of medicinal pills would be enlightened. Many elders of the Black River Pill Hall could only get a chance to enter the sacred palace after spending their entire life's worth of contributions. However, from what I know, that bullshit sacred hall is not a good place. Li Zongjio saw that the people around him were bewitched. They wanted to go in and take a look. Hence, he reminded them. However, he did not expect that the people of the Black River Pill Hall who were not far away heard what he said. The three groups of people's waiting area were not far away from each other. When the people of the Black River Pill Hall heard what he said, they were all anxious. They almost jumped up and challenged Li Zongjio to a duel. "Brat, you dare to insult our sacred hall!" A young man with a fiery temper and a tall body walked towards Li Zongjio and the others. He was like a tree stump when he stood up. He stared at Li Zongjio angrily. "Ah, yes, what do you want?" Chapter 918. Listening to Li Zongjio's tone, it seemed like he was seriously asking for advice. "What do you want?" When Yao Hu from the Black River Pill Hall heard this, he instantly exploded. "Fuck! If you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. See how I'll tear your mouth apart." Although Yao Hu was an alchemist, he was a violent person. He liked to solve problems with his fists. In addition, Yao Hu had the advantage of his physique. However, the reason why others didn't bother with Yao Hu was because Yao Hu was the grandson of an elder from the Black River Pill Hall. Furthermore, he had a natural affinity with fire. All right. Li Zongjio was already prepared to stand up. The surrounding people didn't expect Li Zongjio to accept the challenge so easily. Moreover, the two of them were actually fighting in such a place. It was simply unexpected. Yao Hu only wanted to scare Li Zongjio. If he were to fight at this moment, it would obviously cause a bad influence. Therefore, it would be troublesome if he were to be disqualified from the competition. However, he couldn't back down now. "Yao Hu, calm down. Don't let some random person provoke you." The situation was already like fire and water. Yao Hu could only brace himself and fight Li Zongjio one-on-one. However, he was stopped by someone. The person who came was wearing very simple clothes. However, the belt on his waist already proved his status. Any belt would cost more than 10 million purple yuan. Moreover, looking at his appearance, he seemed to be a very righteous person. While persuading Yao Hu, he also cupped his fist towards Li Zongjio. "You must be the famous Li Zongjio. I am Long Xian from the Black River Pill Hall. If you have any dissatisfaction with our Black River Pill Hall's St. Palace, you can come and ask me for advice at any time after the competition." Long Xian looked at Li Zongjio. His eyes were filled with provocation. His words were very dignified. "Ask for advice? You're not worthy." Li Zongjio did not even look at Long Xian. With his experience, he could naturally tell that this guy was acting cool. Acting cool was fine, but he actually dared to act cool in front of him, Li Zongjio. Didn't that bear fatty say he wanted a one-on-one fight? Come over here. Li Zongjio pointed at Yao Hu and said. His words angered Yao Hu so much that he wanted to jump up. This guy kept provoking him. He was simply courting death. Today, Yao Hu would let Li Zongjio have a good taste of his power. However, no matter how much Yao Hu struggled, Long Xian held him back. At the same time, he cast a provocative look at Li Zongjio, as if warning Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio remained unmoved. He's just a kid. He couldn't win against Li Zongjio in an argument, and he couldn't win against Li Zongjio in a fight. What was the point of staying here? Hence, Yao Hu angrily returned to his seat. Regarding this matter, it was as if a ball of fire was stuck in his chest. They're deliberately provoking you. Long Xian glanced at Yao Hu. The one who was going to fight today was Yao Hu. He did not know how the other party received the information, but Yao Hu's condition would not be so good. I know. It's not that easy to provoke me. Yao Hu also took a deep breath. As he spoke, he looked at Li Zongjio again. He secretly memorized this kid's appearance. Chu Tairan pretended not to see these things, but when Li Zongjio spoke ill of the other party's holy temple, his heart slightly thumped. Fortunately, Li Zongjio was here. As expected, he controlled the situation. Hence, he pretended not to hear the words just now. Young man, do your best. Li Zongjio patted Yao Fang's shoulder. Yao Fang did not expect Li Zongjio to actually encourage him. All along, Yao Fang had a sense of reverence towards Li Zongjio. This was because he was nurtured by the heavenly pill pavilion since he was young. When he knew that Li Zongjio was the honorary elder of the heavenly pill pavilion, he did not even dare to speak to Li Zongjio. There were many things that an honorary elder had to bear. It was not a position that could be casually held. Even if the outside world had different opinions of Li Zongjio, as long as he was a member of the heavenly pill pavilion, Yao Fang would firmly support him. After receiving Li Zongjio's encouragement, Yao Fang's heart was filled with fighting spirit. When he went on stage, Yao Fang was surprised to find that the representative of the Haika dynasty was actually the arrogant Yao Hu. The name list for the competition was confirmed before the start of the competition. However, other than the competition's organizing committee, no one else had the authority to know about it, unless one of their own leaked it. Yao Fang was stunned. He turned around and looked. Could it be that Elder Li Zongjio had purposely angered the other party? When Yao Hu went on stage, he had a feeling that he wanted to vent all his anger on Yao Fang. Young man, I'll cripple you first. Then I'll cripple that idiot. Yao Hu said coldly, You're not allowed to be disrespectful to the elders. Yao Fang also sternly defended Li Zongjio. Yao Hu did not say anything. He was waiting to teach Yao Fang a lesson and teach the people of the heavenly pill pavilion a lesson. When Ling Yan saw that the opponent was actually Yao Hu, he was also extremely shocked. He then looked at Li Zongjio and nudged the latter with his shoulder. Young man, you're good. How did you know that they were going to send out this fatty? I heard it. Li Zongjio said honestly. When he saw that Yao Hu had calmed down, he suddenly shouted at Yao Hu. Little fatty, didn't you say that you were going to hit me? Why don't you come? Before Yao Hu could sit properly, he heard Li Zongjio's provocative voice. He was simply about to jump off the stage. He did not know why, but when he heard Li Zongjio's voice, he had a feeling that he was going to explode on the spot. He couldn't wait to tear Li Zongjio apart with his own hands. Cough, cough. Take note. The person from the Heavenly Flame Pill Palace is called Lin Lin. She's their number 2 expert. Su Sha coughed a few times and said, with Yao Hu's strength, he could be considered as the number 3 expert in the Black River Pill Hall. Other than Li Zongjio, the others would probably feel extremely pressured if they were to meet Yao Hu. Lin Lin's face was covered with a veil. Her steps were light as she walked, just like a green lotus that was strolling on the surface of the water. She looked like a girl next door, but almost everyone felt a suffocating pressure from her. They had to take note of her. Lin Lin's body gave the others a great sense of threat. Although Yao Hu was impulsive, he was also a person with high self-control. When he saw Lin Lin, he kept the anger on his face. To him, Dan Fong was not worth mentioning. His real opponent was Lin Lin. All 3 parties get ready. You have 6 hours to concoct the 9 Revolution Heaven Azure Pill. 9 Revolution Heaven Azure Pill. A 5th grade spiritual pill, right off the bat. Dan Fong immediately felt pressured. The main ingredient of the 9 Revolution Heaven Azure Pill was called Heaven Azure Earth White. It was an extremely powerful spiritual medicine. Dan Fong took a deep breath. 6 hours was also an extremely tight deadline. Chapter 919. The refining of the pill wasn't colorful. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show while the expert appreciates the skill. For the layman, it was just a few people continuously throwing herbs into a pitch-black cauldron. However, some people who had learned the basics of alchemy could see the difference between the methods of these people. 2 hours later, Lin Lin from the Tianyan dynasty had already refined the pill. There were 7 lines on the pill. The quality was considered to be excellent. This Lin Lin is so scary. I reckon that she didn't even use 50% of her strength. Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. There were indeed many experts in the outside world. It wasn't like the Xingyan dynasty where there were only a few experts. It was already very good to be able to reach grade 4. However, the people in front of him were probably grade 5 middle alchemists or even grade 5 high alchemists. There was a huge difference in their levels. The second person to finish refining was Yao Hu. After spending a total of 6 hours, he finished refining the pill. There were a total of 6 lines on the pill. This gave Yao Fong a lot of pressure. Finally, his hand shook and black smoke rose from the cauldron in front of Yao Fong. Ha! An alchemist from the heavenly pill pavilion. Could it be that you can't even control your own flame? Yao Hu immediately mocked him loudly. It was useless for you to shout fiercely under the stage. If you really had the ability, then let's fight on the stage. Obviously, this was what Yao Hu meant. The people from the Black River Pill Hall also had the intention to stop Yao Hu. Jin Wenfeng was also sitting on his seat. Although the people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were all guests, they had already become opponents. Hence, there was no need to show too much goodwill. Yao Fong failed. The loss of the first round wasn't because the opponent was too strong. It was because Yao Fong was too nervous. When he went up on the stage, the pressure came directly. It wasn't something that could be controlled easily, especially when he saw that Yao Hu had successfully refined the pill. Yao Fong's heart was naturally more anxious. Hence, this situation occurred. It's okay. Anyway, this round doesn't count points. Just treat it as a practice. Chu Tairan said, not only in terms of alchemy, but also in terms of psychological quality. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to remain calm in front of such a place. Chu Tairan knew in his heart that it was not so easy to win. It was already very good to be able to persist until now. Yao Fong remained silent and lowered his head. When you were on the stage, were you refining pills or competing? Li Zongjiu said. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Yao Fong's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he was trying his best to reflect on Li Zongjiu's words. I'm refining pills. When Yao Fong muttered to himself, a bright path seemed to have opened up in front of him, illuminating the path in front of him. Just a few words of advice was enough to make Yao Fong regain his confidence and strengthen his belief. It had to be said that an idol's encouragement was especially encouraging. Isn't it time to eat? Li Zongjiu asked. Originally, losing a match at the beginning was very important. The morale should be extremely low, but because of Li Zongjiu's presence, all the tension seemed to have been diluted. When it was time to eat, when it was time to drink, when it was time to refine pills, it was time to refine pills. This was what Li Zongjiu had taught them. It made them feel as if they had experienced it themselves. It was a very real and personal experience. Today's victory and defeat were not enough to reach the apex. If even the loser did not care, then there was no need to mention the 2 winners. Even if Lin Lin went easy on him, Yao Hu would still not be able to win. The difference between victory and defeat was extremely clear. The second day, there would be a duel between contestants with the number 5. The 3 of them would be in a samsara match. For example, the number 5 contestant of Black River Pill Hall would fight against the number 5 contestant of Heavenly Pill Pavilion, and then against the number 5 contestant of Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture. The last match was between the number 5 contestant of Heavenly Pill Pavilion and the number 5 contestant of Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture. The number 5 contestant of Heavenly Pill Pavilion was Xia Wanji. Before coming here, Xia Wanji really wanted to participate in the match. It would be best if she could defeat her opponent with her tenacious and unyielding willpower and obtain victory. However, it seemed to be an impossible thing for her. There was almost no chance for her to win against the group of fierce villains in front of her. It was as if there were mountains blocking in front of her. However, before going on stage, Xia Wanji thought about what Li Zongjie said yesterday: alchemy or the match. The most important thing was to refine his own pills in this arena. Go for it. Su Sha cheered for Xia Wanji. The rest of the people also gave Xia Wanji a look of encouragement. Brother, don't be afraid. There's someone here who has already lost. You don't have to be too pressured, Kuin Erisher said. Then he patted the prescription beside him. Last night, Kuin Erisher had a good meal with the prescription. The two of them had a good relationship. Originally, Kuin Arashi's identity in the Kuin Castle wasn't simple. It was a good opportunity to make more friends outside. Even Li Zongjie thought highly of the character of this prescription. Kuin Erisher naturally had nothing to say. He liked this little brother. This match was between Black River Pill Hall's Zhaojian and Heavenly Flame Pill Prefectures by Jiang. The last 2 points of the match were naturally the match between Zhaojian and Baijiang. Xia Wanji had lost both matches. She had lost cleanly and cleanly. It gave people the feeling that she was just here to go through the motions. The surrounding spectators didn't seem to care about the performance of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. They didn't have the slightest bit of competitiveness. Even Yao, who felt that he had gone too far yesterday. He had actually been so calculative with such a weak team. Thinking about it, he felt that he was really useless. These trash only wanted to find some sense of existence. Whatever, he had been too stubborn. Even Yao, who started to sympathize with the people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Even though they had lost the first match perfectly, the people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were comforting each other. They had already expected such an outcome. However, they didn't expect it to be so unbearable when it really happened. The two opponents were considered to be merciful to Xia Wanji. It seemed like they were taking care of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's face. Black River Pill Hall's Zhaojian won against Heavenly Flame Pill Prefectures by Jiang. Black River Pill Hall's total points were 2 points. Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture, 1 win and 1 loss, 0 points. Heavenly Pill Pavilion, 2 losses minus 2 points. A single match had widened the gap. The difference between the Heavenly Pill Pavilion and Black River Pill Hall was 4 points. However, this was just the beginning. It's okay. There are still chances. There are plenty of chances. Chu Tairan comforted the few of them. These geniuses had never suffered such a huge setback before. Hence, it was normal for them to be depressed. Chapter 920. On the third day. For the past 2 days, Chu Tairan had been trying his best to adjust his mentality. He clearly knew that such a situation would happen. But when it really happened in front of him, he still felt an obvious increase in pressure. Even with Chu Tairan's identity and status, he still felt his old face burning. On the second day, all the alchemy recipes were defeated. The accumulated points of Heavenly Elixir Pavilion were only negative 4 points. On the other hand, Dong Mingxian from Black River Elixir Hall showed extraordinary splendor. He defeated a disciple from Heavenly Flame Elixir Prefecture, Hitsao. On the third day, Qianran went up. It was Yao who from Black River Elixir Hall. Li Zongjie watched Qi Yanran's movements from below the stage. Compared to the others, Qi Yanran's psychological quality was obviously much better. Even when facing a strong opponent, she did not retreat. Qi Yanran had seen Yao, whose combat strength before. The content of each competition was different. In this competition, the content of the competition was to use alchemy fire to refine the black soul water. They would compete to see who could refine the most amount of black soul water in a set amount of time. The so-called black soul water was actually a kind of liquid from the origin of plants. Using the black soul water to refine elixirs would make the elixirs purer. Of course, the process also depended on the alchemist's level. However, the reason why the black soul water was precious was that during the refining process, the slightest carelessness would cause the alchemist to be contaminated by the power of the black soul water. At that time, the alchemist's mental strength would be greatly affected. Because the competition was a little special, it could be carried out by 3 people at the same time. The time limit was still 6 hours. In front of the 3 black cauldrons, 3 figures sat upright. Black soul water. If one touches a drop of this thing, it can corrode a hole in the mental strength of an ordinary person. This thing is dangerous. Why would these people take out such a dangerous thing? Kuan Erishur could not help but say, ever since he cultivated his mental strength at Master Jingyue's place, he was deeply in awe of things that could affect mental strength. Of course, most alchemists were also in awe of the black soul water. Li Zongjiu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the contents of the competition. That's strange. Why would I feel relieved? Li Zongjiu also didn't understand why he was like this. Looking at Qi Yanran, that little girl, at least there was a chance of winning. His heart was somewhat relaxed. Yao, who had been watching the people from the Heavenly Dan Pavilion lose for the past 2 days, so he was in a very good mood. Although Qi Yanran was beautiful, it was a pity that she was just a woman. Alchemy was not a simple physical work. Therefore, Yao, who couldn't help but look down on Qi Yanran and focused all his attention on the people from the Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture. Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture, Jingming. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but the people from the Sky Flame Elixir Prefecture were all serious people. They seemed to be a group of aloof people. Yao, who found their aloof demeanor extremely annoying. Why were they pretending? It was obvious that they were pretending to be profound. I hope Sister Yanran can do her best, Xia Wanji said. Originally, Xia Wanji was only a substitute. Losing 2 matches did not bring much pressure to Xia Wanji. At the very least, she had seen the prowess of these people in front of her. Xia Wanji could be considered to have seen the world. After going back, she must cultivate well. The outside world was still very stressful. The rest of the people were also very worried. At least, the black soul water was something that ordinary alchemists wouldn't be willing to touch. Boss, what do you think? Kuan Erishur saw Li Zongjiu's expression and paid attention to him. He had never seen Li Zongjiu reveal such an expression in the previous competitions. It shouldn't be a big problem. Li Zongjiu pondered. Refining the black soul water might be an extremely difficult problem for others, but for Qi Yanran, it seemed to be much easier, because Qi Yanran's original soul was the longevity tree. The origin of the longevity tree was also a kind of plant. Therefore, Qi Yanran had the protection of the longevity tree. At least, it could resist the invasion of the black soul water to a certain extent. It also became more convenient to refine the black soul water. The number of spectators around them gradually increased as well. This was the 3rd day of the Pill Assembly of the 3 Dynasties. It had already entered the middle stage. Some of the contestants with real potential should also take action. The competition starts now. Under the command, the bell rang. The 3 of them unhurriedly opened the black soul water that was stored in a golden cauldron beside them. At the same time, they used a golden ladle to scoop out the black soul water and poured it into the cauldron. As the flames rose, the temperature in the entire venue began to rise. Obviously, the quality of this batch of contestants was different. That Yao Hu, although he seems to be reckless, he still has some strength. The tiger demon flame in his hand can be considered as the family's inherited flame. Although this flame is smoother in battle, the ancestor of the Yao family has also developed the other functions of the tiger demon flame. Chu Tairan said from the side, since they were already here, they might as well spread the knowledge to these people. Tiger demon flame. A trace of envy flashed in the eyes of Yao Fong and the others. They could see that there was a fiery red energy surrounding Yao Hu's body. It gave off the feeling of a ferocious red tiger sitting beside him, guarding his god. Inside the black cauldron, Yao Hu's tiger baleful flame seemed to be constantly battering the cauldron. The black soul water also released waves after waves of energy. Even though it was just a scoop of black soul water, it still weighed more than 100 pounds. At the beginning, everyone was refining with a ladle. In other words, everyone's level was around 50 kilograms. Jingming, who came from the Sky Flame Pill Palace, could see a faint light flashing across his body. Moreover, there seemed to be some fluctuations in the surrounding space. Mental energy. What a strong mental energy! Seeing the changes around Jingming, Kun Erishur was extremely surprised. Master Jingyue had also told Kun Erishur about the phenomenon of mental energy fluctuations. It was a situation where mental energy was strong enough to affect the surrounding space. If it was stronger, it would be able to distort space and achieve the effect of 1,000 miles projection. However, that was a technique that only primitive emperors could use. Primitive emperors could rely on their own yuan qi and mental energy to achieve such an effect. As for powerful mental energy masters, they only needed to use it slightly to achieve it. Chapter 9:21. In contrast, Qi Yanran seemed to be extremely low-key. Her hands were constantly pouring power into the cauldron in front of her. She seemed to feel that it would not be easy to win against the two of them if she continued refining like this. So she added another half a spoon of black soul water and poured it into the cauldron in front of her. Is this girl crazy? Let's not talk about whether she can control so much black soul water with her strength. The cauldron alone can't withstand such terrifying power. When Chu Tairan saw this scene, his eyes widened. He was obviously very nervous. This was already the 3rd day. Including the first day, it was the 4th day of the competition. But so far, the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had not won a single point. How could they accept such a result? Chu Tairan thought that Qi Yanran, who was in front of him, could at least bring about a certain turnaround. Therefore, although Chu Tairan looked calm on the surface, he was more or less nervous. A light flashed in Li Zongjiu's eyes. With his understanding of the longevity tree, he could roughly guess what this girl wanted to do. Qi Yanran wanted to use her body to absorb the poison of the black soul water, so that she could refine more black soul water. With the longevity tree hanging in the air, at least Qi Yanran could ensure that she would not die so soon. But once these 6 hours passed, even if she won, the poison of the black soul water would definitely bring a fatal threat to Qi Yanran. This girl, Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. He condensed a flame cauldron in his palm with one hand. Lan Kuan and the others were startled by the sudden heat wave. What was Li Zongjiu trying to do? Was he trying to kill someone? Boss, what are you doing? Refining pills. Li Zongjiu found some precious herbs from the storage ring and threw them into the mini flame cauldron in his hand. At the same time, Li Zongjiu was also paying attention to the changes in the field. He was doing 2 things at once, and he could refine pills at will. This was too awesome. Was he trying to show off? Everyone present was an alchemist, so they were naturally extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of flames. Seeing Li Zongjiu's actions, the rest of the people were also shocked. He watched the competition while concocting pills. Furthermore, he was using a single hand to form a cauldron with fire. Furthermore, it was a fire cauldron that was only the size of a palm. Purely using flames to condense a pill cauldron the smaller the cauldron, the greater the concentration required, and the greater the difficulty. However, Li Zongjio was able to maintain the fire cauldron with one hand. Furthermore, the fire cauldron was constantly refining pills. That was a bit pretentious. Chu Tairan also saw Li Zongjio's actions from the corner of his eyes. As long as you didn't affect the competition on the stage, there wouldn't be any problems. It was just that Chu Tairan did not expect Li Zongjio to be able to play such a move. The power in his hand was surging, clearly attracting the attention of others. In order to achieve this, even the top experts of the Sky Flame Pill Mansion and the Black River Pill Hall might not be able to do it. Long Xian and Mu Qingyou's gaze fell on Li Zongjio. They wanted to find some clues from Li Zongjio's body, but they realized that Li Zongjio's aura was dense and the fire cauldron in his hand was extremely stable. Playing to the gallery, Long Xian said faintly. His tone was filled with disdain. Jin Wenfeng was well aware of Long Xian's character. If he really didn't care about something, Long Xian wouldn't comment on it. Since Long Xian noticed this, it meant that Long Xian still cared about this matter. Mu Qingyou seemed to be much calmer. After taking a glance, he retracted his gaze, as if he was calculating in his heart whether he could do the same as Li Zongjio. As the only female contestant in the Sky Flame Pill Mansion, Lin Lin also took a second glance at Li Zongjio. It wasn't because of Li Zongjio's appearance. Li Zongjio's appearance was only average, not at the level of a monster. What Lin Lin cared about was his alchemy technique. With the appearance of Li Zongjio's fire cauldron, it finally brought some attention to Chu Tairan's side. Even many people in the audience had their eyes on them. They no longer treated them as invisible people like before. Therefore, Chu Tairan's heart couldn't help but tighten. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he couldn't help but feel proud. However, he still needed to maintain a calm appearance. Qi Yanran condensed a flame in her hand, and a wisp of black poison flowed into her body, causing her body to tremble slightly and her face to gradually turn pale. Fuck! What is this woman doing? Yao Hu and Jingming were both stunned. Looking at the movements of Qi Yanran's hand, they wondered if she was seeking her own death. This was just a competition, but she had to make it look like this. It was too risky to use her own life to complete this competition. Qi Yanran's resolute confidence also made them feel a terrifying pressure. However, they didn't dare to try Qi Yanran's suicidal approach. Finally, 6 hours passed. Qi Yanran and the other 2 contestants finished refining at the same time, but Qi Yanran's refinement was more than the other 2. She won directly. In this competition, Heavenly Pill Pavilion's Qi Yanran won. Yao Hu and Jingming tied, and their points didn't increase or decrease. However, Qi Yanran lost, and each of them lost 1 point. Qi Yanran won, and Heavenly Pill Pavilion added 2 points. When the results of the competition were announced, Qi Yanran could no longer bear the black soul poison in her body. Immediately, her vision turned black, and her body fell backward. However, at this moment, a figure came to Qi Yanran's side and helped her up. Without saying anything, he just stuffed a freshly refined elixir into Qi Yanran's mouth. Li Zongjio also pointed at Qi Yanran's back. Gently stretching forward, the black soul poison in Qi Yanran's body was easily forced out of Qi Yanran's body. What an overbearing method! Yao Hu saw Li Zongjio's actions, and a light flashed in his eyes. Li Zongjio was actually able to force out the black soul poison. If the black soul poison entered the body, it would have a strong impact on one's mental strength. The person might faint and never wake up. Ordinary people had no way to deal with the black soul poison. Even a powerful alchemist could only use the power of elixirs every day and night to suppress the poison in the body and ensure that the black soul poison in the body would not act up. However, it was extremely difficult to force it out of the body. But for Li Zongjio, a single elixir was enough to solve the problem. It was really amazing. It was shocking. Chapter 922. In front of so many people, the poison of the black soul water was directly forced out of Qi Yanran's body. This was absolutely a shocking thing. The rest of the people couldn't believe that the people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion could have such a powerful method. It was unbelievable. What kind of pill did that guy give her? Many people were asking if there were a few more such pills. Wouldn't they be able to refine the black soul water without limit? Yao Hu also widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that such a thing happened directly in front of him. Could it be that the pill that Li Zongjie was refining just now was the pill in his hand? No wonder Qi Yanran used such a self-sacrificing refining method, making it difficult for people to resist. Are you okay? Li Zongjie asked. Qi Yanran's feet landed on the ground again. She found that the black soul water poison in her body had been completely removed. Her heart was greatly shocked. I'm okay, thank you. Li Zongjie and Qi Yanran also walked down the stage. When Chu Tairan heard that they had won, he almost slapped his thigh. The little girl from the Qi family was too awesome. When he went back, he must reward the people from the Qi family and cooperate with them a little more. Seeing the dark faces of the people on the opposite side, Chu Tairan's heart was very happy. Thinking about this, Chu Tairan's heart was really carefree. Sister Yanran is really amazing. Awesome, awesome. Kuan Erisher also clapped his hands again and again, but anyone could see that Qi Yanran was refining the pill with the spirit of sacrificing herself to win. So naturally, his heart was full of admiration. Usually, Qi Yanran didn't speak much, but when she did things, she revealed such a ruthless spirit. And Qi Yanran just nodded slowly and politely. Yanran, next time, don't do such a risky thing. We can afford to lose this competition, but the most important thing is that you are the future pillars. Chu Tairan said in a deep voice. His tone was particularly solemn. Although Qi Yanran had won the match and defeated the two opponents, giving the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion a great deal of face and power and bringing great benefits to the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, Qi Yanran had won the match. However, Chu Tairan also needed these young people to understand that the reason why he took such a big risk to bring them here this time was to let these young people see how vast the outside world was, instead of hiding in their own dynasty and building a cart behind closed doors. If they lost such an outstanding genius because of this competition, it would be a great loss to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. All right, I got it. Qi Yanran nodded and agreed. Qi Yanran was also a member of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. In fact, she had already joined the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion by default during this trip. At least her name was on it. Of course, what Qi Yanran didn't say was the reason why she fought so hard and used such a method to complete the match was that she knew that Li Zongjie would not turn back and watch her fall. In fact, Qi Yanran was also thinking that she could more or less test her position in Li Zongjie's heart. Whether she was important or not depended on this. Now it seemed that the result was at least satisfactory to Qi Yanran. Therefore, Qi Yanran was a little happy in her heart. This adventure, in Qi Yanran's opinion, was very worthwhile. And you? Chu Tairan looked at Li Zongjie and said. His tone suddenly became serious. It seemed that he was going to say something more serious. Well done. Before the crowd understood the situation, Chu Tairan directly gave Li Zongjie a thumbs up and then laughed loudly. He pulled Zhou Zheng and said to the boys behind him, "Tomorrow is a rest day. You are free to make arrangements. Play as you wish tonight. I'll go out for a drink with Old Man Zhou." "I can't drink with you juniors," Chu Tairan said. When Kuan Erisher and the others heard that tomorrow was a rest day, they all breathed a sigh of relief, especially Ling Yan. Because according to this calculation, Ling Yan would play tomorrow. Although this kind of thing couldn't be avoided forever, at least they didn't have to face such a big thing tomorrow. He needed to have a good rest. These days, in fact, everyone's condition was very bad. Like a tight bowstring, it was difficult to relax. Now they finally had a chance to relax. Although it was the same for Li Zongjiu, these people were very happy and eagerly pulled Li Zongjiu, saying that they must have a good meal today. Let's go, let's go. Today's my treat. Ling Yan also had the aura of a big sister. With a wave of her hand, several people directly carried Li Zongjiu. After a little inquiry, several people went to the largest restaurant in the Heike dynasty. National Beauty, Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. Li Zongjiu, today I'll treat you to a meal. Later, you have to teach me a few moves. At the table, Ling Yan said to Li Zongjiu. When these words came out, Kun Erisher and Zhu Xiao were very surprised. What was Ling Yan's status? She was the genius teacher of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Before Li Zongjiu came, Ling Yan was a famous person in the entire Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. It was just that she became more low-key later on. Moreover, Ling Yan was Li Zongjiu's class teacher. Now, Li Zongjiu hadn't graduated from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor yet. He was still a student, but automatically promoted to the 2nd grade. At this moment, Ling Yan finally couldn't help but ask Li Zongjiu for advice, although it was half joking. There are some problems with your meridians. Come to my room tonight, Li Zongjiu said in a serious tone. These words also made Ling Yan stunned. What did Li Zongjiu mean? Go to his room. What did he want to do? He didn't expect that this kid looked gentle on the outside, but his heart was such a wretched beast. Originally, Ling Yan subconsciously thought that Li Zongjiu had improper thoughts about her, but after listening to Li Zongjiu's words, saying that there were some problems with her meridians, she was immediately surprised. How did this kid know that there was a problem with her meridians? Kid, your mouth is quite smooth. Today, Sister Yanran has won. Let's have a toast. Ling Yan's words flashed by, making people feel that Li Zongjiu was just joking. Soon after, he shifted the focus of the conversation. However, Qi Yanran had heard that sentence clearly in her heart. Her heart immediately lost more than half. It turned out that Li Zongjiu was the same as most men. Chapter 9:23. That night, at the end of the banquet, Qi Yanran returned to her room, but she couldn't fall asleep. She had been listening to the movements in the corridor outside the whole night. Because Li Zongjiu's room was right across hers, as long as there was even the slightest movement in Li Zongjiu's room, she would be able to hear it clearly. For experts of their level, it was easy for them to catch these movements. However, Qi Yanran wanted to force herself not to care about these things, and not to care about these things. What Li Zongjiu wanted to do, and what he liked to do had nothing to do with her. Therefore, Qi Yanran also thought that she should practice well and not care about these things. However, no matter how Qi Yanran forced herself to calm down, it was difficult for her to calm down and practice. Dang, 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 there was a slight sound of footsteps. The person seemed to deliberately slow down his pace. When he walked to the door, he seemed to hesitate and took 2 steps back. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. Finally, he steadied his footsteps and walked towards Li Zongjiu's room. When he was about to knock on the door, Li Zongjiu's voice came from inside. Come in. Ling Yan suddenly had a feeling of blushing. It was as if he wanted to do something bad, but in the end he was still discovered. Although he tried his best to hide, the other party caught him in front of his face, leaving him with no chance to resist. Ling Yan pushed the door and entered. At this moment, at the corner of the staircase, there were several figures watching this scene. When they saw Ling Yan walk in, there was no need to mention how excited they were in their hearts. Lan Kuan immediately surveyed the surroundings. Did you see? I have already said that the charm of the boss is not something that ordinary people like you can understand. Kun Erisher sat and collected tonight's bet. When he held the purple yuan in his hand, he never felt that his life was so stable. Do you guys want to bet on what's going to happen in the room? Kun Erisher seemed to have come up with another plan. He wanted to let the people in front of him have a chance to win back the purple yuan in their hands. Xia Wanji and the others lost, so they naturally gnashed their teeth in hatred. They didn't expect that even Ling Yan would fall. This Li Zongjie was really too terrifying. What else can happen in this room? Asked the innocent Yu Xan. Although Yu Xan was relatively young, she more or less understood the matters of adulthood. That's not necessarily true. You can't imagine my boss's character. Boss will definitely help Towering Flame Instructor and heal her meridians. He won't take advantage of her. Kuan Erisher promised. However, he saw that their faces were filled with disbelief. You don't believe me, right? 5 purple yuan. If it's like what I said, then I'll compensate you with 5 purple yuan each. Otherwise, each of you will lose 5 purple yuan to me. How's that? Let's bet. This isn't a matter of money. It's a matter of breath. Xia Wanji said directly. Yao Fong and Yu Xian also expressed their participation. What about you, junior brother Zhu Xiao? Kuan Erisher was older than Zhu Xiao by a year, but Zhu Xiao's strength might not be below Kuan Erisher. However, the person to bet on was his own mentor, his own class teacher. If this matter was investigated, he would definitely not be able to escape. Therefore, Zhu Xiao was slightly hesitant. The main reason was that he didn't want to speculate about his own mentor. That seemed to be a bit unkind. This isn't very good, Zhu Xiao scratched his head. How about I bet 20 purple yuan? Damn, it turns out that you also have such potential. Kuan Erisher and the others immediately had a whole new level of respect for Zhu Xiao. At this moment, in Li Zongjie's room, Ling Yan was obviously a bit uneasy. However, when she thought that she was going to be the big sister in the future, when had she ever been so timid? She definitely couldn't show any signs of failure in front of this kid. Even if it was really some kind of unspoken rule, she naturally had to accept it openly. I'm here. Ling Yan didn't know how she should start, so she said straightforwardly. Once she said that she felt like she was being forced to do something that was beyond her ability. Since she was already here, then do whatever you want. This sounded a bit weird. Well, take a seat. I've set up a yuan rune array for you. You just need to circulate your qi inside, Li Zongjie said. At this moment, Ling Yan saw that on the ground in front of her, there was a yuan rune array that was stacked with 10 upper-grade primordial stones. When he saw the 10 upper-grade primordial stones, his heart was filled with shock. Ling Yan also didn't expect that Li Zongjie would be so extravagant as to use upper-grade primordial stones to help her repair her meridians. The problem that appeared in her meridians could be said to be big, but it could also be said to be small. This was because Ling Yan's meridians suffered a backlash when she was refining the primordial fire. Although she succeeded in refining the primordial fire, it also caused her meridians to suffer a certain amount of damage. She couldn't continue to break through. Once she broke through, it would cause severe pain and even a heart-wrenching feeling. If she forced herself to continue, it would only put her body in an even more dangerous situation. Therefore, for a long time, Ling Yan had been looking for a solution to the problem of her meridians. For the time being, she couldn't find it in the Genius Tower. Therefore, she simply came to the Heike dynasty to look for a solution. Perhaps she could find a solution to her problem. However, who knew that the solution was so far away, but right in front of her? This damn Li Zongjie kid actually knew how to do it? This made Ling Yan a little surprised. When she saw the existence of this array, Ling Yan also knew that Li Zongjie wasn't joking. With this guy's strength, to set up such an array, it naturally wasn't a prank. Just sit in like this. Ling Yan didn't care so much. First, she had to heal the injuries on her body. How could she not take advantage of the situation when she saw it? Therefore, Ling Yan also sat in the middle of the upper grade primordial stones and began to circulate her primordial qi. When this primordial qi passed through her injured meridians, from those upper grade primordial stones, A surge of energy suddenly flowed into her body, like a hot spring brushing past. The meridians that should have produced scorching pain actually didn't have the slightest trace of danger at this moment. This made Ling Yan's heart extremely shocked. This is real. Chapter 924. Warm energy poured into Ling Yan's body and rapidly healed the injuries on her meridians. Originally, once the scorching energy circulated in her meridians, it would definitely cause injuries to Ling Yan's meridians. But this time it didn't. Therefore, Ling Yan's heart was extremely shocked. The formation that Li Zongjio had set up was really useful. Ling Yan, who was pleasantly surprised, continued to absorb the energy in the array, and the energy in the 10 high-grade primordial stones was also rapidly consumed. Boom! Like a turbulent wave, the energy rampaged in Ling Yan's body. But Ling Yan herself welcomed this energy, because this energy was actually repairing her meridians. If it was just an ordinary meridian's injury, taking medicine and some ordinary recuperation would be able to recover. After all, these people were not vegetarians. But Ling Yan's meridian's injury was caused by the primordial spirit fire, so even if it was an external injury, it was still an internal injury. Although he could suppress it on normal days, if he wanted to go to war, it would bring him great pain. In the end, her whole person directly fainted. Ling Yan calmed down her excited mood, then turned her head to look for Li Zongjio's figure. At this moment, the energy in her body had gradually stabilized, and her whole person was in a stable state. But when she turned her head, she found that Li Zongjio was not in the room. That guy, he actually left? Ling Yan certainly did not believe that Li Zongjio turned into a ghost and disappeared. There was a window that was ajar. Obviously, Li Zongjio directly left through the window. This guy, don't tell me he doesn't like Sister Yu. Ling Yan was a little angry. This Li Zongjio really didn't know what was good for him. She took the initiative to send herself to his door, but Li Zongjio directly left. This simply angered Ling Yan to death. But soon, Ling Yan also immersed herself in her own cultivation. First, she would heal her injuries, and then find an opportunity to deal with Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio left the room. Naturally, it was because he was wasting too much time in the room. Coupled with the magic hammer in his hand, it seemed that he wanted to continue fighting. Moreover, it was becoming more and more intense. Li Zongjio immediately knew that the power of the devil hammer was awakening. The other option was for Li Zongjio to toss the devil hammer as far away as possible. Either Li Zongjio continued to grow stronger, and time was of the essence. Otherwise, sooner or later, Devil Hammer would seize the initiative. Of course, Li Zongjio would not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, Li Zongjio brought Magic Hammer to the Hell Arena. Last time, Li Zongjio had already achieved 13 victories. Furthermore, it was consecutive victories. He had never been defeated before. Such a ferocious person was truly shocking. They could even clearly feel the terror of this person called the Evil Dominator. In the middle of the night, the Hell Arena was also open. However, in comparison, the arena at night would be bloodier and more lawless. Moreover, the matches that were held were basically for the sake of gambling. Hell Arena. Mr. Gao, that evil lord, is here. When Li Zongjio stepped into the Hell Arena, someone immediately reported Li Zongjio's situation to Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao was originally cultivating, and ordinary matters could not disturb him. However, this time, the people below mustered up the courage to come. They were not even afraid of disturbing Mr. Gao's cultivation. The person who came to report was also very nervous. Mr. Gao looked like a gentleman and was very reasonable. However, if he was in a bad mood, he would directly kill someone. As the highest level of the Hell Arena, Mr. Gao was an expert of the 19th layer of Hell. Power, status, strength, he had all of it. How could you fight with him? No one dared to directly offend Mr. Gao. In fact, everyone was in awe of this person because they were very afraid in their hearts. Take me to see. Mr. Gao stood up and said, "Good performance. This is a reward for you." Mr. Gao casually threw a mid-grade primordial stone to the person who came to report. The guard was incomparably surprised and directly reached out to catch it. When he bowed and thanked Mr. Gao, he saw Mr. Gao raise his hand and cut off his head. "Who allowed you to disturb my cultivation?" The guard's head rolled on the ground, and the mid-grade primordial stone in his hand fell directly into a pool of blood. Mr. Gao directly stepped out. As for the mid-grade primordial stone, no one dared to pick it up. The people who cleaned up the scene directly dragged the head and the primordial stone out. Li Zhongjiu heard that the one-on-one matches were no longer open tonight. They would have to wait until tomorrow morning. But there would be a big battle royale. There would be a battle royale for every level. No matter who it was, they could participate in this battle royale. There would be a total of 10 people in each battle royale. Only the last person standing on the stage would be considered the winner and take away 1% of the purple yuan in the prize pool. What kind of concept was 1%? It was similar to a bloody battle royale. There would never be a shortage of spectators, and there would also be no shortage of people who would place bets. There were 10 contestants, and each contestant had their own odds. You could bet as much as you wanted, even if it was 10 people. The money from these bets would be stored in the prize pool. Gambling was still popular in the Shenyang dynasty, but after arriving here, people actually played this kind of game. Furthermore, it was in the arena. This was openly bloody and violent. On the other hand, the people of the Haika dynasty were extremely enthusiastic. To the strong, this was a killing paradise. Anyone who survived could earn millions of purple yuan in one night. They just had to kill 9 people. There were too many strong people in the Haika dynasty. Even Yuan king-level fighters found it difficult to make a living because of the great competition. However, in the arena, there were times when one could make a living. Most importantly, in a high-pressure environment like the arena, the speed of one's breakthrough was also very fast. Life was born in hardship, and death was born in peace. If one did not become stronger, one would only become a ghost under the knife of others. If one did not have enough means, one would only become a stepping stone for others to succeed. It was that simple and brutal. Therefore, many people who had not broken through for a long time also returned to the arena to seek a breakthrough. They used this kind of pressure to force themselves to improve. There were also many people who succeeded. Evil Lord enters the arena. A huge line of words suddenly lit up on the title of a 10-person battle royale that was waiting for the start of the battle royale. When the audience saw this, they were stunned on the spot. Some of them were even stunned for a few seconds. After that, they finally reacted. Fuck, is this the Evil Lord? There can't be a mistake, right? It seems like it is possible to have the same name in the arena. However, who would dare to call themselves the Evil Lord in this situation? In this battle royale, one could not see each other's battle records. There was only one name, as these 2 types of competition were categorized by the system. As long as one's strength reached the standard, or if one had the confidence to win, one only had to register to participate in the battle royale. If one did not have any confidence in one's own strength, one could only wait for death. Evil Lord enters the arena. The other 9 contestants were also stunned when they saw this name. They all rested in their individual rooms and waited for the battle to start after everyone had gathered. However, when they saw the name Evil Supremacy, most of the people started to feel nervous. Before the battle started, they had all been very confident. However, the name Evil Lord gave them a lot of pressure. It was said that a demon-like person had come to the arena in the past 2 days. He basically killed all his opponents in seconds. He did not give anyone a chance. He was nicknamed the 5-second man. That was how fierce he was. Previously, some people were still thinking that it was fortunate that the 5-second man would not participate in this battle royale. Now that they saw the name, they all sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to themselves, "This time we're dead for sure." Moreover, it was too late to withdraw. As long as they registered, even if they withdrew, they would be killed by the people in the Inferno arena. The only way was to bite the bullet and enter the arena. If they left the arena quickly enough, they would still have a chance. Of course, once such an iconic figure entered the arena, it was very likely that a situation would occur. That was, the other 9 contestants would besiege them at the same time. Evil Lord? Hee, I've long wanted to compete with you. But you actually came here today. That's the day you die. In a small room, Blood Hand looked at the name, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. Chapter 925. Blood Hand was also a name that struck fear in people's hearts. It was said that this person had been hiding his left hand, which was the real killer move. When he took out his left hand, it was the moment of your death. There was no room for discussion, and he could directly take your head off. In the previous one-on-one matches, he had made a lot of reputation, and he had killed several experts. In the end, he had won 11 matches, but later on he was injured in a battle, and it seemed that because of his own realm, he didn't have the slightest bit of breakthrough until now. So after disappearing for a period of time, Blood Hand once again returned to the arena and unexpectedly met this person called Evil Dominator here. Then it was just the right time to kill this evil lord and make a name for himself. He hoped that this evil lord wasn't a fake. I, Blood Hand, will take the first step of my bloody return. After 10 seconds, the heavy iron door in front of the small house was directly opened. The people inside walked out. Some people directly walked up to the arena, and some people looked around, observing their opponents first. The arena was circular, so when these people walked up, there wasn't much difference between them. Blood Hand seemed to be a little low-key in the crowd, and after walking out, not many people paid attention to him. Only 1 or 2 people's eyes fell on Blood Hand. In this kind of chaotic battle, any kind of situation could occur. It was also possible that 2 companions would go up together and in the end directly escape. The rewards could be divided equally, but there would be more situations that would occur. Once 2 people joined forces, they would definitely be discovered by the other 8 people, and they would first get rid of the 2 of them. Any kind of scheme didn't matter, because in this arena, everyone wanted to take your life and not help you. After all, the 1% of the prize pool was incomparably tempting. Looking up, he saw another board, which showed the accumulated amount of money in the prize pool. Up until now, it had already reached 160 million. Once he won, he would be able to take away 6 million purple yuan. If you placed a bet on yourself, you would naturally be able to obtain additional income. Often, these people would also spend a part of their money on themselves. Of course, this required a lot of confidence. Otherwise, if they were killed or thrown out of the ring in the end, it would be a huge loss. The number in the prize pool was still rising. It was as if a large sum of money had suddenly been added to the bet, causing the prize pool to reach 300 million. Could it be that someone invested 100 million? When the contestants saw the rising numbers, they were extremely excited. They even felt their blood boiling. To be able to earn so much money in a single night of battle, how could they not be excited? The constantly jumping numbers were tempting to sacrifice their lives. Mr. Gao, why did you bet on the evil dominator? Zhao Qingxian, who was doing statistics behind the scenes and was also the person in charge of this chaotic battlefield, couldn't help but ask, since he is bound to win, why not just bet a little more and win more money? At the same time, it will make the atmosphere of the arena a little livelier. Mr. Gao stood with his hands behind his back, standing on the main viewing platform. From this position, he could overlook the entire arena. The ants below, who were desperately fighting, were actually consuming their own lives and becoming the arena's money-making tools. The income of this night was a very large number for the arena. It was like this every day, which showed how magnificent and extremely rich the arena was. It directly rose to 3 million purple yuan. In the single-person challenge arena, it was unknown how many times it would take to earn that much. Tonight was the night of getting rich overnight. Mr. Evil Lord, it's time to go on stage. There was one person missing on the field. It turned out that Li Zongjio had not yet gone on stage. "Oh, I'm coming." Li Zongjio came to this chaotic battlefield for the first time, so he didn't understand the process. It was not until someone called him that he responded and walked up to the ring. Many people had seen Li Zongjio before. When they saw that it was indeed Evil Lord, some of the people who had placed their bets immediately became excited. In fact, they didn't need to see the person. Just looking at the odds was enough. Li Zongjio's odds were 105. As for the rest of the people, their odds were 1, 2, 1, 3, and even 115. This kind of bet was basically a guaranteed loss. After going on stage, the atmosphere of the arena had obviously changed. After exchanging a few glances with each other, they immediately understood each other's intentions. They would first get rid of Li Zongjio. This chaotic battlefield will start in 10 seconds. Everyone get ready. Li Zongjio raised the demonic hammer in his hand. 10 seconds later, the bell rang. Kill Evil Lord first. Kill. The other 9 people unleashed their auras almost at the same time and charged toward Li Zongjio. All 9 of them were Yuan King elites. When they moved at the same time, the energy from their bodies was also released in an extremely terrifying manner. A bolt of lightning flashed. After hitting one of them, the bolt of lightning quickly swept toward another person. Boom! 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 The 9 people in the arena were directly connected. Their bodies were suspended in midair. Some of them couldn't withstand the power of the lightning, and their bodies exploded instantly. Some of them were penetrated by the lightning from head to toe. They were still clenching their teeth and persevering. For example, Bloodhand. Bloodhand had never felt such a powerful force penetrating his body. He could clearly feel that his body was about to collapse, but he relied on his tyrannical strength and continued to grit his teeth and persevere. Boom! Finally, the rest of the people were directly blasted into powder. Only 2 figures who had several blood vessels blown off fell out of the arena with a thud. Bloodhand was one of them. At the moment, Bloodhand's left hand was dripping with blood. Bloodhand felt as if his entire body had become hollow as he watched the blood flow continuously. His left hand was a killing move that he had painstakingly cultivated. However, it now seemed like his left hand was completely crippled. Bloodhand fell into a pool of blood and fainted immediately. Fortunately, the Hell Arena also had medical rescue services. Of course, these services were also charged. When they detected that there was still money in one's account, they would choose to save one. If they could save one, they would have to obediently hand over the cost of the medical treatment. Sometimes, after being rescued due to an injury, one would have to continue fighting in the Hell Arena in order to earn back the medical expenses. In any case, if the money was taken out of the Inferno Arena, then there would definitely be a chance to get it back. He had never seen the Inferno Arena make any losses. In fact, most of the arenas were like this. Human lives were worthless, especially the lives of some weak people. The audience stood up and applauded Li Zongjio's performance. Some people were even shocked. They had seen people who could survive in the chaos and crush the audience. However, people like Li Zongjio, who eliminated everyone at the beginning of the battle, only used one move from the beginning to the end. That was to wave the hammer in his hand. Immediately, many people began to have ideas about the hammer in Li Zongjio's hand. This person is so terrifying. It's all because of the hammer in his hand. Quickly go and check the origin of this hammer. What a terrifying hammer. If I could have this hammer, I would definitely be able to kill everyone. It's really stupid. If that hammer was so easy to control, how could it be in the hands of this person? There must be some mystery in it. Some people were very open-minded. At a glance, they could see that although Li Zongjio's devil hammer was powerful, it would not be easy for others to control it. After all, the stronger the weapon, the higher the requirements for the master. Otherwise, the weapon would easily backfire on the master. If the sword was too fast, there would be a day when the master swung it and easily cut off his own head or arm. Li Zongjio put away the hammer in his hand. 3 million purple yuan had been transferred to Li Zongjio's Hell Arena account. Next time, I'll directly participate in this kind of battle. Li Zongjio found that after this move, the devil hammer had quieted down. It seemed that the absorption was almost enough. However, next time, Li Zongjio would definitely not let him continue to be arrogant. He had to control him. This was because he was the master, and the devil hammer was just a hammer. He could not do whatever he wanted. Chapter 9:26. Mr. Gao had already ordered to see Evil Lord. Therefore, without Mr. Gao's permission, the evil dominator would not be able to walk out of the arena. Last time, Mr. Gao failed, and he already had an idea about this matter. Today, it would not be so easy for Li Zongjio to leave. The people of the Hell Arena hurriedly stepped forward to stop Li Zongjio. Mr. Evil Lord, please wait a moment. Mr. Gao wants to see you. Zhao Qingxian sent people directly to Li Zongjio and stopped Li Zongjio. Although this was said to be polite on the surface, the people who came were alert, and the people behind them were also on full alert to prevent Li Zongjio from escaping. After all, such a situation had already happened last time. Mr. Gao. Li Zongjio had never heard of Mr. Gao, but if he remembered correctly, the last person who wanted to see him did not seem to be called by this name. Yes, Mr. Gao is the highest level of our hell camp. If Mr. Evil Lord is willing to meet him, there will be countless benefits in our hell arena in the future. That person could be considered smart. He did not directly threaten Li Zongjio. Otherwise, he would only get the corresponding opposite effect. For Li Zongjio to be able to get to this stage, his strength was definitely not weak. Who would be so bored as to threaten such an expert? To be able to achieve a record of 13 consecutive victories in the single arena. How could it be so simple? Benefits? Okay, I'll wait here for 3 minutes. Li Zongjio looked at the time. The sky would be bright in half an hour. He could go back and see Ling Yan's situation. Li Zongjio also remembered that the repair formation was not a profound formation. But now, it seemed that no one had studied it. The number of experts in the later stage would obviously increase greatly, and they would also have an advantage in some aspects. It was not something that could be caught up in the current environment. The first to bear the brunt of it was the warship industry. When the warship in the sky broke through a kind of technical barrier, the progress would be made by leaps and bounds. It was simply unbelievable that the strength could reach such a level. There were even people who created weapons that could easily destroy primitive Emperor experts. For a time, even primitive Emperor experts were in imminent danger. The scene was chaotic, but that era was still far away. Li Zongjio still had enough time to strengthen his family. No matter what, the Li family had to become strong. Hearing that Li Zongjio was willing to wait, these people finally let out a sigh of relief. This place is not worthy of Evil Lord's identity. Please move to the reception room, the guard said. The guard said, if Li Zongjio was directly asked to wait in the reception room, he naturally wouldn't be willing. But now that he said so, it seemed that he had gained a lot of face. Why was this person so cheap? It was obviously the same thing, but he said it in a different way, and he was full of joy. In the reception room, compared to the resting room of the arena, it was naturally much less bloody. But one could see that the magnificent decorations around it were all exchanged for countless blood and human heads. A place like this was where the real smell of blood was hidden. However, Li Zongjio was not out in the world for a day or two. Naturally, he could understand these things. After all, there were too many people who chased after benefits. Besides, in this kind of world, it was not easy to be safe. There would always be some trouble. As long as one was strong enough, one could naturally ignore all of it. Mr. Gao and Zhao Qingxian quickly came to the reception room. It's really not easy to meet you. Mr. Gao stepped in and waved his hand, indicating that the people in front of him could leave first. He sat directly opposite Li Zongjio and looked at Li Zongjio. Zhao Qingxian, on the other hand, was sitting at a relatively back position. In terms of status, Zhao Qingxian was only about the same as Huaying. They were both senior management personnel of the Hell Arena. However, Mr. Gao in front of him was a member of the highest level. He controlled the life and death of the Hell Camp. The two were naturally not on the same level. It was said that Hua Ying had messed up things last time, causing the Hell Camp to lose a lot of money. In just one night, almost all of Hua Ying's future and prospects were ruined. As for whether she was still alive now, it was unknown. But generally it was better to be dead. It had always been like this in the arena. Dead people were worthless. What do you want from me? Li Zhongjiu glanced at Mr. Gao in front of him. He was in the Origin Emperor realm. As for what level he was at, Li Zhongjiu didn't know for the time being. This guy had something to hide his cultivation, so it was difficult to discover before he made a move. However, his strength was definitely not as good as the King of Fire. Besides Wu Tian, the strongest person Li Zhongjiu had come into contact with was the King of Fire. The aura of the person in front of him was far from the King of Fire's level. Even the King of Fire would never put on the airs of an expert in front of him. However, this Mr. Gao in front of him seemed to want to deliberately announce his identity. He wanted to let Li Zhongjiu see clearly and know that he was a strong person, a person who could control your life and death. Well, I want to discuss a deal with Mr. Evil Lord. Mr. Gao said directly. Originally, he wanted to discuss a deep cooperation with Li Zhongjiu. Of course, it was to win a few rounds together. However, Mr. Gao changed his mind now. When he noticed the hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand, Mr. Gao had a feeling of restlessness. He always felt that this hammer was like a divine artifact, and it was also trying to summon him. Therefore, Mr. Gao was ready to snatch this hammer. This was the reason why Mr. Gao kept Li Zhongjiu. He didn't need to make money. For him, strength was money. The most important thing was to get the hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand and improve his strength. We're all adults. If there's anything, just get straight to the point. Be straightforward. I don't have time to dawdle with you. Li Zhongjiu said. When Zhao Qingxian, who was sitting behind Mr. Gao, heard these words, he clearly felt a sense of trepidation. He even felt his eyelids twitching violently. There was actually someone who dared to speak to Mr. Gao like this. Even in the Hell Arena, he had never encountered such a situation before. It was true that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. He actually dared to say such a thing. Zhao Qingxian glanced at Mr. Gao. At this moment, Mr. Gao was still very calm and seemed to admire Li Zhongjiu's temperament very much. Haha, it's good to be young. You're straightforward. Okay, in that case, you can name a price and sell your hammer to me. Mr. Gao suddenly laughed, and at the same time, he also stated the purpose of this trip. He wanted to buy the hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand. This hammer had been trained by Li Zhongjiu for so long, and he actually wanted to buy it with money, and he wanted to buy it from Li Zhongjiu. Chapter 9:27. You want to spend money to buy my hammer? Li Zhongjiu carefully looked at Mr. Gao in front of him. He wanted to make sure that the person in front of him wasn't drunk and talking nonsense. Yes, as long as you name your price. Mr. Gao said confidently. In the Black Canal Royal City, there were very few things that Mr. Gao couldn't do. Since he had made his promise today, as long as Li Zhongjiu was willing to make a request, he would definitely fulfill it. Zhao Qingxian stared at Li Zhongjiu in front of him because he subconsciously felt the change in Li Zhongjiu's aura. It wasn't that simple. Li Zhongjiu wouldn't agree so easily because he didn't know how powerful Mr. Gao was. He also didn't know what kind of status the highest level of the Hell Arena had in the Black Canal Royal City. If Li Zhongjiu dared to act recklessly, he would end up very miserable. Okay, give me 500,000 high-grade primordial stones or 10,000 top-grade primordial stones, and I will sell it to you. After saying that, Li Zhongjiu put the hammer on his waist on the table and looked at Mr. Gao in front of him. Li Zhongjiu directly took out the item and marked the price. It seemed like he was very sincere about this transaction. However, in Mr. Gao's view, Li Zhongjiu was threatening him. He was using this method to tell Mr. Gao that even if he put the hammer here today, he wouldn't be able to take it away. He wasn't afraid of being robbed at all. Mr. Gao's eyes gradually calmed down. He stared at Li Zongjio in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Evil Lord, your name isn't good. It's too arrogant and will offend people. I will change it for you. From now on, you will be called Evil Bugs. Mr. Gao said lightly. Then he glanced at the hammer on the table. It didn't seem to have any power. It was just an ordinary hammer. Mr. Gao couldn't help but suspect that either it was fake or there was something mysterious in the hammer. As for the price Li Zongjio offered, Mr. Gao didn't care. He only asked him to name a price. He didn't say that he would have to pay after Li Zongjio named it. There was nothing wrong with this. He just asked Li Zongjio to play with it. I think your face is ugly too. If you want it, I'll help you change your appearance and give you 200,000 purple yuan to make your face prettier. Li Zongjio walked in front of Mr. Gao and said lightly. The distance between the two was less than half a meter. If they were to fight at this distance, neither of them would be able to escape. Whether it was Li Zongjio or Mr. Gao, neither of them would be able to escape. When Mr. Gao heard Li Zongjio's words, he immediately grinned. From the looks of it, he seemed to have taken a liking to this brat. He had never seen such an arrogant person. He actually dared to go against the highest level of Hell Camp, the expert from the 19th layer, Mr. Gao. You are not bad. I like it. I won't kill you today. I don't want your hammer either. Interesting. I want to see how far you can go in my arena. Mr. Gao's tone suddenly changed. No one understood what he meant. Was he going to kill Li Zongjio or not? Was he going to praise him or kill him? In Mr. Gao's eyes, Li Zongjio was an interesting ant. Since he was an ant, he could play with him. Mr. Gao wanted to see what kind of storm Li Zongjio could create. No matter how hard Li Zongjio tried, he wouldn't be able to escape from Mr. Gao's palm. Therefore, Mr. Gao was willing to let Li Zongjio go and let Li Zongjio leave. He was willing to let Li Zongjio go. Zhao Qingxian heaved a sigh of relief. He had seen Li Zongjio's strength. The arena was not a joke. With so many experts there, it was impossible for him to survive if he didn't have the ability. It was also impossible for him to bribe everyone to put on a show. Since Mr. Gao was willing to let Li Zongjio go, at least he wouldn't directly attack him today. Unfortunately, these people overestimated themselves, at least in front of Li Zongjio. To kill or not to kill and to die, it was not up to Mr. Gao to make the decision. Do you think you are the master? Today, I will make a deal with you. Either 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones, or your head will fall to the ground. Li Zongjio said indifferently, but at this moment he sat back in his seat. He propped his legs up on the table and looked at Mr. Gao and Zhao Qingxian on the opposite side. If it's you, just give me 1 billion purple yuan. I am not a greedy person. Your life is worth this price. Think about it yourself. I will give you 1 minute. Li Zongjio was referring to Zhao Qingxian. He actually wanted the lives of 2 people. Li Zongjio was a little too arrogant, not to mention threatening Mr. Gao. Even if Zhao Qingxian took action himself, he had full confidence to make Li Zongjio stay. Presumptuous! How dare you talk nonsense in front of Mr. Gao? Without Mr. Gao's order, Zhao Qingxian directly flew up and slammed his palm towards Li Zongjio's head. At this moment, Li Zongjio was away from the hammer. At least the hammer was terrifying. As long as the evil lord in front of him did not touch the hammer, there was still some chance. He must suppress Li Zongjio. He actually threatened Mr. Gao. This was an enemy of the entire Hell Arena. Therefore, Zhao Qingxuan's palm strike was very accurate. Being able to climb to his current position step by step was enough to prove Zhao Qingxuan's strength. At the very least, he had to obtain 15 victories to be able to sit in this position. If he didn't have some skills, how could he suppress these people below? If one wanted to continue after reaching 15 victories, It would either harm the talents specially cultivated by the arena or harm the interests of other aspects. In short, it wasn't very cost-effective, especially those with great potential. If they continued to climb up, it was very likely that they would be beheaded. At this time, it was very wise to directly recruit them. There wouldn't be too much harm at all. Both sides could maximize their interests. This was a win-win situation. Zhao Qingxuan's palm strike was as swift and fierce as the wind. As the palm approached, it had already gathered the terrifying yuan energy in the surroundings and slammed towards Li Zongjiu's body. Boom! However, when Zhao Qingxuan's palm landed, he realized that Li Zongjiu's figure had already disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he actually appeared beside him. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and clasped Zhao Qingxuan's throat tightly like an eagle's claw. Although he had once reached the 15th level, Zhao Qingxuan's strength was still at the Yuan monarch realm. He did not even care about the Yuan monarchs, let alone Zhao Qingxian, who was only at the Yuan monarch realm. Since Zhao Qingxian had taken the initiative to offer his head, Li Zongjiu naturally did not hold back. I know your choice. After saying that, Li Zongjiu's fingers tightened instantly. Zhao Qingxian wanted to use his own yuan energy to break through Li Zongjiu's attack. However, he had not expected that when his yuan energy rushed in front of Li Zongjiu, it would not pose any threat. It was as light as cotton. After that, Zhao Qingxian could no longer feel anything. He only knew that there was a cracking sound in his throat at this time. Everything that happened after that had nothing to do with Zhao Qingxian anymore. Thud! Zhao Qingxuan's head hit the ground. He looked at Mr. Gao again. It seemed like he was letting Mr. Gao make his own decision. Did he think that he was at the top and that he could control Li Zongjiu's life with just a little bit of strength? This was simply a joke to Li Zongjiu. The strength of a person with the surname Gao was far from enough to control his life. Very well. Although you have a lot of potential, you are useless to me. Mr. Gao looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him and said faintly. After saying that, he stood up. After getting up, the space around him suddenly changed. Domain, the means of an primitive emperor. When Mr. Gao displayed his own domain, he had already grasped Li Zongjiu's life in his hands. At least, that was what Mr. Gao thought. No one who enters my Sin domain will be able to leave this place alive. Mr. Gao said faintly. Under his words, there was a strong sense of confidence. The power coming from the surroundings gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Li Zongjiu could also clearly feel it. This was the power of evil creatures. Li Zongjiu's heart moved slightly. This domain of yours is really interesting. Li Zongjiu had just studied this move some time ago. He was worried that he would not be able to exert the power of this move. Now it was just the right time to let this guy in front of him test his palm technique. Evil creatures entanglement, 6 paths of destruction. Mr. Gao was not too careless. He directly used all his strength and displayed a big move. Li Zongjiu's hands formed a stance. Buddha palm. Chapter 9:28. As soon as the Buddha came out, normally this power was not necessarily very powerful. However, at this moment, Li Zongjiu could clearly feel that there seemed to be a holy light blessing coming from his body. It instantly helped Li Zongjiu to eliminate the so-called evil forces around him. Boom! Li Zongjiu immediately unleashed the power of the Buddha, clearing away all the evil forces in the surroundings. A person who cultivated this kind of power all day long was either a dead person or a madman. Obviously, the guy in front of him was a complete madman. There was no need to care about the latter at all. Being entangled by these forces, of course, all kinds of personalities would appear. It gave people the feeling that he was a madman. Li Zongjiu's Buddha's palm easily destroyed the Buddha's power. It was like a candle that directly encountered a turbulent wave. It would be easily overturned. What? When Mr. Gao saw this power appear, he could clearly feel that there was some kind of targeted power in Li Zongjiu's body, which made Mr. Gao feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if his heart was pierced by thousands of silver needles. Whoosh! Whoosh! Mr. Gao's eyes were also silent. Immediately, he wanted to reverse the power in his hands. Unexpectedly, Li Zongjiu's palm technique directly approached him. Boom! Li Zongjiu's Buddha's power rushed to Mr. Gao's body. In an instant, Mr. Gao's body seemed to explode with countless brilliant fireworks. Bang! Mr. Gao was in his own domain. Naturally, he would not be killed so easily. However, Li Zongjiu's palm just now at least scattered the power that he had cultivated for several years. It was so easily scattered by Li Zongjiu. However, the waste of the attack made Mr. Gao's own strength rapidly decline. Evil spirit possession. Mr. Gao activated the power in his hands and did not panic. Although he was surprised that Li Zongjiu's strength could actually hurt him, Mr. Gao did not panic so easily. After all, he had fought his way up from the hell arena. Although his combat experience was not as much as Li Zongjiu's, it was definitely not less. When the terrifying evil spirit power attached to his body, Mr. Gao quickly felt that his strength was increasing rapidly. It's futile no matter how much you absorb. I'm your nemesis. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and unleashed another pagoda palm. Boom! He struck out with a Buddha palm. As the power spread out, it instantly swept away all the power in front of him. Devil hammer! Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand. Taking advantage of Mr. Gao's weakness, he summoned the devil hammer into his hand. The devil hammer broke through the power of the domain and easily fell into Li Zongjiu's hand. When he saw the devil hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand, Mr. Gao's eyes widened. Mr. Gao's eyes were immediately filled with shock. He had underestimated Li Zongjiu. He had not expected Li Zongjiu's ability to be so great. The main thing was that this power seemed to have become the existence that restrained him. It directly restrained his strength, which made Mr. Gao secretly curse his bad luck. Now that the devil hammer had fallen into Li Zongjiu's hands, there was bound to be a dangerous situation. Therefore, he had to retreat now and come back to settle the score with Li Zongjiu next time. Mr. Gao immediately used the power of his body to crush Li Zongjiu in front of him. He wanted to use this to block Li Zongjiu's footsteps, but it was easily swept away by the power of the thunder and lightning in front of him. In the past battles, Li Zongjiu had basically made the final call. Many people did not know how powerful Li Zongjiu's hammer was. Where do you think you're going? Another hammer fell. This time, Li Zongjiu's figure rushed directly in front of Mr. Gao. When Mr. Gao saw Li Zongjiu approaching, he was clearly shocked. He raised his hand and slapped Li Zongjiu's chest. However, he faced Li Zongjiu's devil hammer head-on. Boom! Mr. Gao's entire hand was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. At this moment, he was full of anger as he faced Li Zongjiu. You forced me to do this. Mr. Gao's arm was considered to be crippled. However, at this moment, Mr. Gao also decided to use his ultimate move to kill Li Zongjiu. A huge shadow appeared behind Mr. Gao. Six-armed demon slayer. The shadow behind him was naturally Mr. Gao's original soul. This original soul did not belong to the category of metabeasts. It was caused by Mr. Gao's own cultivation method. The six-armed demon slayer had a weapon on each of its arms. Its face was ferocious and its mouth was sharp. It was like a terrifying Asura mutated from hell. The reason this original soul existed was because of Mr. Gao's cultivation method. Naturally, it was also Mr. Gao's ultimate move. No one had ever seen the six-armed demon slayer in the river. Just by looking at the six-armed demon slayer, one could feel a sense of horror in their hearts. How could one muster the courage to fight the person in front of them? Unexpectedly, Li Zongjiu had seen all kinds of things. When he had been haunted by countless evil spirits in the abyss, he had also paid a huge price to climb out of the abyss of hell. That was how he had achieved such a meteoric rise. The scene in front of them could scare ordinary people, but it could not scare Li Zongjiu. The weapons in the six-armed demon slayer's hands released their power one after another toward Li Zongjio. Boom! Li Zongjio had always been very direct in the face of such flashy powers. Tonight, the demonic hammer was full of power. It smashed down in an instant and directly smashed the six-armed demon slayer into pieces. Boom! Mr. Gao also spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding territory disappeared as his body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. Li Zongjio landed on the ground and stepped on Mr. Gao. The commotion inside finally made the people outside come in to take a look. What was going on? Could a fight have broken out? When the guards who had gone to invite Li Zongjio saw Zhao Qingxian lying face down on the ground, they felt powerless. They saw Mr. Gao, whom they respected, spit out blood as Li Zongjio stepped on his chest. Such a scene was quite shocking to them. "Stop! Stop!" a few people hurriedly shouted. "You dare kill me!" Mr. Gao also stared at Li Zongjio in front of him with wide eyes. However, Li Zongjio's response was to smash the hammer on Mr. Gao's head. In an instant, Mr. Gao's head was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene was very threatening. The highest level of the regional arena could be said to have become a corpse. Chapter 929. He was arrogant and had countless connections and resources under his control. He had great strength and authority, and he had been at the peak of his power. However, he had now become a corpse lying on the ground. Li Zongjio saw that his sleeves were stained with Mr. Gao's blood. He felt that it was very embarrassing, so Li Zongjio continued to use the hammer in his hand to smash Mr. Gao's head several times. "You, stop, stop, stop!" A few of the guards who had rushed in were shocked when they saw this scene. They waved their hands at Li Zongjio and said, "Don't worry, Li Zongjio. Remember to bring a few more bodyguards the next time you're higher-ups. Look for me." Li Zongjio tidied up his clothes and took the storage rings of the two guards. After checking, he found that there were more than 100 million purple yuan in Mr. Gao's storage ring. It was like a moving treasury. These 100 million purple yuan were won from Li Zongjio, because Li Zongjio's odds were not very high. In fact, it was only a few tenths of a point. He had been a little late because he had gone to take the money. Since he was the one who placed the bet, of course he had to take the money away. Only a fool would deposit money in the account of the arena. If he didn't withdraw the money, it would always be a number. Only when he took out the money would he have a sense of security. The highest level of the arena was also well aware of this principle. Therefore, they had never spent their money in the arena overnight. Of course, different people would have different choices. Mr. Gao's huge sum of money fell directly into Li Zongjio's hands. When Li Zongjio walked out of the gate, the guards didn't know what to do. Should they rush out and stop Li Zongjio? Or should they go and save him? Or should they report the situation to their superiors? No matter what, they didn't know what to do. It was an extremely difficult decision for them. In the end, they could only watch Li Zongjio leave. No one dared to stop him. They did not even have the courage to talk to Li Zongjio. When they went to check on Zhao Qingxian and Mr. Gao, they found that the two of them were already dead. There was no need to save them. "Quick, report the situation here." The leader of the guards had never seen such a scene before. Did that evil supremacy just use his hammer to smash someone to death? It was really shocking. With Mr. Gao's cultivation, he was actually beaten to death in this reception room. This kind of thing was unbelievable. No one would believe it even if they told it to others. However, this kind of thing really happened. Such a scene had already exceeded the scope of this guard's control, so he had to report this matter to the higher-ups. At the same time, he also ordered people to protect the scene. The outside world had no way of knowing what happened in the reception room, but the result was what everyone saw. Only Evil Lord walked out alone, and he was unscathed. Today's matter could not be covered up because it was too big. The great name of the Evil Lord was definitely going to be announced today. Although Bloodhand, who was in the arena's exclusive medical center, was seriously injured, he was still alive. Evil Lord's strength was too strong, mainly because the Evil Lord's weapon was too strange and powerful. It easily defeated people. There was no chance to react. Therefore, the next time they faced Evil Lord, they had to pay attention. It would be best if they could take down this Evil Lord before he touched the hammer. No matter what, I'm going to fight this evil supremacy till the end. This blood debt will not disappear so easily. Bloodhand looked at his bloody palm that had been completely bandaged, his eyes full of cold light. Bloodhand wanted to practice the blood claw technique and take revenge on Li Zhongjiu. He seemed to have heard the doctors in the medical center discussing something about the Evil Lord. Hey, what's the matter with the Evil Lord you were talking about? Bloodhand shouted directly. A female doctor who was doing her internship glanced at Bloodhand. He was already injured to this extent, but he still liked to listen to gossip. However, sharing gossip was also something that these young girls liked to do the most. We just heard from the supervisor that a guy called Evil Lord killed Lord Zhao Qingxian, the manager of the arena, and Mr. Gao, the highest level person. That's incredible. Even the arena is looking for this person. When the doctor's sister said this, Bloodhand was stunned. Damn, what's going on? Zhao Qingxian is dead. Wait a minute. Are you talking about Mr. Gao, the highest level person in the Inferno arena? The highest level person meant that he was at least a super expert on the 19th floor. These people existed after being selected. It was not easy to become the highest level person in the Inferno arena. At this moment, listening to the doctor's sister's words, Bloodhand only felt that there were two bees buzzing on both sides of his ears. Bloodhand was stunned. Yes, I heard that Mr. Gao's head was smashed by a hammer. The scene was so scary. It was like a cracked watermelon with bones. Several young girls were also talking about this matter with relish. At the same time, they were shaking their heads as if they had seen such a scene with their own eyes. Fuck, that guy is here. He's so fierce. This made Bloodhand a little stunned. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of situation it was. That evil lord was actually so fierce. In the inn, Qi Yanran jumped down from the window, because this night she felt a little stuffy in her chest. It was also because of what happened in the opposite room. Although she eavesdropped all night and didn't hear any movement in the opposite room, she still couldn't bear such a thing happening in the opposite room. Therefore, she took advantage of the fact that the sky was still dark to see the sunrise. When Qi Yanran's figure landed on the street and walked a few blocks away, but she encountered several people who were following her. Qi Yanran snorted coldly. She had been in a bad mood all day. Now, she finally had a chance to vent her anger. She must let these people have a taste of her storm. But when Qi Yanran walked out of the alley, she found that the situation was not right. The number of people on the other side was increasing. It seemed that they had been monitoring this place for a long time. Finally, by the side of a river, Qi Yanran was surrounded by shadows from all directions. Although these shadows hadn't made a move yet, their intention was already very obvious. They were coming for Qi Yanran. Finally, you people have appeared. I've been waiting for a long time. Qian Fei walked out of the darkness with a crutch. Otherwise, why would he be called the young master of the Qian family? Even if he was locked up for 2 days, this matter was almost over. Qian Liang had learned his lesson, but Qian Fei couldn't bear such a situation. Qian Fei, had never encountered such a thing since he was a child. Therefore, today he must get back this debt. I didn't catch that guy before. Then I'll cripple you first, and then find that guy. Chapter 930. Qi Yanran recognized Qian Fei. Previously, Qin Erisher had broken one of his legs. A disciple of such an aristocratic family would naturally not tolerate it so easily. After all, this was He Chu Royal City. Even if he knew that Qi Yanran and the others were from the Shunyan dynasty. So what? A strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its own turf. At most, I'll let you live, but I'll break your legs. Then you won't be able to do anything. Could it be that he would bring people from the sacred flame royal city to seek revenge? If that was the case, it would probably be what Qian Fei was looking forward to. That way, he could truly seek revenge. Therefore, if he suffered a loss here, he could only accept it when he returned. Young Master Qian, this girl looks good. Are you going to cripple her just like that? A young master said. The people of the Qian family naturally could not be used by Qian Fei. If the people of the Qian family knew about this, they might even capture Qian Fei, who had come out to cause trouble, and bring him back. Fortunately, many of Qian Fei's friends in the past had such abilities. It was naturally impossible for them to build a dynasty. However, it was extremely easy for them to gather some capable subordinates and cripple some people. If you like, you can play with her later. If there's a problem, blame it on me, Qian Fei said coldly. It could be said that he hated Li Zongjiu to the core. When the child heard this, he immediately became excited. He showed a very flattering attitude to Qi Yanran, and his eyes were full of desire. Immediately, he could not help but wave his hand directly. He wanted the people gathered around to come forward. You're courting death. Qi Yanran circulated the Yuan Qi in her body. Immediately, she absorbed a terrifying amount of Yuan Qi from all around. However, the people in black were all Yuan monarch experts. In the Shengyan dynasty, it was already very good for Qi Yanran to break through to the Yuan monarch realm at her age. However, in the Haika dynasty, there were not many Yuan monarch experts. Only Yuan monarch experts could become overseers. This was because these Yuan monarchs had directly become the basic hired thugs. The 4 Yuan monarchs sealed off Qi Yanran's origin energy from 4 different directions. They even blocked the source of Qi Yanran's power, forming an extremely terrifying seal that sealed off Qi Yanran's own origin energy. Longevity Tree. Qi Yanran originally wanted to mobilize the power of the heavenly cycle. However, when the 4 great Yuan monarch experts made their moves, they had already displayed a powerful force that made it impossible for Qi Yanran to draw power from the air. Qi Yanran immediately unleashed her Yuan spirit longevity tree. As long as the longevity tree appeared, there would basically be no problem. At least in terms of the supply of essence energy, there would not be any problem. Under the longevity tree, Qi Yanran took a blow from the 4 Yuan monarch experts head-on. Suddenly, the longevity tree shook violently as if it was on the verge of collapsing. Qi Yanran's body was also boiling like a mountain torrent and tsunami. The violent impact on her body made Qi Yanran somewhat unable to bear it and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Qi Yanran also immediately spread this impact force underground and just happened to channel it into the pool behind her. Immediately, the pond behind her exploded into huge waves that were hundreds of meters high. Boom! Qi Yanran withdrew. The opponent's strength was too strong and was not something Qi Yanran could withstand. Therefore, she retreated first. After all, the opponent had found some experts to pursue and intercept her. Therefore, they would not be too lenient when they attacked. However, when Qi Yanran showed signs of retreating, the opponent's experts naturally saw this and hurriedly shouted to stop her. Immediately, another 3 Yuan monarch experts soared into the sky and blocked Qi Yanran's escape route. At the same time, the 7 of them attacked Qi Yanran at the same time. They were determined to severely injure Qi Yanran in an instant. They disintegrated Qi Yanran's combat power and even made it impossible for her to escape. The 7 of them were all veterans. If the 7 of them couldn't even deal with a little girl when they joined forces, wouldn't it be a joke if word got out? Qi Yanran also felt great pressure. The pressure this time had even surpassed the time when she faced an Origin Emperor expert. Once, when Li Zongjiu fought with a mysterious Origin Emperor expert, Qi Yanran had also intervened. Although she did not help much in the end, at least she had faced the aura of an Origin Emperor expert. The sense of crisis at the moment was also greater than the last time. However, Qi Yanran did not panic even when the crisis struck. Compared to her cultivation base back then, Qi Yanran's strength had also improved tremendously. She immediately took out an amulet from her storage ring and crushed it. Boom! A green light surrounded Qi Yanran's body. The attacks of the 7 people followed one after another. It was as if 7 consecutive attacks were carried out. The 7 attacks were stacked and directly shattered the green light around Qi Yanran's body. The last person's palm landed on Qi Yanran's body. Although Qi Yanran used the longevity tree to resist the attack, she was still hit by the palm and was severely injured. Her body instantly fell into the river behind her. Plop! Qi Yanran fell into the water. Blood spilled from her mouth and dyed the surrounding water red. However, the other party did not seem to want to give up, just like that. Capturing the enemy was their top priority. Immediately, the 5 of them hovered in the air and sealed the entire surface of the river. No fish or beasts could leave the river. The 2 of them turned into arowana and rushed to the bottom of the river. Plop! Plop! The 2 of them sank rapidly in the water. At the moment, they realized that Qi Yanran wanted to escape through the water. With the protection of the longevity tree, she could maintain her vitality and state for a longer time in the water. Boom! Just when the 2 of them discovered Qi Yanran's body, suddenly the surrounding water waves shook. The 2 of them were close to each other. They looked at each other and saw the surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. This wave of energy seemed to be coming with great ferocity. What's going on? Qi Yanran saw that the 2 of them were about to catch up with her. She immediately prepared to kill them. In the water, although she dared not say that she could escape, killing one of them was not a problem. The sharp dagger in her hand was also ready. However, the 2 people who were chasing her suddenly stopped. It seemed that they were pulled directly from behind. Qi Yanran wiped her eyes. A faint primordial qi lingered in front of her eyes, helping Qi Yanran to see the situation in front of her. She saw a familiar figure. He directly stretched out his hand and crushed the throats of the 2 people. Standing between the 2 masters, he directly crushed their throats with 1 hand each. Crack! Chapter 931. Although the figure was extremely vague in the water, Qi Yanran could tell at a glance that the person in front of her was Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu! Qi Yanran did not expect to meet Li Zongjiu at this time. To be precise, she did not expect Li Zongjiu to appear at this moment. It was so timely, as if he had been following her all the way. Qi Yanran spat out a few bubbles from her mouth. A stream of water poured into Qi Yanran's mouth and choked her. Li Zongjiu's figure instantly approached Qi Yanran and kissed her thin and tender lips. Immediately, a stream of qi flowed into Qi Yanran's body. Finally, Qi Yanran was able to catch her breath. However, Qi Yanran was obviously caught off guard by Li Zongjiu's kiss. She did not expect that Li Zongjiu would do such a thing in such a situation. Li Zongjiu himself did not expect that. Shouldn't this be something that young people would do? In fact, Li Zongjiu did not know what kind of mentality he should have to live in this world now. However, Li Zongjiu had always followed his own principles. However, there were always some things that required a certain attitude. Li Zongjiu did not think about it before, but doing such a behavior under the water was also Li Zongjiu's subconscious. This action also opened a closed door in Li Zongjiu's heart. Oh, Qi Yanran clearly felt that Li Zongjiu's hand was supporting her waist, and he was exerting a little force. She subconsciously wanted to push Li Zongjiu away, but how could her strength be compared with Li Zongjiu's? She was directly suppressed by Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Qi Yanran's mind was completely in a state of confusion. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's breath poured into her body, almost making Qi Yanran dizzy and short of breath. After Li Zongjiu's actions were enough, Qi Yanran quietly pushed Li Zongjiu away. However, she did not know how to face Li Zongjiu. She could only lower her head in shame and resentment. Recalling a series of previous events, it seemed that there was no way for her to escape from Li Zongjiu's palm. Qi Yanran had been extremely curious about everything about Li Zongjiu since she met Li Zongjiu in the Four Seas Medicine Mansion. You! Qi Yanran blushed and wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. No one can hurt you in the future. Li Zongjiu held Qi Yanran's cheek. At this moment, a ray of sunlight shone through the water. Qi Yanran lowered her head deeply. He spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. The two corpses suddenly floated up from the pool. The 5 people who sealed the water were shocked. It was that person who forced the 2 of them out. Immediately, the 5 people's yuan qi condensed into a ball and poured into the pool, stirring up the pool in front of them and forming a huge whirlpool. Following the appearance of the whirlpool, the 2 people under the water did not hesitate. This stick is for you. In the future, you can hit whoever you want. Li Zongjiu handed the desolate heaven essence to Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran had seen Li Zongjiu's weapon before. It could even be said that it could easily beat up an primitive emperor expert. Immediately, Qi Yanran did not stand on ceremony. She was filled with anger. These people were relentless and arrogant, wanting to take her life. There was also Qian Fei, who had spoken rudely. No one was willing to endure the humiliation of others. Now, Li Zongjiu had handed the desolate heaven essence to Qi Yanran. Wasn't his intention obvious? Immediately, Qi Yanran grabbed the desolate heaven essence and rushed to the surface of the water with Li Zongjiu. Boom! They appeared. The 5 people immediately locked onto the 2 figures that were rushing up from below. At the same time, they gathered their yuan qi and descended. As for Qi Yanran, she waved an object in her hand and suddenly flew up. Boom! The desolate heaven essence smashed towards the 5 people. When it was waved, one could clearly feel the power condensed in the desolate heaven essence and how terrifying it was. When the 5 people's power collided with the desolate heaven essence, it was instantly shattered. Immediately, the 5 people were sent flying. 2 people fell into the water, while the other 3 landed on the shore. When the 3 of them landed, they were extremely shocked. The person who had been beaten by them without any ability to fight back just now had easily defeated the 5 of them together. It was really hard to imagine. Then, the 3 of them saw Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu land on the ground hand in hand. How dare you snatch my girl? The young master beside Qian Fei was holding a sword in his arms. When he looked at the person in front of him again, his eyes flashed coldly. Who was this Li Zongjiu? How dare he hold the woman he fancied? Although nothing was set in stone yet, since he had taken a fancy to her, she must be his woman. No one could touch her. As for whether Qi Yanran was willing or not, it did not matter much. He tied her hands and feet and threw her on the bed. She could only be obedient. The 3 of you, kill that kid for me. The reward will be increased 10-fold. The young master immediately roared. The 3 Yuan monarchs had been forced to retreat, which was already quite shocking. However, they still had some hope in their hearts. After all, Qi Yanran had not been their match previously. Now, she should only be wielding a more powerful weapon. The power of this weapon could not be limitless. It was impossible for them to turn the tables. After exchanging glances, the 2 people who had fallen into the water rushed out and attacked Qi Yanran again. Boom! The desolate heaven essence in Qi Yanran's hand was thrown out. First, the 3 people in front of her fell to the ground. Then, the 2 people behind her were sent flying. When the 2 people were sent flying, they vomited blood. Obviously, they had been seriously injured by this move. They fell into the water and stopped moving. In the next moment, the branches of the longevity tree also emerged from the water and instantly pierced the hearts and lungs of the two Yuan monarchs. She did not give them any chance to turn the tables. Li Zhongjiu was also very impressed with such a method. Using the last hit when she had the upper hand was very wise and worthy of encouragement. After easily killing the two Yuan monarchs, the three people who had fallen to the ground understood that the weapon in the woman's hand was not to be underestimated. They immediately greeted each other and fled in 3 different directions. Qi Yanran could not catch up with them. But how could Li Zhongjiu let the 3 of them escape? With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy swept the 3 of them back. Furthermore, each of them had lost a leg. Fresh blood flowed out. This young man who had just appeared was the real deal. Qian Fei and the young master were so frightened that their faces turned pale when they saw that the subordinates they had brought had been defeated. What do you want? Chapter 932. Qian Fei wanted to escape, but when he thought about how the 3 great Yuan monarch experts had not even had the chance to escape, how could he possibly do it? Furthermore, he had lost a leg. Heroine, please spare my life. The young master, who had been clamoring to get rid of Qi Yanran, immediately knelt before the 2 of them. It's all his fault. It's all his idea. He gave me money and asked me to find someone to get rid of you. This has nothing to do with me. I'm not very close to him. Qi Yanran did not answer these people. Instead, she raised her hand and a cold light surged. The branches of the longevity tree penetrated the chests of the 3 people in front of her. It did not take long for the 3 Yuan monarchs to bleed to death. Their bodies fell to the ground. They had become 3 corpses. At this point, a total of 7 Yuan monarch-level powerhouses had been invited, and all of them were dead. Qi Yanran looked a little weak on the outside, but this did not mean that she was a weak person. She had not hesitated when she had attacked. Previously, these people had wanted to take her life. Qi Yanran looked at Li Zhongjiu. What she meant was how these 2 people should be dealt with. Logically speaking, these people had been disrespectful to Qi Yanran. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have definitely dismembered these 2 shameless people. However, Qi Yanran knew that these 2 people's identities were not simple. Regardless of whether it was this young master or Qian Fei, the family forces behind them were not simple. It would be fine if one of their legs was broken. After all, they were still alive. Everything would be fine if they were still alive. However, if they were killed, things would not be so easy to deal with. Li Zhongjiu understood Qi Yanran's concerns. Li Zhongjiu had been an evil lord in his previous life. When had he ever been afraid? It was the same in the Haika dynasty. If Li Zhongjiu could make a name for himself in the sacred Flame Royal City, he could naturally make a name for himself in the Haika dynasty. After all, from the beginning to the end, Li Zhongjiu had relied on his own 2 hands and 2 feet to fight for a piece of the sky. You are my woman now. In this world, everyone who has bullied you must die. Li Zhongjiu said calmly. Then he walked towards the 2 with his hands behind his back. I will kill the people you don't dare to kill. When they saw Li Zhongjiu walking towards them, the 2 of them were scared out of their wits. The so-called young master was so scared that he lost control of his bowels. My father is Zhang Baijiu from the Infernal Colosseum. What do you think you're doing? My father won't let you off. The young master shouted loudly, but Li Zhongjiu kicked him in the chest. He left a footprint on the young master's chest, which protruded from his back. The deformation was so severe. His internal organs had long been shattered by Li Zhongjiu's power. Qian Fei didn't expect that Li Zhongjiu would dare to kill him. He had spent a lot of money to make this friend, but now he was kicked to death. Qian Fei was extremely shocked. You, how much money do you want? Let me go, I won't dare to do it again. Qian Fei was shocked, but he still wanted to live. He shouted directly at Li Zhongjiu and almost knelt down in front of Li Zhongjiu. Bang! Li Zhongjiu didn't bother to talk nonsense with Qian Fei. He kicked him out directly, causing Qian Fei and the young master surnamed Zhang to fall to the same fate. The third young master of the Qian family. He died, tragically in the wild like this. Killing these people was no different from stepping on ants for Li Zongjiu. And this kind of hatred was basically avenged on the spot. After all, Qi Yanran's identity was different now. His woman couldn't be provoked by anyone. In this way, Li Zongjiu still felt a little guilty. After all, he was an old monster of more than 3,000 years. If he fell in love with this teenage girl, it was simply like an old cow eating young grass. But in fact, Li Zongjiu wasn't an old man in his previous life. His late-stage cultivation made his appearance fixed in his 20s. Li Zongjiu didn't want to age too fast. If he changed too much, what if he couldn't recognize his father or mother when he suddenly saw them one day? This was also a thought in Li Zongjiu's heart. Now that he had been reborn and faced his reborn parents again, Li Zongjiu also sighed in his heart. Nature made fools of people, but it made Li Zongjiu feel very comfortable. Li Zongjiu could bear the hardships he had experienced in his previous life alone. 10 bodies were left on the scene. 5 bodies were floating on the water. 5 people had fallen on the shore. These 7 masters were all brought out from the arena by Child Zhang. If Child Zhang could have recognized that Li Zongjiu was the evil lord and knew that the evil lord had killed Mr. Gao today, he wouldn't have dared to confront Li Zongjiu. They probably wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of Li Zongjiu. They might even start to run away after seeing him from afar. In front of Li Zongjiu, they had no chance to show off. It was also the first time that Qi Yanran felt protected. She always felt warm in her heart. However, Li Zongjiu seemed to be a little shy and didn't take the initiative to step forward and hold Qi Yanran's hand. Anyway, his old face was there. How could he have the nerve to do that? However, since Li Zongjiu had already said that, and he had done that to Qi Yanran under the water just now, which made Qi Yanran extremely shy, she still stepped forward and held Li Zongjiu's arm. It was also the first time that both of them had such an experience. This kind of mental journey was also extremely complicated. Fortunately, Qi Yanran didn't mean to reject Li Zongjiu, which also made Li Zongjiu feel relieved. He put his hand around Qi Yanran's waist. In terms of feelings, Li Zongjiu was no different from a child, although there were some feelings in the previous life. For Li Zongjiu, it was not sincere. It was like a kind of pressure from fate that pressed them together. This time, Li Zongjiu took the initiative to choose. "Weren't you in the room with Ling Yan?" On the way, Qi Yanran also stared at Li Zongjiu. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was a veteran in love? After eating Ling Yan, he wanted to eat her as well. "Oh, I arranged a yuan inscription formation for her to repair her meridians, and then I came out," Li Zongjiu said. Tonight's change was also unexpected by Qi Yanran. Not only Qi Yanran, but even Li Zongjiu himself didn't expect that it would become such a situation. It seemed that he still lived too comfortably. That was why there was such a psychological change. Otherwise, with Li Zongjiu's character, he would definitely not do such a thing. Just now in the water, it seemed that he couldn't help himself. "Why did you run out?" Naturally, it was safe to stay in the inn. That inn also had an extremely strong background, not to mention that the Black River Elixir Palace had given them a call. Presumably, in the Haika dynasty, not many people would be stupid enough to go against the Black River Elixir Palace. After all, this was someone else's territory, and there was no one here. It was better to not show up. It was not safe anyway. "I just came out to relax." Qi Yanran lowered her head and said, "Of course." She wouldn't tell Li Zongjiu that it was because Li Zongjiu and Ling Yan were in the room. They didn't know what was going on, and they were even upset, so she came out to relax and walk around. "How about this? The next time you come out, I will accompany you. It's dangerous outside," Li Zongjiu said. The two returned to the inn side by side. When the inn's shopkeeper saw the two of them coming in, His face immediately showed a smile that he knew what they were thinking. "Look at the two of you. Aren't you going to get a room? I have a special couple room here. Just call me and I will get it for you. I won't charge you. Why do you have to work so hard and go to other places?" The shopkeeper thought that Li Zongjio and Ling Yan went out to get a room, so he was a little dissatisfied. Qi Yanran also lowered her head and her face was slightly red. She didn't think that she would do that kind of thing so soon. This development was a little too fast for Qi Yanran. Li Zongjio didn't pay much attention to the shopkeeper, but said directly, "Then you can get a room for us. Li Zongjio you." Qi Yanran listened to Li Zongjio's words and felt even more ashamed. She usually had a cold personality, but in front of Li Zongjio, she could no longer maintain that image. Chapter 933. In the end, of course, Qi Yanran did not enter the couple's room with Li Zongjio. Instead, she returned to her room. Li Zongjio gave her an elixir and asked her to heal herself. Because the injury was not serious, one elixir was enough to heal it. Li Zongjio also needed to take a break. It was too early for such a thing to happen so soon. If there was any danger in the future, Li Zongjio must protect Qi Yanran and never let her suffer any harm. From then on, he had one more responsibility. Qi Yanran sat on the bed and recalled so many things that had happened before. Those things flashed in Qi Yanran's heart like a dream. She seemed to see Li Zongjio appear from the water and rush to her, killing two enemies who were about to be killed, kissing her directly without hesitation. This guy must have been planning for a long time. Qi Yanran's heart itched when she thought that Li Zongjio had succeeded so easily. But he did not know that Qi Yanran had surrendered too quickly, or she had already surrendered from the beginning. In the future, I can't let this guy be too arrogant. Qi Yanran thought that she must teach Li Zongjio a lesson. Otherwise, with this guy's strength and charm, he would definitely hook up with girls everywhere. Of course, Qi Yanran, whose mood was still unstable, was just imagining things here. She did not know how to face Li Zongjio at all. When she saw him later, it would probably be the same situation. When Li Zongjio returned to his room, Ling Yan was also adjusting his breath. After the initial adjustment, the injury of Ling Yan's meridians had been completely healed. After adjusting his breath, he opened his eyes and saw that Li Zongjio had returned. Although he was dissatisfied with Li Zongjio's behavior of jumping out of the window last night, at least Li Zongjio had adjusted his meridians. This made Ling Yan not know how to thank Li Zongjio. "Your origin pattern formation is truly powerful. My injuries have completely healed," Ling Yan said excitedly. 10 upper grade primordial stones. You have to pay me back later, Li Zongjio said. Even when dealing with the King of Fire, Li Zongjio was clear about his debts, let alone Ling Yan. Hearing that Li Zongjio was actually so calculative about this, Ling Yan's mouth twitched. However, Li Zongjio's price was already considered fair. It was just that Ling Yan's cost price was not cheap to hire a Yuan pattern master to inscribe this Yuan pattern array. It was likely that Ling Yan would not be able to afford it. No problem. If you have any problems in the future, just come and find your sister. Ling Yan patted Li Zongjio's shoulder. Now it seemed that Li Zongjio only wanted to heal her meridians and not have any ideas about her. This made Ling Yan extremely impressed. But at the same time, she was also very angry that this little guy would not be captivated by her charm. This left a grudge in Ling Yan's heart. However, being able to recover his meridians today was simply a joyous occasion. Even if he had to face his opponent tomorrow, he was already filled with confidence. No matter how bad it was, he would still be able to win a match or even tie with his opponent. Therefore, Ling Yan also had a plan in her heart. Li Zongjio naturally did not take Ling Yan's words seriously. Ling Yan's backer was merely the mansion master of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. To be honest, with such a status, others might say that they would be very eager to curry favor with him. However, to Li Zongjio it was nothing. However, Li Zongjie was not a fool. There was no need for him to brush off the latter's face in front of Ling Yan. "Then I will take my leave first." As Ling Yan spoke, he swayed his body and directly walked out. Even when he was leaving, he purposely slowed down his footsteps to see if this little guy would suddenly open his mouth to ask him to stay. If that was the case, then this little guy was simply a beast. When Ling Yan walked out of the door, Li Zongjie also very straightforwardly slammed the door shut with a bang. This guy is worse than a beast. Ling Yan was so angry that he stomped his feet and directly walked to his room. The Black Chu royal city was very lively today. To the outside world, the most lively thing was that the third young master of the Qian family, Qian Fei, was beaten to death outside a pond forest. There were also 7 experts from the Inferno Arena who died together with him. In addition, there was another person. This person was also one of the highest-ranking members of the Inferno Arena, Zhang Baijiu's son, Zhang Xiaochuan. These 2 were the most powerful young masters in the city. Today, they were directly kicked in the heart and died happily. It was obvious that they had offended some people that they could not afford to offend, resulting in such an outcome. Qian Tianding brought Qian Fei's corpse back. Facing Qian Fei's corpse, the entire Qian family's atmosphere was extremely gloomy. Who let him out? Qian Fei and Qian Liang were both in a state of tight confinement. Qian Tianding had already given the order previously, but now there was actually someone who dared to defy Qian Tianding's order. They had secretly let Qian Fei out. It was obvious that Qian Fei had joined forces with Zhang Xiaochuan to seek revenge on Li Zongjie. However, these people were simply stupid. If a mere 7 yuan monarchs could take care of Li Zongjie, would Qian Tianding still need to spend a lot of money to find a top-notch assassin family? Now he had lost his life for nothing. Qian Tianding usually doted on Qian Fei very much. Qian Tianding's gaze fell on his favorite third madam. The third madam was Qian Fei's birth mother. Other than the third madam, there was probably no one else who dared to do so. However, how could the third madam come out to accept her punishment? Immediately, the old housekeeper who was in charge of taking care of the third madam's daily life knelt down in front of Qian Tianding. "Master, I deserve to die. I caused the death of the young master. It's all my fault. How dare you? From today onwards, I'd like to see who dares to defy my orders." Qian Tianding kicked the old servant away. The old servant's body flew backward and instantly smashed into the wall in the distance. His bones shattered instantly. He died instantly. The third madam was so frightened that she sucked in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that the old master was really angry. However, the third madam herself didn't even have time to react. Her child had died just like that. What kind of grief was this? "Master, no matter what, the person who killed Xiaofei is that person," the third madam said as she hugged Qian Fei's body. She looked at her master, hoping that he would stand up and say something fair. This matter couldn't be let go so easily. This blood feud had to be avenged. "Do you think that you can get away unscathed after killing a member of the Qian family? Dream on." Qian Tianding's eyes flashed fiercely. Everyone could see the dangerous glint in his eyes clearly. Even his aura was getting stronger and more dangerous. "Find Zhang Baijiu for me. The Hell Arena needs to give me an explanation for this matter." What was Zhang Baijiu? He was just a high-level fighter in the arena. The arena's money was constantly flowing in and out. Compared to the Qian family, he was nothing. Under the Qian family's property, there were several arenas. Therefore, in Qian Tianding's eyes, Zhang Baijiu was nothing. Even if the latter was a Yuan emperor, he was still extremely weak in front of the Qian family. Even the Hell Arena had to consider carefully before making an enemy out of the Qian family. With the means of the Qian family, they could easily settle the Hell Arena without shedding any blood. However, once this happened, it would involve a lot of things. Chapter 934. In the Inferno Arena. Today's Hell Arena could be said to be filled with one wave after another. Originally, when something happened in his own arena, Zhang Baijiu, as the highest-ranking member, had to shoulder the responsibility and deal with it while the others were in seclusion. He checked the state of Mr. Gao's death. It could only be said that old Gao had offended someone he shouldn't have. Where did this evil lord come from? Zhang Baijiu didn't give the order to hunt down this evil lord for the time being. He only sent people to investigate this evil lord's identity and why he came to the Inferno Arena. This kid's identity was mysterious and he was powerful. Could it be that he came to kill people? If this kid's goal was to kill the higher-ups of the Inferno Arena, then even Zhang Baijiu himself would be in danger. There weren't many traces of the fight left behind. Obviously, old Gao had used his domain, but he was still killed by this evil lord. It was said that this evil lord's most powerful weapon was his hammer, which could release powerful lightning energy. But now, there weren't many lightning energy fluctuations. Obviously, evil lord had a more powerful method. This evil lord's strength is extremely terrifying. Just as Zhang Baijiu was inspecting the scene, another subordinate came to report. My lord, bad news. Bad news. Zhang Baijiu frowned when he heard his subordinate stuttering. What's the big deal? Why are you so flustered? Could it be that there's a man-eating monster? Zhang Baijiu angrily rebuked. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the subordinate's performance. Speaking of Zhang Baijiu's potential, it was much greater than Mr. Gao's. If Zhang Baijiu continued to develop like this, it was very likely that he would become an elder of the Guardian Palace of the Inferno Arena. After that, he would become the ruler of the Inferno Arena. It wasn't easy to enter the Guardian Palace. In addition to proving one's strength, one also had to prove one's loyalty and contribution. One had to make a great contribution to the Inferno Arena to be qualified to enter such an environment. A person who was going to become the ruler of the Inferno Arena in the future, of course, had to be calm in the face of such a situation. Young Master Zhang Xiaochuan, young master, he has been beaten to death. It took a lot of courage for the person to say this. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Zhang Baijiu's expression changed. What did you say? Zhang Baijiu directly lifted the person up and reached out to choke him. His eyes seemed to reveal a murderous glint. The strong, oppressive aura made the person unable to say anything. She could only kick her legs, signaling Zhang Baijiu to put her down first. Young master died outside the Jade Pond. Zhang Xiaochuan was Zhang Baijiu's only son. He was so obsessed with cultivation that even his wife ran away with someone else. In the end, when Zhang Baijiu's cultivation reached a certain level, he killed all of them and kept his only son by his side. He wanted to do his best to protect his only child. Zhang Baijiu had basically greeted everyone in the Black Canal Royal City. Now that he had heard the news of his son's tragic death, how could he tolerate this? Lead the way. Zhang Baijiu threw the person in front of him out and ordered the people in the arena to get ready. No matter who did this, Zhang Baijiu would never let this matter slide. He would never give up until he killed the murderer. Zhang Baijiu quickly arrived in front of his son's corpse. The punishment hall of the Black Canal Royal City was responsible for sealing off the scene. The punishment hall's people were responsible for handling major cases. However, even the punishment hall's people didn't want to interfere too much with what had just happened. Judging from the scene, these people should have come prepared, but they were killed by the enemy. The way they killed the enemy was so carefree. After sending people to investigate the scene, they also felt sorry for the few people who had died. The Qian family had already greeted them and brought Qian Fei's body back. The bodies of the other people at the scene had also been wrapped in body bags. So what if he was glorious when he was alive? After he died, wasn't he still a small black bag like this, and was directly stuffed into it? The punishment hall's people recognized Zhang Xiaochuan's body and didn't touch it for the time being. Naturally, someone would come to deal with it. Soon, Zhang Baijiu arrived at the scene. When he saw Zhang Xiaochuan's dead body, he was furious. He even wanted to raise the punishment hall's people up and interrogate them. However, Zhang Baijiu wouldn't do such a daring thing to openly arrest the punishment hall's people. There are witnesses who said that it was a man and a woman who did it. We are still investigating the other details. The people from the punishment hall were talking nonsense. Who knew how long it would take for these people to investigate? Therefore, Zhang Baijiu didn't take the words of the punishment hall people to heart. Lord Zhang, my master invites you. Zhang Baijiu placed Zhang Xiaochuan's body in an ice coffin and stored it in his storage ring. The people who came were from the Qian family. Zhang Baijiu knew that Qian Fei was also dead. It seemed like the Qian family had something to do with this matter. Zhang Baijiu had brought some experts from the arena with him on this trip. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the Qian family. He even wanted to go to the Qian family and ask them clearly. The punishment hall didn't want to provoke a business tycoon like the Qian family. However, Zhang Baijiu wasn't afraid. Let's go to the Qian family. After Zhang Baijiu and the others left, the leader of the punishment hall's team sighed when he saw the aggressive manner of these people. He really didn't know who exactly was capable of such a feat. It wasn't difficult to do such a thing. 2 peak Yuan monarchs would be able to easily kill the 7 people present. However, killing Qian Fei and Zhang Xiaochuan wasn't something that anyone could do. This was something that had to be thought through carefully. The consequences weren't something that anyone could bear. However, it's fine. The punishment hall doesn't have to deal with this matter. It's just a personal grudge. Since there wasn't any injustice in this case, it was even easier to determine the nature of the matter. It was just business revenge. Breeze and Moon In. Li Zongjiu meditated for a while and studied the demonic hammer in his hand. However, he was shocked to discover that the demonic hammer could actually refine power internally and then feed it back into his body. In such a short period of time, Li Zongjiu could clearly feel that he was about to break through to the peak Yuan monarch realm. Although his mind power and physical strength had already reached this realm, Li Zongjiu's mystic qi cultivation had always remained at the Yuan monarch realm. It is indeed a demonic weapon that can make people fall into the demonic path. Li Zongjiu looked at the small black hammer in his hand. If a person had no concept of power and only had endless greed, he would definitely use the demonic hammer in his hand to kill everyone in his way. He would use it to absorb power so that he could break through and become stronger. Then he would quickly fall into the demonic path and become a puppet of the demonic hammer, constantly killing people. However, Li Zongjiu had been at the peak of his strength in his previous life and knew how terrifying this power was. Not only could it destroy others, but it could also easily destroy himself. He wasn't greedy. Everything was under his control. However, today's matter wasn't over yet. Qian Fei, that rascal, had actually dared to bully Qi Yanran. Li Zongjiu had to teach him a lesson. Killing Qian Fei wasn't a big deal. The entire Qian family behind him was the real culprit. If Qian Fei died, a second Qian Fei would soon appear. However, if the Qian family was destroyed, the probability of another Qian family appearing was not high. After thinking about the aftermath, Li Zongjiu went downstairs directly. Chapter 935. In the Qian family's courtyard, Zhang Baijiu led his men to the Qian family's residence. The surrounding Qian family members seemed to be on guard. Although the Qian family is indeed extremely wealthy, Qian Tianding only has one life. It would be extremely easy for Zhang Baijiu to take Qian Tianding's life. Therefore, Zhang Baijiu didn't take the Qian family seriously. Although this matter wasn't done by the Qian family, it definitely had something to do with the Qian family. Family head Qian, I want you to give me an explanation for this matter. My son. Why did he die with your son? Zhang Baijiu was also very aggressive. If you want an explanation, I'll give it to you. Qian Tianding didn't call Zhang Baijiu over to make an enemy out of him. Instead, he wanted to cooperate with Zhang Baijiu. If one wanted to kill someone, it would be an extremely stupid act to do it himself. Then, a servant brought Li Zongjiu's information to Qian Tianding. Although there were some difficulties and it was extremely difficult to obtain the information, money could solve all these difficulties. Qian Tianding told Qian Tianding everything that had happened in the past few days. There was no need to hide such things. It seems like family head Qian wants to borrow my hand to get rid of this brat. Zhang Baijiu instantly understood Qian Tianding's intention. Obviously, Qian Tianding had called him over at this time and gave him the information. After all, the Qian family was a businessman. It wouldn't be good for them to have an open relationship with people who fought and killed all the time. Therefore, Zhang Baijiu also understood Qian Tianding's intention. You want revenge, and so do I. Let's work together to get rid of this brat. Just tell me what you want. Zhang Baijiu was extremely unhappy with the Qian family's attitude. However, there was no other way. They were rich. In other words, he would give Qian Tianding as much money as he wanted. However, if you can't get rid of this brat, I'll get rid of you as well. Qian Tianding looked at Zhang Baijiu, and his tone was extremely cold. This was not a warning, but a guarantee. A large part of the reason for this was because Zhang Xiaochuan had led people to kill Li Zongjiu and the others without permission. Although this idea came from Qian Fei, in Qian Tianding's opinion, if Zhang Xiaochuan didn't agree with him, this situation wouldn't have happened at all. Therefore, most of the responsibility was placed on Zhang Xiaochuan. If Zhang Xiaochuan was still alive, the Qian family would never let him go. Now that Zhang Xiaochuan was dead, Zhang Baijiu must bear the consequences. Patriarch Qian, your Qian family is extremely wealthy. Although I, Zhang Baijiu, am a martial artist, I can distinguish between right and wrong. If it wasn't for your son's instigation, my Xiao Chuan wouldn't have died. Zhang Baijiu wasn't someone who would lower his head for money. Zhang Baijiu, watch your tone. And primitive emperor elder of the Qian family immediately reminded him. No matter what the situation was, he couldn't be disrespectful to the patriarch of the Qian family. Even if the patriarch had really done something wrong, he still represented the face of the Qian family. Being disrespectful to the patriarch was looking down on the entire Qian family. How's my tone? Could it be that your Qian family still wants me, Zhang Baijiu, to stay here today? Zhang Baijiu said directly as he stood up. A few experts followed behind him. They were all loyal subordinates, brought out from the Inferno arena. These people who mingled in the Inferno arena had extremely dense evil qi. When they released it slightly, the entire room seemed to be filled with a bloody evil qi. The elders of the Qian family didn't want to be outdone. This was their Qian family's mansion. If they didn't have any response after being provoked, it would be an extremely shameful act. In the future, the Qian family would no longer be able to survive. In fact, both sides were just putting on a show. They didn't have any intention of falling out with each other. If it really came to this point, it would be extremely serious for both sides. 100-step, soul-piercing arrow. Qian Tianding took out a set of sleeve arrows and placed it on the table. When Zhang Baichuanzi saw the 100-step soul-piercing arrow, his pupils shrank. He then waved his hand and signaled the people behind him to calm down and not be impulsive. It wasn't the time to fall out with each other yet. This set of sleeve arrows is made of 10,000 years black iron. It was tempered by a level 5 origin inscription master. Within 100 steps, it can take the life of an origin emperor as easily as taking something out of a pocket. Qian Tianding said faintly. However, there were only 3 soul-piercing arrows. Once they were used up, there wouldn't be any left. Therefore, it was also an extremely precious consumable item. It was very difficult to buy such an item on the market. It was a weapon that could deal with origin emperors. Qian Tianding was using this item to tell Zhang Baijiu that he had plenty of items that could kill origin emperors. This is the weapon that I will provide you to kill that kid. If you succeed, it will be considered as a favor to my Qian family. I will also give you a level 6 elixir to help you break through. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Hee, that kid won't live long even if you don't mention it. The two groups of people seemed to have reached an agreement. With a common understanding, it was much more convenient to deal with this matter. At least they knew that it was useless to blame each other now. Both of them had a common goal, which was to kill Li Zongjio. Master, there is someone outside seeking an audience. Just when the two groups of people were discussing, a guard came forward to report with a strange expression. Who is seeking an audience? Let him wait. An elder who was close to him roared directly. At such a critical moment, didn't he see that these big shots were discussing something very important? Now he was seeking an audience. What the hell? But this person said that he killed young master. He even said that his name is Li Zongjio. The guard was a little hesitant. Mentioning this matter at such a critical moment obviously meant that he would have to bear very serious consequences. If he was slightly careless, he would be punished by the elders or the family head. That would be too aggrieved. What did you say? As soon as the name was mentioned, the people from both sides reacted very strongly, especially Zhang Baijiu. He couldn't wait to tear Li Zongjio into pieces. His son's body was still lying in the ice coffin in his storage ring. Boom! Just as the few of them were getting angry, they heard a thunderous sound coming from outside. It was as if there was thunder. When they heard this sound, the outside immediately quieted down. The guards at the door looked back and saw that the guards who were in charge of stopping Li Zongjio and the others had been directly knocked down. Bang, bang, bang. A series of people fell to the ground and lost their breath. Green smoke was still rising from their bodies. They looked very tragic, as if they were struck by lightning. Sorry, I waited for a long time, so I came in myself. Li Zongjio stood in front of the courtyard, holding a black hammer in his hand. Behind him were a series of people who appeared and were directly knocked down by Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio didn't show any mercy to these people and killed them all. The power gathered on the hammer also became even more powerful. Zhang Baijiu and Qian Tianding walked out at the same time, followed by masters from all sides. You're Li Zongjio. Zhang Baijiu stared at Li Zongjio. When he saw the hammer in Li Zongjio's hand, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. This hammer, Li Zongjio, you're really bold. Even if you come in person today to apologize, it won't help. None of the people from the Shengyan dynasty will go back alive. Qian Tianding sneered when he saw Li Zongjio appear. However, Li Zongjio didn't look like he came to apologize. I came here with sincerity. I'm here to give you a chance to get my forgiveness, Li Zongjio said with a smile. Then he put the hammer in his hand back on his waist. Who are you? Li Zongjio saw Zhang Baijiu's face, full of hatred. But Li Zongjio didn't remember the person in front of him. You killed my son. When he saw his enemy, Zhang Baijiu calmed down instead. At the same time, he looked around. This brat actually dared to come to the Qian family alone. If it wasn't because of his skill and courage, then there must be a helper hiding in the dark. He had to be careful. What a coincidence. I'll give you a chance to get my forgiveness. You too, name your price now. I'll forgive whoever satisfies me. I won't pursue this matter any further. Chapter 936. When they heard Li Zongjio's words, both of them were stunned. Both Zhang Baijiu and Qian Tianding were speechless. Could it be that Li Zongjio had swaggered into the Qian family's courtyard just to say such words at this moment? Was there something wrong with his brain? He was already at death's door, yet he still wanted to ask for money? He must be crazy about money. Zhang Baijiu did not come to see Li Zongjio act crazy. You killed my son, so I'll kill your entire family. Today I'll start with you. Zhang Baijiu snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a a terrifying dark force gathered and turned into a sharp knife. Instantly, the knife rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! However, when the dark force reached him, it was easily dispersed by Li Zongjiu. You've been eliminated. Li Zongjiu did not say anything else. He lifted the hammer in his hand and rushed towards Zhang Baijiu. Zhang Baijiu did not need to do anything himself. The guards behind him had already rushed out, set up the killing formation. The 5 experts who had been trained in the arena instantly formed a killing array. They surrounded Li Zongjiu tightly. The strength of these 5 people had reached the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. Given the strength of these 5 people, they could even trap a Yuan monarch realm expert. Moreover, when the 5 of them attacked at the same time, it would give off a sense of oppression. It would not be easy to resist the blood qi that was condensed from their bodies. Boom! The 5 of them had already honed a high level of tacit understanding on the battlefield. However, when the demonic hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand fell, a chain of thunder and lightning immediately erupted and connected the 5 of them together. When Zhang Baijiu saw this scene, he immediately thought of a person. Zhang Baijiu was busy and did not personally enter the arena to watch Li Zongjiu's battle. However, he had seen Li Zongjiu's battle report. It said that this person called Evil Lord was good at using a hammer that was filled with the power of thunder and lightning. He could directly electrocute his enemies. In the arena, this person would often defeat his opponents in an instant. Thunder and lightning roared. The 5 of them were covered in thunder and lightning, directly blasting these people into pieces. Their bodies fell to the ground one by one. Although they were not all dead, they were on the verge of death. It was difficult for them to get up. You are Evil Lord. Zhang Baijiu looked at Li Zongjiu with shock in his eyes. One had to know that this Evil Lord had just killed Old Gao last night. Old Gao's strength was on par with Zhang Baijiu's. Both of them were experts of the highest level, the 19th layer of hell. Even if Zhang Baijiu wanted to deal with Old Gao, he would need a lot of tricks. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee the success rate. Even if the 2 of them attacked together, it would be very difficult to stop Old Gao. This Evil Lord was able to kill Old Gao in such a short time, which showed how terrifying his strength was. It was the same thunder and lightning hammer. How could it be fake? Evil Lord? Qian Tianding was close, so he naturally heard what Zhang Baijiu said. Obviously, Zhang Baijiu knew how powerful Li Zongjiu was, so when he opened his mouth, he could clearly feel that Zhang Baijiu was extremely wary of him. Even Zhang Baijiu was afraid of this person. Moreover, he had suddenly called out the name of the evil dominator. This made Qian Tianding nervous. You're the Evil Lord. You're the one who killed Gao Tian. Zhang Baijiu said coldly. At this moment, the experts he brought were all dead. They were killed by Li Zongjiu in an instant. Listening to Zhang Baijiu's roar, Li Zongjiu thought that this person was really not calm. However, Li Zongjiu did not answer Zhang Baijiu's words. You chose to give up. It's useless to beg me now. Then Li Zongjiu rushed forward. When he swung the demonic hammer in his hand, a terrifying force instantly vibrated. Boom! A domineering force swept out from the demonic hammer and directly rushed towards Zhang Baijiu. Zhang Baijiu growled as a 3-meter-long giant saber appeared in his hand. Clang! Amethyst saber. Zhang Baijiu was able to stay at the highest level of the hell arena. The strength he possessed was naturally not for show. In addition to the amethyst saber in his hand, Zhang Baijiu had slaughtered millions of people. His saber technique was also extremely famous. No one had been able to escape from Zhang Baijiu's slaughtering saber technique, at least not until now. This was also the reason why Zhang Baijiu rarely used this technique. Slaughtering saber. Zhang Baijiu could feel the power of thunder pouring into his body continuously. Such a domineering power was almost going to destroy Zhang Baijiu. Fortunately, the Yuan energy of the primitive emperor in his body was able to suppress it. His strength was forcibly stabilized as he swung the amethyst saber in his hand in a circle above his head. Qian Tianding and the others could feel a sharp aura scraping over their heads. If they really fought, Zhang Baijiu would not be afraid. In a head-on confrontation, the most important thing was one's aura. Once one was intimidated by one's aura, one would have already won half the battle. The amethyst saber in Zhang Baijiu's hand seemed to have received the power of heaven and earth as it suddenly slashed towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! 100-meter-long saber aura spread directly from the courtyard to the entrance of the Qian family. It directly split the entrance of the Qian family into two halves. The power condensed from the saber aura along the way was even more shocking. As expected of a primitive emperor-level expert, the power left behind by the saber aura in his hand was already extremely shocking. Slightly closer, one could feel the saber aura permeating the air. Li Zongjiu only made a very simple move. After slightly leaning his body, he dodged this extremely fierce attack. If Li Zongjiu stood still, he would have been seriously injured by the slaughtering saber. It was a pity that Zhang Baijiu's movements were too slow and couldn't hit him. What was the use of being strong? You, a second-grade primitive emperor, can use the saber technique of a third-grade primitive emperor. That's not bad, Li Zongjiu looked at Zhang Baijiu and said lightly. Obviously, he was giving pointers to Zhang Baijiu. Being able to see Zhang Baijiu's strength at a glance, generally speaking, to be able to see through the cultivation of others, meant that their strength was above yours. Zhang Baijiu was shocked. The strength of this evil lord was indeed stronger than he had imagined. Zhang Baijiu's saber can't finish him off. The few elders of the Qian family behind Qian Tianding were secretly shocked. They had seen Li Zongjiu's strength, but they knew Zhang Baijiu's strength very well. That saber attack just now was something that even the few primitive emperors present might not be able to block without any injuries. Flying whirlwind slash. Zhang Baijiu roared once again. The purplish-green broadsword in his hand once again slashed forward. However, he did not use all of his strength on his broadsword technique this time. Instead, two cold glints immediately shot out from his left wrist. Swish! Swish! The two cold lights came menacingly, and their movements were extremely weak. As they flew, they didn't even cause the slightest ripple in the space. Boom! Li Zongjiu's demonic hammer struck down the two cold lights. As for Zhang Baijiu's saber qi, Li Zongjiu raised his hand to block it. A golden light spread over his wrist. Clang! It was as if it had struck a golden armor with terrifying defense. This was a real head-on collision. He was still unscathed. Zhang Baijiu no longer hesitated. If he continued to fight, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Years of survival experience told Zhang Baijiu that if he couldn't win, he had to run. Even primitive emperors were the same. His life was important. Compared to his reputation, he only had one life. Zhang Baijiu leaped, carrying the 3-meter-long saber, and flew away. Swish! Seeing Zhang Baijiu running away at full speed, Qian Tianding and the others were shocked. Did this person not care about his reputation? However, Zhang Baijiu didn't run far. He couldn't even get out of the Qian family's courtyard. A purple bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck Zhang Baijiu's body. Chapter 937. Zhang Baijiu, who was about to escape, fell directly from the sky after being struck by the lightning. Then Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand, and a force wrapped around Zhang Baijiu's body and brought him back directly. When Li Zongjiu saw Zhang Baijiu's body fall to the ground, Li Zongjiu was quite surprised by the latter's miserable condition. Wow, your hammer has such a function. Obviously, Li Zongjiu had unintentionally activated some function of the devil hammer just now. So the sudden appearance of the purple lightning just now was also beyond Li Zongjiu's expectation. Even with Zhang Baijiu's cultivation, in the face of the lightning just now, he did not have the slightest resistance and was directly blown up like a dead fish. Zhang Baijiu's body fell to the ground, unconscious. This is an example. Li Zongjio stepped forward and directly hammered Zhang Baijio's heart into pieces. Zhang Baijio, who was still unconscious, was directly killed by Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio also very skillfully took off the storage ring from Zhang Baijio's hand and put it away. These days he seemed to have plundered a lot of storage rings, so Li Zongjio also specially prepared a small bag to store these storage rings. Li Zongjio naturally did not care about the things inside. It was nothing more than some money and the like. Only when he was free, Li Zongjio would look through it to see if there were any small surprises. However, it was really difficult to find any treasures in the hands of these people. The real treasures would not be in the hands of these people. Now only you are left. If I am not satisfied with the price you offer, no one in your Qian family will live today. After doing all this, Li Zongjio looked at Qian Tianding and the others. He was not afraid of Qian Tianding and the others' sneak attack just now. If that was the case, Li Zongjio would probably kill them all directly, and it would be very difficult to negotiate. Originally, Qian Tianding wanted Li Zongjio to pay with his life. However, now it seemed that Li Zongjio's strength was not as simple as imagined. It was not without reason that he dared to come alone. Now that Qian Tianding's son was killed, the murderer actually had the face to come in front of them and ask for compensation. If Qian Tianding compensated Li Zongjio, it would be difficult for him to stay as the head of the family in the future. This was a dilemma, and Qian Tianding was caught in the middle. Li Zongjio, do you really think that no one in my Qian family can stop you? Qian Tianding said coldly. He stared angrily at Li Zongjio, and even his voice began to tremble slightly. He was really angered by Li Zongjio. How dare he cause trouble in the Qian family in such a way? Oh, if there is someone who can stop me, just call him out. Li Zongjio laughed and said with disdain. Then he glanced at the Qian family members in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Some of their expressions were obviously not right. Li Zongjio continued. Today it was your Qian clan's patriarch who offended me. If you remove him from his position and expel him from the Qian clan, I can let bygones be bygones and forgive you for offending me. This is my request. I will give you 10 minutes to discuss. Remove the head of the Qian family. No one expected Li Zongjio to make such a request. Qian Tianding had just established his prestige, and with the appearance of Li Zongjio, it suffered a great blow. It seemed that as long as Qian Tianding was removed from his position, the Qian family would be considered to have avoided this crisis. If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame Qian Tianding and his family. Originally, this matter was caused by Qian Tianding's son and daughter. Now that they had come looking for him, it was obvious that he was here for them. They couldn't possibly drag the entire Qian family down with them. You could contribute to the family, but you couldn't let the family take the blame for you. The few elders in the Hall of Elders looked at each other and even began to think that this method was feasible. One should take responsibility for one's own actions. Naturally, they couldn't let Qian Tianding affect the interests of the entire family. Qian Tianding, since this matter was caused by you, the 3 elders in the Hall of Elders have unanimously decided to remove you from your position as the head of the family for the time being. To everyone's surprise, the great elder actually stood up and said this directly, and asked Qian Tianding to hand over his position as the head of the family immediately. The great elder, Qian Hailong, seemed to have been prepared for this. When he stood up and said this, he even said to Qian Tianding, "We have considered this matter for a long time. In addition, this matter is indeed very serious. You should temporarily hand over your position as the head of the family. After this matter passes, you can take up the position again." Qian Hailong's words were clearly bullshitting. The dignified head of the Qian family was actually going to step down because of a mere threat from a young man. If he stepped down today, he would still have the face to lead the Qian family again in the future. However, Qian Tianding and the others clearly saw what happened to Zhang Baijio. Just like that, right in front of them. In just a few minutes, he was already crippled. This showed how powerful Li Zongjio was. If they didn't agree to Li Zongjio's request today, it was very difficult to predict what would happen to the Qian family. For the sake of safety, even if it was just to appease Li Zongjio, they had to do this. "Qian Hailong, are you crazy?" An elder who was on Qian Tianding's side shouted angrily when he saw the great elder Qian Hailong taking the lead to make things difficult for the head of the family. This was simply ridiculous. How could such a thing happen? How could he help an outsider to deal with the head of the family? Watch your tone. I'm the great elder of the family. Tianding, I can only inconvenience you for today's matter. We can only plan for the future after we have stabilized the enemy in front of us. Otherwise, the Qian family will definitely suffer heavy casualties today. Qian Hailong said earnestly, as if he was really thinking for the family. "Qian Hailong, are you crazy? How could you help an outsider? Are you afraid?" Another elder said agitatedly when he heard Qian Hailong's words. However, Qian Tianding raised his hand in the end. He looked at Qian Hailong and took a deep breath as if he was fully prepared. "All right, I'll hand over the position of the head of the family," Qian Tianding said in a deep voice. Then he handed over the handprint and thumb ring of the head of the family to the great elder Qian Hailong directly. "Li Zongjio, if you want to play, I, Qian Tianding, will definitely play with you. You must play to the end." Qian Tianding stared at Li Zongjio for a while, then turned around and walked away. He left behind an arrogant back view. Since he had already handed over the position of the head of the family, it would be embarrassing if he continued to stay here. Therefore, he walked out of the door directly after leaving some harsh words. Some of his subordinates seemed to want to follow Qian Tianding out, but they were all stopped by him. What did you just say?" Li Zongjio looked in Qian Tianding's direction. Qian Tianding, who was about to step out of the door, suddenly stopped. Li Zongjio's words were obviously directed at him. Li Zongjio's tone was extremely unfriendly after stopping Qian Tianding. His eyes were also filled with dangerous signals. "You want to play with me?" Li Zongjio was a person who loved it when others said harsh words. This was because those who said harsh words would often be slapped in the face by Li Zongjio very quickly. If one was capable, one would not need to say harsh words. However, since one had said harsh words to Li Zongjio, then Li Zongjio naturally wanted to see how ruthless one could be. "Li Zongjio, our family head has already relinquished the position of the head of the family. What else do you want?" The young elder from before also stood up and said. Obviously, he was extremely angry with Li Zongjio's way of doing things. Li Zongjio had repeatedly coerced them, and even in the face of the Qian family. This was clearly an insult to his family. "What does this have to do with you?" Li Zongjio waved his hand casually, and a tyrannical palm strike landed on the elder's body, sending the young elder, who was a 5th-grade Yuan monarch, flying. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. "My origin pearl! My origin pearl is broken!" the elder shouted in horror as he knelt on the ground. "Li Zongjio, you've gone too far." When Qian Tianding saw that Li Zongjio had actually destroyed the origin pearl of the elder who had supported him, he was immediately unable to restrain his anger and directly exploded on the spot. However, in front of Li Zongjio, he did not have the right to explode. Boom! Li Zongjio extended his hand and another purple thunderbolt descended from the sky, smashing towards Qian Tianding's head. Chapter 938. When the lightning struck down on Qian Tianding at this moment, Qian Tianding finally understood why Zhang Baijiu, with his cultivation, couldn't dodge it. Qian Tianding's cultivation was far inferior to Zhang Baijiu's. Under this lightning, he only felt that his bones were easily locked down. There was no way to break free. However, the pain came so quickly that Qian Tianding couldn't feel it at all. The purple lightning struck down. It easily broke the protective armor on Qian Tianding's body. At the same time, Qian Tianding was sent flying. When he landed on the ground, he was already charred black. At this moment, in the small dark room in the distance, Qian Liang looked through the only iron window of the small dark room and saw that his father had been struck into such a state. Immediately, his hatred for Li Zongjiu rose to the sky. I, Qian Liang, will definitely tear you into pieces. Qian Liang's eyes were crimson red. He clenched his teeth so hard that they were bleeding. This small dark room was also known as the confinement room. It had a unique array pattern inside, so Qian Liang couldn't walk out at all. He could only watch his father being struck to death by Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu killed Qian Tianding. His expression didn't change at all. This was the head of the Qian family. If the news of him killing Qian Tianding in front of the Qian family spread out, he would be proud. However, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to be excited at all. Killing such a trash wasn't something to be proud of for Li Zongjiu. If this guy's blood stained his body, Li Zongjiu's mood would probably fluctuate even more. Many of the elders of the Qian family couldn't believe that Li Zongjiu had actually dared to kill Qian Tianding in front of them. This was no longer as simple as coming to provoke them. This was a direct slap in the face. Since ancient times, no one has dared to be so arrogant. Some people were so angry that they clenched their fists and wanted to seek justice from Li Zongjiu. However, they didn't have the courage to take a step forward. Qian Tianding's body fell to the ground. Qian Hailong felt a trace of pride in his heart, but on the surface, he had to pretend to be extremely furious. However, when he thought about how Qian Tianding was killed by Li Zongjiu because of his words, Qian Hailong didn't dare to talk nonsense in front of Li Zongjiu anymore. Take Tianding away for treatment. Quick! Qian Hailong said. Treatment? It was already so dark. What was there to save? It was just a formality. At least with a little effort, there might still be a glimmer of hope. With a flick of his finger, Li Zongjiu shot towards the side. Boom! The small dark room where Qian Liang was locked was blasted into pieces. Qian Liang's figure was also exposed under the sunlight. If you have the ability, you're welcome to take revenge any time. Today's matter ends here. If there's anything else, I, Li Zongjiu, will definitely exterminate your Qian family. After saying that, Li Zongjiu left the Qian family's courtyard directly. After Qian Liang was glanced at by Li Zongjiu, he felt like he was about to collapse. His whole body slumped to the ground, and his legs kept trembling. This was Qian Liang's legs trembling. It wasn't what Qian Liang wanted. This was a kind of fear that came from the depths of his heart. Revenge? In the face of such a godlike existence, how could he take revenge? He was just digging his own grave. Qian Hailong looked at Li Zongjiu's figure as he left. Li Zongjiu's words just now made the Qian family feel helpless. He was so arrogant. What could they do? Or rather, what could they do? Could it be that they had to rush up and fight with Li Zongjiu to make him take back his words? It was obvious from Qian Liang's frightened look. No matter what, Li Zongjiu left in the end. The massacre in the morning had truly shocked the Qian clan. They couldn't imagine that such a massacre would happen in the Qian family's courtyard. This time, the great elder and the others didn't confront Li Zongjiu directly. They even chose to endure and retreat. Of course, it was very embarrassing, but at least they saved the lives of most of the Qian family. There were more than 20 guards who were killed by Li Zongjiu's lightning. These were all fresh lives. Qian Hailong presided over a family meeting. In this family meeting, these matters would be discussed specifically. At the same time, more than half of the elders supported Qian Hailong to be the temporary patriarch of the Qian family. Although he was only the temporary head of the family, there wasn't much of a difference in this aspect. Qian Hailong himself enjoyed a very high status and power in this family. Now he could use the spring of the patriarch of the family legitimately. All this was thanks to Li Zongjiu. Although Qian Hailong had suffered great humiliation this time, Qian Hailong knew that as long as he didn't provoke Li Zongjiu, nothing would happen to him. After studying Li Zongjiu's various deeds, Qian Hailong knew that as long as he didn't provoke Li Zongjiu, nothing would happen. Great Elder, Patriarch, our people found that Li Zongjiu is very likely to be the mysterious master nicknamed Evil Lord in the Hell Arena. It is said that this person's strength is very strong. Now in the Hell Arena, he has 113 consecutive victories and 0 losses. Someone found some information about Li Zongjiu. He reported it. Last night, Evil Lord killed Gao Tian, who is also Mr. Gao, in the reception room. Qian Hailong was very satisfied with these people's change of words. The Qian family hadn't suffered many losses. Only a few people had died. Under such circumstances, it was simply too unexpected for him to take over. This outcome made Qian Hailong very happy. This kid killed 2 of the Hell Arena's higher-ups in a row. It seems like we don't have to do anything. The Hell Arena's guardian palace naturally can't help but take care of Li Zongjiu. Calm down first. Also, you must pay attention to Qian Xiaojia. If Qian Xiaojia finds out about his father, he will definitely not be able to hold himself back. If you find Qian Xiaojia, bring him back immediately. Yes, Patriarch. Qian Xiaojia was Qian Tianding's eldest son. Qian Liang was actually the second son, so Qian Fei was the third princess. However, Qian Xiaojia was a little special. His mother didn't have any status, but his cultivation talent was extremely outstanding. At the same time, he didn't like the atmosphere in the family. Originally, Qian Tianding wanted to nurture Qian Xiaojia as the next patriarch, but Qian Xiaojia liked to wander the world. At this moment, no one knew where he was. The main reason why Qian Hailong said that he would suppress Qian Xiaojia was because he was afraid that Qian Xiaojia would be a threat to his newly snatched patriarch position after returning safely. Yes, Patriarch. Li Zongjiu returned to the Breeze and Moon Inn. Although Li Zongjiu had originally planned to kill all these people, considering that he had come here with the name of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he did not want to bring shame to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. After returning, it would be difficult to explain to Su Hong. It wasn't easy for him to come out, but in the end such a thing happened. He would definitely be blamed. Since he could achieve the same effect by killing a few people, why not? The reason why he killed Qian Tianding was because Li Zongjiu had long seen that there was a great elder who was ready to make a move. It seemed that he wanted to usurp the throne. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's actions were enough to make the Qian family busy. When he returned to the Xingyan dynasty, there wouldn't be so much trouble. When he returned to the Breeze and Moon Inn, Li Zongjiu happened to be carrying a bag of buns in his hand. Just then, he saw a figure walking down the stairs. It was the masked woman from the Tianyan dynasty, Lin Lin. The two of them almost brushed past each other on the stairs. Lin Lin glanced at Li Zongjiu, but Li Zongjiu didn't look at Lin Lin. What a dense, baleful aura! Lin Lin wrinkled her nose. Li Zongjiu knocked on Qi Yanran's door. At this moment, Qi Yanran had already adjusted her condition. When she heard the knocking sound, she also sensed that Li Zongjiu had arrived. Come in. Chapter 939. I bought you steamed buns and osmanthus cake. Li Zongjiu handed the food to Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran's face was full of surprise. She never thought that Li Zongjiu would do such a thing. In Qi Yanran's view, Li Zongjiu's character was very heroic and also very chauvinistic. She never thought that he would be so considerate. Early in the morning, he bought her the osmanthus cake that was the most difficult to digest. You, who eats osmanthus cake in the morning? Qi Yanran suddenly laughed, but still picked up a piece and tasted it. Seeing the steamed buns, she remembered that she, Li Zongjiu, and Kun Erishur were eating delicious steamed buns with the smell of meat juice. Did all boys like to eat these steamed buns? What's wrong with you? When Qi Yanran lowered her head to eat, she saw some bloodstains on Li Zongjiu's sleeves. And looking at the style, it seemed to have just been stained. Nothing. I went to the Qian family and dealt with the aftermath. Li Zongjio said indifferently. Qi Yanran knew about Li Zongjio's past achievements. Back in the Sacred Flame Imperial City, Qi Yanran investigated some of the things that the Yi family did. She knew that the entire Yi family was destroyed by Li Zongjio. You can't be. Qi Yanran immediately looked at Li Zongjio in shock, the look of horror in her eyes. Li Zongjio knew what this girl was thinking. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I just warned them and helped them change the family head. Li Zongjio said very calmly. Qi Yanran heard Li Zongjio's words. Although Li Zongjio said it very casually, if Qi Yanran didn't hear it wrong, Li Zongjio directly changed the patriarch of the Qian family. The status of the Qian family in the Haika dynasty was not simple. Li Zongjio was able to go alone and escape unscathed. Obviously, it took a lot of effort for the Qian family to make such a big change and give them a warning. Next time, I'll accompany you on such a dangerous mission, Qi Yanran said softly. The two should have confirmed their relationship, and Qi Yanran also knew that people like Li Zongjio would do big things. Even Li Zongjio was not born to live a simple life. For such a person, there was no way to restrict him from doing anything. The only way was to follow him and support him. This was what Qi Yanran thought. All right, Li Zongjio said. Then Li Zongjio also stood up. He seemed to feel that the realm in his body was loosening. On top of that, the demonic hammer was constantly guiding the power back into his body. He was about to break through. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion, Li Zongjio said. Qi Yanran saw Li Zongjio's slightly dignified expression and nodded. There's an underground training room in the Wind and Moon Inn. It's specially prepared. Obviously, Qi Yanran was more familiar with these things. There was no such facility in the Sacred Flame Imperial City. However, in the Haika dynasty, such facilities were very normal. This was because the cultivation atmosphere in the Haika dynasty was much more competitive than the Xinyan dynasty. Underground training room. There was also an Yuan rune array inside that could help to gather Yuan Qi. Of course, it was a chargeable item. However, this place had been reserved by the Haiku Pill Palace. Hence, they could use it as they wished. All the expenses would be charged to the Haiku Pill Palace's account. They were already so rich. Just a few training rooms wouldn't cost them much money. Qi Yanran asked for the best secret training room for Li Zongjio. You want a secret training room? I'll give you my top-notch room. Wan Shaodai met the two of them and said generously, compared to the Haiku dynasty's atmosphere, Wan Shaodai preferred these people from the Xinyan dynasty. At least, they were straightforward and domineering. Thank you, Miss Wan, Qi Yanran said. Li Zongjio also cupped his hands towards Wan Shaodai. If you need anything in the future, why would I need anything? This is the key. Just go in directly. Wan Shaodai said as she gave a delicate key to Li Zongjio. Then, she turned around and left. Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran looked at each other. This girl had the demeanor of a heroine. I'm going, Li Zongjio said to Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran lowered her head and didn't say anything. Then, she suddenly tiptoed and gently touched Li Zongjio's lips. Then, she turned around and walked away quickly. With Li Zongjio's strength, it was naturally easy for him to avoid Qi Yanran's sneak attack. However, since she had already made the first move, Li Zongjio couldn't be blamed. He reached out and grabbed Qi Yanran, who was trying to escape. He gave her a fierce peck. Then, he let the shy Qi Yanran leave. It's good to be young. Li Zongjio clenched his fist. With the improvement of his strength, more and more dangers were approaching. Of course, this had something to do with Li Zongjio's way of doing things. After all, he had reached the level of evil lord in his previous life. With such strength, there was nothing wrong with such a temper. Since he had decided to be with Qi Yanran, of course, he had to protect her. At the same time, he had to improve the level of the Qi family. Li Zongjio had already made a rough calculation in his heart. It was very difficult for the Qi family to control the mineral veins. Now, the Qi family was basically riding a tiger and unable to get off. Under the countless competition and pressure from the Xinyan dynasty, they had to obtain certain benefits and convenience. Originally, the Qi family would gradually decline under the rebellion of the Qingyuan villa. However, Li Zongjio's appearance had blocked the first disaster. What problems would they encounter later? Even Li Zongjio himself didn't know. Therefore, he had to prepare a strong force. Li Zongjio entered a state of closed-door training. The people of the Qian family didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. Even if they wanted to take action, they wouldn't act so quickly. After all, Qian Hailong had just been promoted and needed to stabilize his position in the Inferno arena. Losing 2 high-level experts in one day was a great loss and a great threat to the Inferno arena. Losing 2 high-level experts meant that none of the high-level experts were a match for this person. If the other party intended to attack, even if the Inferno arena was prepared, it would be very easy to eliminate them, because the enemy was too strong. Therefore, the Inferno arena was temporarily in a state of biding their time. However, the audience of the Inferno arena was very eager to see Evil Lord appear again. Some people even began to pre-sell a match. That was whether Evil Lord could pass through the 18th floor and reach the highest level of the Inferno arena. Of course, this kind of pre-sale bet was still an unknown. The risk factor was extremely high. Although the return was high, there were very few people who dared to buy it. No one's money came from the wind. Even a strong storm would have a calm time. Nan Peixian, who was seriously ill for 3 days, finally recovered. That night, Su Sha also called everyone for a meeting. She described the things that they needed to pay attention to for tomorrow's competition. Because in addition to tomorrow's competition, the most important semifinals and finals had some changes. I had just received the latest news from the competition's organizing committee. The format of the finals will be adjusted to a certain extent. The location of the competition will not be in the city. Su Sha held the document in her hand and walked in front of everyone. After counting carefully, she found that Li Zongjio wasn't there. Where's Li Zongjio? Su Sha looked at Kuan Erasure, because Kuan Erasure was the one who had the best relationship with Li Zongjio. However, Kuan Erasure couldn't answer this question and looked at Ling Yan. Where's my boss? Last night, Ling Yan stayed in Li Zongjio's room all the time. So, of course, this question had to be asked to Ling Yan. How would I know? Because Ling Yan stayed in Li Zongjio's room all the time, naturally what happened was self-evident. So, everyone looked at Ling Yan. However, Ling Yan couldn't answer this question. She didn't see Li Zongjio all night. He's in the underground practice room, preparing to break through. Just when everyone shook their heads and didn't know, Qi Yanran said. While speaking, she was a little proud in her heart. Because these people in front of her didn't know where Li Zongjio went, only she knew. Of course, she was just secretly happy in her heart. Kuan Arashi's pair of sharp eyes immediately looked at Qi Yanran. Oh, when will my boss break through? Even I don't know. As she spoke, she looked at Qi Yanran with a malicious expression. Chapter 940. Ling Yan also glanced at Qi Yanran suspiciously. She was in Li Zongjio's room the whole night. She knew that Li Zongjio was not in the room, and Qi Yanran knew Li Zongjio's movements. Could it be that Li Zongjio stayed with Qi Yanran the whole night? During the day, Li Zongjio came back for a while and then disappeared. Ling Yan couldn't figure out the specifics, but there must be something fishy between the two. Lan Kuan instantly sensed the jealousy of a few of the girls in the group. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Boss was indeed the boss. But now it seemed that Qi Yanran's position as the sister-in-law would not change. Fortunately, he was on the same side with Qi Yanran from the beginning. After all, Kuan Erasure had already seen the feelings between the two, but the boss seemed to be more secretive in this aspect. That was why it was delayed until now. If the boss could be more straightforward, why would he wait until now? He would probably have already done it with Qi Yanran. Nan Peixian, who had recovered with great difficulty, was now sitting together with everyone. The matter of him being thrown out by Lan Kuan wasn't mentioned by anyone. However, when Nan Peixian saw Lan Kuan, he became well-behaved. The person in front of him would really make a move and directly throw him out of the window. How could this person be so impolite? At the same time, he knew that Xia Wanji had replaced his position. However, since Nan Peixian had already recovered, after much consideration, he returned to his position as the main player. For Xia Wanji, this was also a good thing. At least she didn't have to face so much pressure. If it happened again, Xia Wanji didn't know if she could withstand it. After experiencing it once, it was enough. Li Zongjiu naturally played in the semifinals, but the venue of the finals changed. So far, it was only known that it was a volcanic crater. Su Sha hadn't known the specific situation yet, but the way the game was played was that the official players would participate together. Obviously, it was a team battle. This took into account the combined strength of the three teams. Clearly, this was a huge blow to the Xinyan dynasty. Tomorrow, Sister Lingyan will be fighting against Lin Lin from Tianyan dynasty and Jin Wenfeng from Black River Pill Palace. Ling Yan was also extremely excited in his heart. Now that his meridians and cultivation had recovered, Ling Yan's heart was filled with excitement. His strength had increased by at least 30%. But it was clear that these two enemies were not easy to deal with either. Jin Wenfeng alone was already troublesome enough. It was said that Jin Wenfeng was a talent nurtured by the Black River Pill Hall. In the future, he would be the pillar of the Black River Pill Hall. Therefore, many things were handed over to Jin Wenfeng. Many people would say that they had to cultivate and deal with so many things, so it was natural that their cultivation was affected or that they didn't do a good job. However, Jin Wenfeng handled everything beautifully, and his cultivation was also at a level that others could only look up to. If the Ancient One had still been around before the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, he might have been able to contend with Jin Wenfeng. Su Sha thought in her heart. There was no doubt that Ling Yan was weaker than these two. However, if the Ancient One had not offended Li Zongjiu and was still alive, he would have been able to bring hope to the Xinyan dynasty. After all, the Ancient One's strength was not bad, but it was a pity that he had died. Who asked him to offend Li Zongjiu? On the second day of the competition, Li Zongjiu did not appear. During this time, Qi Yanran asked Wan Shaodai to help take care of the situation. She went to the hall to witness this difficult competition. However, Ling Yan's performance at this venue was unexpected. His performance was extremely outstanding. The first match was between Lin Lin and Jin Wenfeng. In the end, Jin Wenfeng won by a small margin and defeated Lin Lin. In the second match, Jin Wenfeng and Ling Yan fought. He was actually defeated by Ling Yan. This battle was the most intense one since the beginning of the competition. Both Ling Yan and Jin Wenfeng used all their techniques. In the entire venue, the two of them could be seen fighting. Ling Yan's flames were both hard and soft. It was extremely domineering. On the other hand, Jin Wenfeng's flames were more nimble and flexible. His body was nimble enough, and he had an elegant demeanor. In the end, Ling Yan won by a fluke, but he used all his strength. In the next match with Lin Lin, he chose to forfeit. Everyone won one match and lost one match. Their points did not increase or decrease. However, after today's competition, the audience felt the perseverance and potential of the people from the Xinyan dynasty. When they saw Ling Yan using all his strength in the arena, Chu Tairan and Zhou Zheng were extremely excited. In the end, Ling Yan collapsed and no longer had the strength to fight. However, no one blamed Ling Yan because Ling Yan actually defeated Jin Wenfeng. This caused many people from the Haiku dynasty to be in disbelief. Without the Long Xian taking action, Jin Wenfeng was basically the representative of the young generation of the Black River Pill Hall. As for the Longxian's training direction was the same as Jin Wenfeng's. One was in front of the scenes, the other was behind the scenes. The Longxian would be the guardian of the Black River Pill Hall in the future. Jin Wenfeng was the official leader of the Black River Pill Hall. In the end, he was defeated by a young girl from the Shengyan dynasty who came from nowhere. Ling Yan and Qi Yanran's perseverance and hidden ruthlessness in the arena were also shocking. Although Lin Lin won one match, she was obviously not very happy. That Ling Yan was just lucky. Coincidentally, his primordial fire could restrain Jin Wenfeng. In addition, Jin Wenfeng was a little careless. You don't have to worry about it. Mu Qingyo said, if it was an ordinary person, it would have nothing to do with him if they lost. However, Lin Lin's identity was different. The relationship between the two of them was also quite close. Hence, this time he also expressed his concern. Lin Lin faintly shook her head. If I were to fight with her, I would only have a 50% chance of winning. You have to be careful in tomorrow's battle. That Li Zongjiu is not simple. Lin Lin was not affected. Instead, she was very clear about her opponent's understanding and judgment. He would definitely not deliberately belittle his opponent or use luck as an excuse to make himself feel more at ease. You must give your opponent the same respect in order to put yourself in the right position and not be blindly confident. I will, Mu Qingyo said. However, his eyes were filled with strong confidence. When Lin Lin saw Mu Qingyo's eyes, she knew that he did not put Li Zongjiu in his eyes. Or rather, he never looked at Li Zongjiu seriously. In Mu Qingyo's eyes, there was only his opponent, Long Xian. Even this Long Xian might not be his opponent. For many years, although Long Xian and Mu Qingyo were in two different empires, they knew each other very well. Because of this situation, even though the two of them had already reached the peak, they still couldn't slow down. This was because there was another person on the opposite mountain, staring at their position. One day, the two of them would definitely fight. At that time, who would fall from this mountain peak? It would depend on who was more capable. The order of tomorrow's battle had also been arranged. The Shengyan dynasty would be the first to fight the Haika dynasty. The second battle, the Shengyan dynasty would fight the Tianyan dynasty. The third battle, the Tianyan dynasty would fight the Haika dynasty. Obviously, the battle between the Haika dynasty and the Tianyan dynasty was what everyone was looking forward to. It was the final battle of the semifinals. In other words, the final battle was a team battle. The real battle of the individual peak would be in the final battle tomorrow. As for the Shengyan dynasty, they were just cannon fodder. The second day, on the day of the semifinals, Qi Yanran was waiting in the inn. The rest of the people had already gone to the venue. There was less than an hour before the start of the battle. But the problem was that Li Zongjiu had not come out yet. There were still 10 minutes before the start of the battle. Long Xian was already waiting in the arena. On the other hand, the Shengyan dynasty's side did not even have everyone present. I think that brat with a mouth full of firecrackers is probably hiding in some outhouse and pretending to have a stomachache. Yao Hu laughed and said, at the crucial moment of the battle, who would have thought that Li Zongjiu would have stage fright? Su Sha and the others were also anxious, like ants on a hot pan. Who knew how long Li Zongjiu would be in seclusion? Mu Qingyo of the Tianyan dynasty did not care whether Li Zongjiu would come or not. He had already adjusted his battle strength to the peak and was ready to start a fierce battle at any time. He had cultivated for so long just for this battle. 1 minute before the start of the battle, finally, two figures slowly appeared at the entrance, as if they were deliberately making fun of these people. Fuck, this old man is going to have a heart attack. Chu Tairan wiped the cold sweat from his palms again and again. Finally, he saw Li Zongjiu appear. Only then did he feel relieved. Chapter 941. Sure enough, sister-in-law is the best. Kuan Erisher saw Qi Yanran coming over and immediately flattered her. If she still couldn't tell, Kun Erisher might as well dig out his eyes. Okay, Sister Yenran, when did it happen? Tell me. Ling Yan also joined in. Xiaowanji and the others also started talking at the same time. When the two of them walked in hand, they attracted everyone's attention. Even if they wanted to show off, this kind of method was really too showy, right? It was the day before yesterday. Qi Yanran, who had always been cold and aloof, actually showed the attitude of a little girl at this moment. The rest of the people who saw it also exclaimed in disbelief. It was really shocking. What a good Li Zongjiu! Without saying anything, he secretly made a move. Obviously, the people of the Shenyan dynasty were concerned about the gossip of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, so they were not concerned about this competition. This showed how powerful Li Zongjiu was in their hearts. There was nothing to say. If Li Zongjiu didn't win quickly enough, it was Li Zongjiu who went easy on him. You're finally here. Long Xian glanced at Li Zongjiu. Last time, Li Zongjiu insulted their holy temples, which made Long Xian very dissatisfied with Li Zongjiu. Now, at this critical moment of the competition, Li Zongjiu left him here and earned the attention of others. This kind of claptrap was played very well by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, in Long Xian's heart, he was very unhappy. He didn't have much ability, but he liked to play these tricks, which made people feel very uncomfortable. What's the hurry? Say it, what's the competition? Li Zongjiu glanced at Long Xian and ignored the latter's provocative gaze. He did not place him in his eyes and instead looked at the referee elder. Obviously, even now, Li Zongjiu still didn't know the content of the competition. Crap, he definitely didn't read the competition manual, so he doesn't even know what the competition is. Su Sha immediately slapped her forehead. She knew that this guy would cause trouble easily. This round was also a competition of alchemy, but the method of alchemy was different. Instead, you needed to be in the opponent's cauldron to refine the pill. Therefore, while you were refining the pill, you also needed to control the opponent's flame. The other party is refining pills in your cauldron. Therefore, you also need to bring a certain amount of resistance to the other party. Under these extremely harsh conditions, you have to complete the refinement of the pill. Only then will it be considered a victory. It was equivalent to competing in two categories. One was to control the fire, and the other was to refine pills. The referee elder's face darkened as he explained to Li Zongjiu the content of refining pills. At this moment, the audience was already roaring with laughter. Li Zongjiu's performance made him look like a complete novice in alchemy. Who would have thought that the Shenyan dynasty was only at this level? The 100,000 spectator seats were already full. Everyone was sitting there, watching the competition below. It seems that the Shenyan dynasty doesn't plan to win at all. This kid is too funny. Not only is he late, but he doesn't even know what the competition is. I think this guy is just here to be a bystander. Hey, is this venue selling soy sauce? Get out of here. A figure was directly thrown into the safety passage and fell heavily to the ground. You don't say. This kid looks a little familiar. This kind of common face is not as handsome as me. What's so strange about him looking familiar? Some people looked at Li Zongjiu and felt that he looked familiar. However, some people thought that Li Zongjiu was simply ugly. No, he doesn't look familiar. He looks very familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. They clearly felt that they had seen him somewhere before, but they just couldn't remember where. Now it's clear, the referee elder said. Not putting the competition in his eyes meant that he didn't put the competition's organizing committee in his eyes and look down on them. Therefore, in a while, he would be carefully watching Li Zongjiu to see if Li Zongjiu cheated or not. Got it. Li Zongjiu nodded. Now the competition begins. Both contestants, place your cauldrons in the white area. The referee took a step back and said. Long Xian didn't hold back at all. He immediately took out a golden cauldron with a dragon pattern from his storage ring. The light of the great path shone brightly. A tyrannical aura immediately swept out. It surged forward. as if the entire venue was filled with a golden light. A breeze blew over the cauldron, and a dragon's roar immediately came out. Just by making a move, the aura had already shocked the whole audience. Long Xian's dragon-patterned golden cauldron was the top craftsmanship of the Haika dynasty. In the entire Haika dynasty, there were only a few cauldrons that could surpass the dragon-patterned golden cauldron. Even if an expert at the peak of the primitive emperor realm attacked this cauldron, he wouldn't be able to cause any damage. This was the strength of the dragon-patterned golden cauldron. All the spectators present were attracted by Long Xian's medicinal cauldron. They didn't even care when Li Zongjio placed a pitch-black medicinal cauldron on the stage. In comparison, this aura had already revealed everything. "Can we start? And can you not flash your light?" Li Zongjio found a hammer from somewhere and knocked on Long Xian's dragon-patterned golden cauldron, making a clanging sound. When Long Xian saw that Li Zongjio was knocking his cauldron like a gong, he was immediately furious. "How dare you insult my cauldron? Are you here to sell your cauldron, or what?" Li Zongjio's indifferent reply made Long Xian almost explode. He glanced at Li Zongjio's black and small cauldron. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with disdain. Both sides are in position. Let the competition begin. The competition that everyone was looking forward to finally began. The two of them took their seats. Beside each of them was a set of medicinal ingredients. After a brief glance, Li Zongjio could tell that this was a 6th-grade elixir, the Heavenly Dragon Elixir. The danger of refining this elixir was the small bottle of dragon's blood. Even if one had only learned about it without real practice, the effect of the dragon's blood after adding it into the cauldron would definitely make one panic. This was because the dragon's blood was violent in nature. Once it was added, the temperature of the entire cauldron would soar 100 times in an instant. Without enough experience and battle experience, the cauldron would explode in an instant. As for the other medicinal ingredients, if half of the refinement was done, the dragon's blood must be added in. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete the most basic fusion of the elixir, and the judge would immediately declare that one had failed. Hence, if one wanted to win, he must defeat his opponent before the medicinal ingredients were half refined. Otherwise, once the dragon's blood fell into the cauldron, it would be the end of the competition. However, looking at Long Xian's calm appearance, he wasn't anxious at all. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He had tried to refine the Heavenly Dragon Elixir before. Dragon's blood was an extremely precious material that ordinary people couldn't come into contact with. However, although his Black River Pill Hall didn't dare to say that they had everything, it wasn't strange for them to have a small stock. Long Xian probably didn't know. Li Zongjio was someone who had killed the Dragon Clan's supreme being. Chapter 942. In fact, Long Xian did not know what elixir he was going to refine before the competition started. However, he was relieved when he saw that it was the Sky Dragon elixir that he had tried before. Winning was a must. However, Long Xian could not be careless. No matter what the situation was, the only real enemy was himself. Facing Li Zongjio, although he was confident in his victory as an alchemist, the pill in his hand must be successfully refined. Otherwise, if he ended up like Li Zongjio, causing his furnace to explode in the end, wouldn't it be equally shameful? The only difference was that he managed to last a little longer. In Long Xian's opinion, this was definitely not a victory. When Li Zongjio's obsidian fire poured into the dragon vein golden body cauldron, Long Xian looked at Li Zongjio in surprise. This was because Li Zongjio's fierce flame was extremely powerful. For him, such strength was not weak at all. He had underestimated Li Zongjio previously. "Your flame is not bad." Long Xian felt like he was giving pointers to a junior. Then he raised his hand and poured his flame into the Azura cauldron. Over the past few days, Li Zongjio had lost count of how many experts he had killed. The blood energy of the people Li Zongjio killed would fuse with his blood soul hell. Li Zongjio had recently placed the blood Shura in the blood soul hell to cultivate. The blood Shura had become stronger, which meant that the Azura cauldron had become stronger as well. At first, the Azura cauldron was just a dusty pearl. However, in Li Zongjio's hands, the dust had completely dispersed. At the same time, the pearl's brilliance had been maximized. The strength of the Azura cauldron was that it could continuously evolve and become stronger. At least for now, Li Zongjio had not discovered the upper limit of the Azura cauldron. Boom! Long Xian poured in a stream of elemental fire. Like Li Zongjio, it was also subdued. As for its name, Li Zongjio was not a know-it-all and did not know. And Li Zongjio didn't care at all. The obsidian fire circled around the dragon vein golden body cauldron and immediately engulfed Long Xian's flames. After that, Li Zongjio directed his mental strength and poured the dragon blood into the cauldron. What? Is this guy crazy? He actually wanted to extract the power of the dragon blood from the very beginning. The bottle seemed to be full, but in reality, it was only half a drop of dragon blood. You people are really stingy. Dragon's blood isn't anything special, and you only gave half a drop. Li Zongjio directly poured half a drop of dragon blood into the golden dragon pattern body cauldron. In an instant, it was as if a volcano had been ignited on the golden dragon patterned cauldron. The terrifying explosive force almost filled the entire cauldron. Although they were separated by a cauldron, everyone could feel the terrifying fluctuations coming from the cauldron. They were shocked and could not help but feel nervous about such a situation. Several experts from the competition's organizing committee also stood around the arena. If the power of the dragon blood was not controlled, it would be no joke. It could instantly raise half of the arena to the ground. At that time, there would be countless deaths and injuries. However, Li Zongjio's strength was not just for show. That day, when he was multitasking and used the fire cauldron to refine pills, it was already shocking enough. It showed that he had such strength. Immediately, this force gathered. Go! Li Zongjio's palm suddenly slapped the dragon vein golden body cauldron 7 times in a row. Every time he slapped, a stream of obsidian fire would turn into a fire circle and suppress the power of the dragon blood. Boom! When the last stream of obsidian fire merged into the cauldron, a ferocious force immediately erupted. Long Xian was suddenly shocked when he felt that his opponent's strength had become stronger. He had already reduced his yuan fire to the lowest level and even hid in a corner to prevent himself from being hurt by the next collision. However, Li Zongjio still gave Long Xian a heavy blow. Buzz! Long Xian's yuan fire was actually forced out of the golden dragon pattern cauldron by Li Zongjio's strength. He was actually able to force the yuan fire out. Long Xian's face was suddenly filled with shock. A backlash force quickly came from within his body. This was originally an alchemy competition, but it was also a battle of offense and defense. Obviously, Li Zongjio had taken the lead to attack his opponent's defense. Long Xian could not believe that Li Zongjio was able to control the dragon blood and force him out of the cauldron. It was truly terrifying. At the same time, a scorching pain came from his arm, causing Long Xian's heart to be completely shaken. The golden dragon pattern cauldron was already filled with Li Zongjio's strength. It was already very difficult to force the yuan fire in. Damn it! Long Xian immediately calmed himself down. Under such circumstances, it was extremely good to be able to calm himself down. He quickly changed his direction and attacked Li Zongjio's Azura cauldron with all his strength. What? Just as Long Xian was about to attack Li Zongjio with all his strength, he suddenly realized that the strength in his body was constantly being refined by Li Zongjio's Azura cauldron. You can actually refine my yuan fire, Long Xian exclaimed. Immediately, he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He continuously sent out a stream of energy into the Azura cauldron in front of him, but it was all easily refined by Li Zongjio. The energy that poured in instantly disappeared. If you continue to send out energy, your cultivation will fall. Li Zongjio said faintly as he looked at Long Xian opposite him. On the other hand, he was also making use of the berserk power of the dragon blood to quickly refine the other medicinal ingredients. The elixir pill took shape in the cauldron and even emitted a fragrance that permeated the air. Long Xian also stared at Li Zongjio with a grave expression. He did not believe a single word that Li Zongjio said. Are you trying to scare me? If he were to withdraw just like that, it would be a great insult to Long Xian. Long Xian was a genius. How could he give up just because of a mere sentence from a brat? Long Xian did not believe in heresy. He also directly sent out the energy in his body, wanting to take advantage of the situation and force Li Zongjio's obsidian fire out of the Azura cauldron. However, no matter how hard Long Xian tried, even if he used his own Yuan Qi cultivation, there was still no effect. I didn't expect Long Xian to be an 8th grade Yuan king. Everyone from Black River Pill Hall was envious when they saw Long Xian's exposed cultivation. It would be great if they could also have such a cultivation one day. On the other hand, Mu Qingyou from Sky Flame Pill Prefecture frowned as he looked at Long Xian. The situation is not good, Mu Qingyou said softly. Lin Lin glanced at Mu Qingyou and looked at the battle in front of her in confusion. Chu Tairan was extremely nervous. Although he knew that Li Zongjio would definitely win, who knew what would happen? Looking at the relaxed look on Long Xian's face and the fact that he had already released his aura, he seemed to have suppressed Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio was still not willing to make a move. It really made Chu Tai ran on tenterhooks. In fact, Long Xian was already regretting it. Li Zongjio was right. All the energy had been easily refined by Li Zongjio. What kind of monster was sitting opposite him? You. Who are you? Long Xian looked at Li Zongjio with difficulty. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to retract his energy. There was no way to retract his energy. If he tried to forcefully retract his energy, he would be blasted away by Li Zongjio. Then let's fight to the death. Long Xian used his mind power to grab the dragon blood and threw it into Li Zongjio's cauldron. Obviously, he did not intend to refine this elixir. Therefore, he might as well go all out against Li Zongjio. Boom! The dragon blood poured into Li Zongjio's Azura cauldron. Li Zongjio suddenly laughed. This was the reason why Li Zongjio had not asked Long Xian to get off the stage. It was because Li Zongjio could not use the other party's materials. He could only wait for the other party to obediently let the materials in. The dragon blood directly caused the flames in the cauldron to explode. It was extremely fierce. However, the power of the dragon blood was directly absorbed by the blood Azura and stored in the blood soul hell. Although Li Zongjio had killed the Dragon Clan sovereign in his previous life, he had not reached the level where he could kill the Dragon Clan sovereign in this life. Therefore, dragon blood was still considered precious. Li Zongjio certainly would not waste this opportunity. If Long Xian admitted defeat, wouldn't it be a waste of half a drop of dragon blood? Go down. After obtaining the dragon blood, there was no need to keep Long Xian alive. A surge of energy shot out from the obsidian flame, causing Long Xian to be blasted off the stage. Boom! Long Xian did not have the slightest strength to fight back. His whole body smashed below the stage. At this moment, the dragon-patterned golden body cauldron in his hand was filled with a pill fragrance, a 6th grade elixir, the heavenly dragon elixir. Above the hall, dark clouds emerged and thunder rumbled. Chapter 943. Pill Lightning. The pill lightning of a 6th grade pill. Before coming here, even in the heavenly pill pavilion, there were very few people who could confirm that Li Zongjio was a 6th grade alchemist. After all, the pill lightning was most likely an accidental effect. There was some luck involved, but it was enough to prove Li Zongjio's potential. And now, in front of 100,000 people in the arena, under the eyes of everyone, Li Zongjio defeated Long Xian with his left hand. He refined a 6th grade heavenly dragon pill with his right hand. If they didn't see Li Zhongjiu's refinement with their own eyes, they would probably think that Li Zhongjiu hid the pill in the cauldron in advance. And the main point was that Li Zhongjiu used Long Xian's cauldron to refine the heavenly dragon pill. As for the herbs that Long Xian put into the azure cauldron, they were naturally wasted, including the half-drop of extremely precious dragon blood. It was wasted so easily. Many people felt that it was a pity, but the pity came later. The sudden change in the situation of the competition was simply unexpected. Long Xian was defeated. The most talented person in the Black River Pill Hall was defeated by an unknown young man from the Xingyan dynasty's Heavenly Pill Pavilion. A young man who was almost unknown before this. What? The people from the Black River Pill Hall couldn't sit still. Jin Wenfeng and the others went forward to help Long Xian up from the ground. After getting up, Long Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. He cheated. Yao Hu pointed at Li Zhongjiu and shouted angrily. The people from the Black River Pill Hall knew Long Xian's ability. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't have the time to care about Yao Hu and the others' indignation. The pill lightning in the sky had already fallen. Boom! The terrifying lightning fell, but Li Zhongjiu stood still on the spot. The rest of the people were worried. After all, it was a lightning that fell from the sky. However, Chu Tairan and the others had seen the scene of Li Zhongjiu carrying the black cloud storm on the heavenly pill pavilion. Even the black cloud storm couldn't do anything to Li Zhongjiu, let alone a mere pill lightning. Li Zhongjiu naturally had a way to deal with the pill lightning. The pill lightning fell on Li Zhongjiu's body. However, it was as if the flames fell on his body didn't have any fluctuations. After that, the 6 lightning bolts continued to fall, but they were all easily blocked. It was as if nothing had happened to him. That hammer. Damn, this guy is Evil Lord. What's Evil Lord? Someone exclaimed. Seeing the hammer on Li Zhongjiu's waist, it attracted the energy in his body. Many people clearly recognized the hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand. If they were to talk about the appearance of the hammer, they wouldn't be able to remember Li Zhongjiu's appearance. And this hammer that could continuously release lightning bolts. In the eyes of others, it was extremely familiar. Some of the people who mingled in the arena were very excited. Damn, you don't say it's really him. Some of the Evil Lord's admirers suddenly became excited. It turned out that the reason why Evil Lord didn't fight in the arena was because he was participating in the alchemy competition here. An expert was indeed an expert. Not only could he kill everyone in the arena, his strength was already so abnormal, and he was also such an awesome alchemist. No one knew who took the lead, but the entire arena began to shout the name of Evil Lord. This Evil Lord shouldn't be talking about the boss, right? Kuan Arisher acted as a spectator below the arena. Although this name sounded a bit flirtatious, it was quite compatible with Li Zhongjiu's style of doing things. Qi Yanran also didn't know how Li Zhongjiu's nickname came about. It sounded like a child playing house. However, in order to support this name, one needed a lot of strength. Long Xian vomited blood and was seriously injured. I'm not as good as others. Long Xian's voice was trembling. He had to thank Li Zhongjiu just now. If Li Zhongjiu didn't let go in time, Long Xian's cultivation would have dropped by a level. It seemed that Li Zhongjiu didn't really want to cripple Long Xian. Otherwise, Long Xian would have to kneel down today. Only Long Xian knew what was going on. Although he was badly defeated by Li Zhongjiu, he still cupped his fists towards Li Zhongjiu. Thank you for showing mercy. The more talented a person was, the more self-aware they were. Long Xian understood that Li Zhongjiu was fully capable of crippling him, but he left him a chance. Li Zhongjiu didn't respond to Long Xian's gratitude. Seeing Li Zhongjiu's state, Long Xian's heart thumped. He had a feeling that the Li Zhongjiu in front of him didn't seem to be on the same level as him. He defeated him easily, and at the same time he was able to refine the heavenly dragon pill so easily. The Li Zongjiu in front of him was quite terrifying. Mu Qingyu's eyes emitted waves of cold light. Even his palms were sweating. His strength was on par with Long Xian, and Long Xian was defeated in front of him. If it was him, his situation might not be any better than Long Xian's. Originally, he thought that the final battle of the elixir gathering of the three dynasties would be between Mu Qingyu and Long Xian. Who knew that Long Xian would be seriously injured so quickly? There was probably no need to continue the battle with Mu Qingyu. Everyone began to look forward to the battle between Li Zongjiu and Mu Qingyu. There was an hour's break. Because it ended quickly, there was an hour to recover, although Li Zongjiu didn't need to recover much. If the second round is the same, will it also be refining the heavenly dragon pill? The power of a drop of dragon blood had greatly improved Li Zongjiu's blood-soul realm. If he wanted to get the dragon blood in other places, he might have to spend a lot of effort. Since there was one here, why bother? Therefore, the dragon blood in Mu Qingyu's hand was reserved by Li Zongjiu. Good fella. I didn't expect you to be so good. Chu Tairan laughed out loud. There was no need for the finals at all. Li Zongjiu's performance today was enough to crush the other two dynasties. It wasn't a forced victory, but an overwhelming victory. The other party didn't have any temper at all. Even Mu Qingyu of the Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture was in a state of extreme nervousness. He hadn't even made a move, but he had already forced his opponent to such a state. Who else could be so domineering? In the future, don't invite me to this kind of place where children play. Li Zongjiu said to Chu Tairan, although it was indeed a bit of a waste of talent who asked Chu Tairan's age to be suitable. This made others gnash their teeth. After Nan Peixian saw Li Zongjiu's level, he just sat there obediently. He sat there obediently, almost rushing forward to apologize to Li Zongjiu. He never thought that Li Zongjiu's alchemy level would be so fierce that the violent power of the dragon blood could be easily suppressed. He defeated the opponent's trump card, Long Xian. Moreover, it was a defeat without any suspense. Therefore, Nan Peixian could only kneel down and lick Li Zongjiu's shoes. Nan Peixian's strength was at most at the level of Yao Hu. He was still somewhat inferior to the recovered Ling Yan. Ling Yan, who had recovered, was already able to sit firmly on the second-in-command seat. Su Sha and the others were also extremely excited. After so many days, it was finally time for the Shengyan dynasty to hold their heads high. Why do they call you Evil Lord? Qi Yanran asked curiously. I played in their arena for a few days and gave myself a nickname Evil Lord. They probably saw me fighting in the arena. This is for you. It's good for your body. I added some cold light grass in it. Although it's a heavenly dragon pill, its medicinal properties are mild and cool. It's very suitable for you. Li Zongjiu said. This sweet and greasy pair really made people unable to continue looking at them. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations to the sister-in-law. Kuan Erishur stepped forward and said. For such a long time, Kuan Erishur had been with Li Zongjiu for a long time. He had seen many stunning beauties, one more powerful than the other, but Qi Yanran was still the most comfortable to get along with. In the past, when Qi Yanran came to help, there was no superfluous nonsense at all. When she went to deal with the people of Lingbo Palace, she didn't even blink. She rushed up so recklessly. What else was there to say about this kind of act of brotherhood? He must praise her.